Chapter 1. "I'm not supposed to be here," Detective Inspector John Rebus said. Not that anyone was listening. Noxland was a housing scheme on the western edge of Edinburgh, off Rebus's patch. He was there because the West End guys were short-handed. He was also there because his own bosses couldn't think what to do with him. It was a rainy Monday afternoon, and nothing about the day so far boded anything but ill for the rest of the working week. Rebus's old police station, his happy hunting ground these past 8 or so years, had seen itself reorganised. As a result, it no longer boasted a CID office, meaning Rebus and his fellow detectives had been cast adrift, shipped out to other stations. He'd ended up at Gayfield Square, just off Leith Walk, a cushy number, according to some. Gayfield Square was on the periphery of the elegant new town, behind whose 18th and 19th century facades anything could be happening without those outside being any the wiser. It certainly felt a long way from Noxland, further than the 3 factual miles. It was another culture, another country. Noxland had been built in the 1960s, apparently from papier-mâché and balsa wood. Walls so thin you could hear the neighbours cutting their toenails and smell their dinner on the stove. Patches of damp bloomed on its grey concrete walls. Graffiti had turned the place into Hard Knocks. Other embellishments warned the packies to get out, while a scrawl that was probably only an hour or so old bore the legend, "One less." What shops there were had resorted to metal grills on windows and doors, not even bothering to remove them during opening hours. The place itself was contained, hemmed in by dual carriageways to north and west. The bright-eyed developers had scooped out subways beneath the roads. Probably in their original drawings, these had been clean, well-lit spaces where neighbours would stop to chat about the weather and the new curtains in the window of number 42. In reality, they'd become no-go areas for everyone but the foolhardy and suicidal, even in daytime. Rebus was forever seeing reports of bag-snatchings and muggings. It was probably those same bright-eyed developers who'd had the idea of naming the estate's various high-rise blocks after Scottish writers and appending each with the word house, serving merely to rub in that these were nothing like real houses. Barry House, Stevenson House, Scott House, Burns House, reaching skywards with all the subtlety of single-digit salutes. He looked around for somewhere to deposit his half-empty coffee cup. He'd stopped at a baker's on Gorgie Road, knowing that the further from the city centre he drove, the less likely he would be to find anything remotely drinkable. Not a good choice. The coffee had been scalding at first, quickly turning tepid, which only served to highlight its lack of anything resembling flavour. There were no bins nearby, no bins at all, in fact. The pavements and grass verges, however, were doing their best to oblige, so Rebus added his litter to the mosaic, then straightened up and pushed his hands deep into his coat pockets. He could see his breath in the air. "Papers are going to have a field day with us," someone was muttering. There were a dozen figures shuffling around in the covered walkway between 2 of the high-rise blocks. The place smelt faintly of urine, human or otherwise. Plenty of dogs in the vicinity, 1 or 2 even wearing collars. They would come sniffing at the entrance to the walkway until chased off by one of the uniforms. Crime scene tape now blocked both ends of the passage. Kids on bikes were craning their necks for a look. Police photographers were gathering evidence, vying for space with a forensic team. They were dressed in white overalls, heads covered. An anonymous grey van was parked alongside the police cars on the muddy play area outside. Its driver had complained to Rebus that some kids had demanded money from him to keep an eye on it. Bloody sharks! Soon, this driver would take the body to the mortuary where the post-mortem examination would take place. But already they knew they were dealing with homicide. Multiple stab wounds, including one to the throat. The trail of blood showed that the victim had been attacked 10 or 12 feet further into the passage. He'd probably try to get away, crawling towards the light, his attacker making more lunges as he faltered and fell. "Nothing in the pockets except some loose change," another detective was saying. "Let's hope someone knows who he is." Rebus didn't know who he was, but he knew what he was. He was a case, a statistic. More than that, he was a story. And even now the city's journalists would be scenting it, for all the world like a pack sensing its quarry. Noxland was not a popular estate. It tended to attract only the desperate and those with no choice in the matter. In the past, it had been used as a dumping ground for tenants the council found hard to house elsewhere, addicts and the unhinged. More recently, immigrants had been catapulted into its dankest, least welcoming corners. Asylum seekers, refugees. People nobody really wanted to think about or have to deal with. Looking around, Rebus realised that the poor bastards must be left feeling like mice in a maze. The difference being that in laboratories there were few predators, while out here in the real world, they were everywhere. They carried knives. They roamed at will. They ran the streets. And now they had killed. Another car drew up, a figure emerging from it. Rebus knew the face. Steve Hawley, local hack for a Glasgow tabloid. Overweight and bustling, hair gelled into spikes. Before locking his car, Hawley tucked his laptop under his arm, ready to bring it with him. Street savvy. That was Steve Hawley. He nodded at Rebus. "Get in for me." Rebus shook his head, and Hawley started looking around for other more likely sources. "Heard you'd been kicked out of St. Leonard's," he said, as if making conversation, eyes everywhere but on Rebus. "Don't tell me they've dumped you out here." Rebus knew better than to rise to it, but Hawley was beginning to enjoy himself. "Dumping ground just about sums this place up. School of hard knocks, eh?" Hawley started to light a cigarette, and Rebus knew he was thinking of the story he'd be writing later on, dreaming up punning sentences and scraps of tuppenny philosophy. "Asian bloke, I heard," the journalist said at last, blowing smoke and offering the packet to Rebus. "We don't know yet," Rebus admitted, his words the price of a cigarette. Hawley lit it for him. "Tan-skinned. Could be from anywhere." "Anywhere except Scotland," Hawley said with a smile. "Race crime, though. Got a beat. Only a matter of time before we had one." Rebus knew why he stressed the we. He meant Edinburgh. Glasgow had at least one race murder, an asylum seeker trying to live his life on one of that city's thick-skinned estates. Stabbed to death. Just like the victim in front of them here, who, searched and studied and photographed, was now being placed in a body bag. There was silence during the procedure, a momentary mark of respect by professionals who would thereafter get on with the job of finding the killer. The bag was lifted onto a trolley, then wheeled beneath the cordon and past Rebus and Hawley. "You in charge?" Hawley asked quietly. Rebus shook his head again, watching the body being loaded into the van. "Give me a clue then. Who is it I should be speaking to?" "I shouldn't even be here," Rebus said, turning away to make for the relative safety of his car. "I'm one of the lucky ones," Detective Sergeant Siobhan Clark was thinking to herself, by which she meant that she, at least, had been given a desk of her own. John Rebus, senior in rank to her, hadn't been so fortunate. Not that fortune, good or bad, had anything to do with it. She knew Rebus saw it as a sign from on high. "We've no place for you. Time you thought of chucking it in." He'd be on the full police pension by now. Officers younger than him, with fewer years in the force, were throwing in their cards and readying to cash their chips. He'd known exactly the message the bosses had wanted him to take. So had Siobhan, who'd offered him her own desk. He'd refused, of course, said he was happy to share whatever space was available, which came to mean a table by the photocopier, where mugs, coffee and sugar were kept. The kettle was on the adjacent window ledge. There was a box of copier paper under the table and a broken-backed chair which creaked in complaint when sat upon. No telephone, not even a wall socket for one. No computer. "Temporary, of course," Detective Chief Inspector James McCread explained. "Not easy trying to make space for new bodies." To which Rebus had responded with a smile and a shrug, Siobhan realising that he didn't speak. Rebus's own particular form of anger management. Bottle it all up for later. The same issues of space explained why her desk was in with the detective constables. There was a separate office for the detective sergeants who shared with the clerical assistant, but no room there for Siobhan or Rebus. The detective inspector, meantime, had a small office of his own between the two. Ah, there was the rub. Gayfield already had a DI, had no need of another. His name was Derek Starr, and he was tall, blonde, and good-looking. Problem was, he knew it. One lunchtime he'd taken Siobhan for a meal at his club. It was called the Hallion and was a 5-minute walk away. She hadn't dared ask how much it cost to join. Turned out he'd taken Rebus there too. "Because he can," had been Rebus's summing up. Starr was on the way up and wanted both new arrivals to know it. Her own desk was fine. She did have a computer which Rebus was welcome to use whenever he liked, and she had a phone. Across the aisle from her sat Detective Constable Phillida Hawes. They'd worked together on a couple of cases, even though they'd been in different divisions. Siobhan was 10 years Hawes's junior, but senior to her in rank. So far this hadn't seemed an issue, and Siobhan was hoping it would stay that way. There was another DC in the room. His name was Colin Tibbet. Mid-20s, Siobhan reckoned, which made him a few years younger than her. Nice smile, which often showed a row of smallish rounded teeth. Hawes had already accused her of fancying him, couching it in jokey terms, but only just. "I'm not in the baby-snatching business," Siobhan had responded. "So, you like the more mature man?" Hawes had teased, glancing in the direction of the photocopier. "Don't be daft," Siobhan had said, knowing she was meaning Rebus. At the end of a case a few months back, Siobhan had found herself in Rebus's arms, being kissed by him. Nobody else knew, and it had never been discussed between them. Yet it hung over them whenever they were alone together. Well, hung over her, anyway. You could never tell with John Rebus. Phillida Hawes was walking to the photocopier now, asking where D.I. Rebus had disappeared to. "Got a call," Siobhan answered. It was as much as she knew, but the look Hawes gave indicated that she thought Siobhan was holding back. Tibbet cleared his throat. "There's a body been found in Noxland. It's just come up on the computer." He tapped his screen as if to confirm this. "Here's hoping it's not a turf war." Siobhan nodded slowly. Less than a year back, a drugs gang had tried muscling in on the estate, leading to a series of stabbings, abductions, and reprisals. The incomers had been from Northern Ireland, rumours of paramilitary connections. Most of them were in jail now. "Not our problem, is it?" Hawes was saying. "One of the few things we've got going for us here, no schemes like Noxland in the vicinity." Which was true enough. Gayfield Square was mostly a city centre operation. Shoplifters and troublemakers on Princes Street, Saturday night drunks, break-ins in the new town. "Bit like a holiday for you, eh, Siobhan?" Hawes added with a grin. St. Leonard's had its moments, Siobhan was forced to agree. Back when the move was announced, word was she'd ended up at HQ. She didn't know how that rumour had started, but after a week or so it had begun to feel real. But then Detective Chief Superintendent Jill Templar had asked to see her, and suddenly she was going to Gayfield Square. She tried not to feel it as a blow, but that was what it had been. Templar herself, on the other hand, was bound for HQ. Others were dispersed as far afield as Balerno and East Lothian, a few opting for retirement. Only Siobhan and Rebus would be moving to Gayfield Square. "And just when we were getting the hang of the job," Rebus had complained, emptying the contents of his desk drawers into a large cardboard box. "Still, look at the bright side. Longer lives for you in the morning." True, her flat was 5 minutes' walk away. No more rush-hour drives through the centre of town. It was one of the few bonuses she could think of, maybe even the only one. They'd been a team at St. Leonard's, and the building had been in much better shape than the current drab edifice. The CID room had been larger and brighter, and here there was a... She breathed in deeply through her nostrils. Well, a smell. She couldn't quite place it. It wasn't body odour or the packet of cheese and pickle sandwiches Tibbet brought to work with him each day. It seemed to be coming from the building itself. One morning, alone in the room, she'd even placed her nose to the walls and floor, but there seemed no specific source for the smell. There were even times when it vanished altogether, only to reappear by degrees. The radiators? The insulation? She'd given up trying to explain it and hadn't said anything to anyone, not even Rebus. Her phone rang, and she picked it up. "CID," she said into the mouthpiece. "Front desk here. Got a couple who'd like a word with D.S. Clark." Siobhan frowned. "Asked for me specifically." "That's right." "What are their names?" She reached for a notepad and pen. "Mr. and Mrs. Jardine. They said to tell you they're from Bain Hall." Siobhan stopped writing. She knew who they were. "Tell them I'll be right there." She ended the call and lifted her jacket from the back of her chair. "Another deserter?" Hawes said. "Anybody'd think our company wasn't wanted, call." She winked at Tibbet. "Visitors to see me," Siobhan explained. "Bring them in," Hawes invited, opening her arms wide. "More the merrier." "I'll see," Siobhan said. As she left the room, Hawes was stabbing the photocopier button again. Tibbet reading something on his computer screen, lips moving silently. No way was she bringing the Jardines in here. That background odour, and the mustiness, and the view over the car park. The Jardines deserved something better. Me too, she couldn't help thinking. It was 3 years since she'd seen them. They hadn't aged well. John Jardine's hair was almost all gone, and what little was left was salt and pepper grey. His wife Alice had some grey in her hair too. It was tied behind her, making her face seem large and stern. She'd put on some weight, and her clothes looked as if she'd chosen them at random. A long brown corduroy skirt with dark blue tights and green shoes. Checked blouse with a red checked coat thrown over the hole. John Jardine had made a bit more effort. Suit and tie, and a shirt which had seen an ironing board in recent memory. He held out his hand for Siobhan to take. "Mr. Jardine," she said. "Still got the cats, I see." She plucked a couple of hairs from his lapel. He gave a short, nervous laugh, shuffling to one side so his wife could step in and shake hands with Siobhan. But instead of shaking, she squeezed Siobhan's hand and held it quite still in her own. Her eyes were reddened, and Siobhan felt there was something the woman was hoping she'd read in them. "They tell us you're a sergeant now," John Jardine was saying. "Detective sergeant, yes." Siobhan was still holding Alice Jardine's stare. "Congratulations on that. We went to your old place first, and they told us to come here. Something about CID being reorganised?" He was rubbing his hands together as though washing them. Siobhan knew he was in his mid-40s, but he looked 10 years older, as did his wife. 3 years ago, Siobhan had suggested family therapy. If they'd taken her advice, it hadn't worked. They were still in shock, still dazed and confused, and in mourning. "We've lost one daughter," Alice Jardine said quietly, finally releasing her grip. "We don't want to lose another. That's why we need your help." Siobhan looked from wife to husband, and back again. She was aware that the desk sergeant was watching, aware too of the peeling paint on the walls, the scored graffiti, and wanted posters. "How about a coffee?" she said with a smile. "There's a place just round the corner." So that was where they went, a cafe which doubled as a restaurant at lunchtime. A businessman was seated at one of the window tables, finishing a late meal while talking into his mobile phone and sifting through paperwork in his briefcase. Siobhan led the couple to a booth, not too near the wall-mounted speakers. It was instrumental music, background pap, to fill the silence, probably meant to be vaguely Italian. The waiter, however, was 100% local. "And to eat with that." His vowels were flat and nasal, and there was a venerable dollop of bolognese sauce on the belly of his short-sleeved white shirt. His arms were thick and showed fading tattoos of thistles and saltires. "Just the coffees," Siobhan said. "Unless—" She looked at the couple seated opposite her, but they shook their heads. The waiter headed off in the direction of the espresso machine, only to be diverted by the businessman, who also wanted something and obviously merited a level of service which an order of 3 coffees couldn't hope to match. Well, it wasn't as if Siobhan was in any great rush to return to her desk, though she wasn't sure she was going to take much pleasure from the conversation ahead. "So, how are things with you?" she felt obliged to ask. The couple looked at one another before replying. "Difficult," Mr. Jardine said. "Things have been difficult." "Yes, I'm sure." Alice Jardine leaned forward across the table. "It's not Tracy. I mean, we still miss her." She lowered her eyes. "Of course we do. But it's Ishbel we're worried about." "Worried sick," her husband added. "Because she's gone, you see. And we don't know why or where." Mrs. Jardine burst into tears. Siobhan looked towards the businessman, but he wasn't paying attention to anything other than his own existence. The waiter, however, had paused by the espresso machine. Siobhan glared at him, hoping he'd take the hint and hurry up with their drinks. John Jardine had an arm around his wife's shoulders, and it was this which took Siobhan back 3 years, to an almost identical scene, the terraced house in the West Lothian village of Bain Hall, and John Jardine comforting his wife as best he knew how. The house was neat and tidy, a place its owners could take pride in, having used the right-to-purchase scheme to buy it from the local council. Streets of near-identical houses all around, but you could tell the ones in private ownership. New doors and windows, tidied gardens with new fencing and wrought-iron gates. At one time, Bain Hall had thrived in coal mining, but that industry was long gone, and with it, much of the town's spirit. Driving down Main Street for the first time, Siobhan had been aware of boarded-up shops and for-sale signs, people moving slowly under the weight of carrier bags, kids hanging around the war memorial, aiming playful high kicks at each other. John Jardine worked as a delivery driver. Alice was on the production line at an electronics factory on the outskirts of Livingston, striving to do well for themselves and their 2 daughters. But one of those daughters had been attacked during a night out in Edinburgh. Her name was Tracy. She'd been drinking and dancing with a gang of friends. Towards the end of the evening, they'd piled into taxis to go to some party. But Tracy had been a straggler, and the address of the party had slipped her mind during the wait for a cab. The battery on her mobile was flat, so she went back inside, asked one of the lads she'd been up for a dance with if he'd lend her his. He went outside with her, started walking with her, telling her the party wasn't that far. Started kissing her, not taking no for an answer. Slapped her, and punched her, dragged her into an alley, and raped her. All of this Siobhan had already known as she sat in the house in Bain Hall. She'd worked the case, spoken with the victim and the parents. The attacker hadn't been hard to find. He was from Bain Hall himself, lived only 3 or 4 roads away, the other side of Main Street. Tracy had known him at school. His defence was fairly typical. Too much drink, couldn't remember, and she'd been willing enough anyway. Rape always made for a tough prosecution, but to Siobhan's relief, Donald Cruikshank, known to his friends as Donny, face permanently scarred by the raking of his victim's fingernails, had been found guilty and sentenced to 5 years, which should have been the end of Siobhan's involvement with the family, except that a few weeks after the trial had ended, had come news of Tracy's suicide, her life ending at 19 years of age. An overdose of pills found in her bedroom by her sister Ishbel, 4 years younger than her. Siobhan had visited the parents, all too aware that nothing she could say would change anything, but still feeling the need to say something. They had been failed, not so much by the system as by life itself. The one thing Siobhan hadn't done, the thing she'd had to grit her teeth to stop herself doing, was visit Cruikshank in jail. She'd wanted him to feel her anger. She remembered the way Tracy had given evidence in court, her voice fading away to nothing as the phrases stuttered out, not looking at anyone, almost ashamed to be there, unwilling to touch the bagged exhibits, her torn dress and underwear, wiping silent tears away. The judge had been sympathetic, the defendant trying not to look shamefaced, playing the role of the real victim, wounded, a large muslin patch covering one cheek, shaking his head in disbelief, raising his eyes to heaven. And afterwards, the verdict delivered, the jury had been allowed to hear of his previous convictions. 2 for assault, 1 for attempted rape. Donny Cruikshank was 19 years old. "Bastard's got his whole life ahead of him," John Jardine had told Siobhan as they left the cemetery. Alice had both arms around her surviving daughter. Ishbel was crying into her mother's shoulder. Alice looking straight ahead, something dying behind her eyes. The coffees came, jarring Siobhan back to the present. She waited until the waiter had gone, off to fetch the businessman's bill. "So, tell me what's happened," she said. John Jardine poured a sachet of sugar into his cup and started stirring. "Ishbel left school last year. We wanted her to go to college, get some kind of qualification, but she had her heart set on hairdressing." "Of course, you need a qualification to do that too," his wife interrupted. "She's going part-time to the college in Livingston." Siobhan just nodded. "Well, she was until she disappeared," John Jardine stated quietly. "When was this?" "A week ago today." "She just upped and went?" "We thought she'd gone to work as usual. She's at the salon in Main Street, but they phoned to see if she was sick. Some of her clothes had gone, enough to fill a backpack. Money, cards, mobile." "We've tried phoning it umpteen times," his wife added, "but it's always switched off." "Have you spoken to anyone apart from me?" Siobhan asked, lifting her cup to her lips. "Everyone we could think of. Her pals, old school friends, the girls she worked with." "College?" Alice Jardine nodded. "They've not seen her either." "We went to the police station in Livingston," John Jardine said. He was still stirring the contents of his cup, showed no inclination to drink it. "They said she's 18, so she's not breaking the law. Packed a bag, so it's not like she was abducted." "That's true, I'm afraid." There was more Siobhan could have added, that she saw runaways all the time, that if she herself lived in Bain Hall, maybe she would run away too. "There hadn't been any fights at home?" Mr. Jardine shook his head. "She was saving for a flat, already making lists of the stuff she'd buy for it." "Any boyfriends?" "There was one until a couple of months back. The split was..." Mr. Jardine couldn't find the word he was looking for. "They were still friends." "It was amicable?" Siobhan suggested. He smiled and nodded. She'd found his word for him. "We just want to know what's going on," Alice Jardine said. "I'm sure you do, and there are people who can help, agencies who look out for people like Ishbel who've left home for whatever reason." Siobhan realised that the words were coming too easily. She'd said them so many times to anxious parents. Alice was looking to her husband. "Tell her what Susie told you," she said. He nodded, finally placing the spoon back in its saucer. "Susie works with Ishbel at the salon. She told me she'd seen Ishbel get into a flash car. She thought it might be a BMW or something." "When was this?" "A couple of times. The car was always parked a bit further down the street. Older guy driving." He paused. "Well, my age at least." "Did Susie ask Ishbel who he was?" He nodded, but Ishbel wouldn't say. "So maybe she's gone to stay with this friend of hers." Siobhan had finished her coffee but didn't want another. But why not tell us? Alice asked plaintively. I'm not sure I can help you answer that. Susie mentioned something else, John Jardine said, lowering his voice still further. She said this man, she told us he looked a bit shady. Shady? What she actually said was he looked like a pimp. He glanced up at Siobhan. You know, like off the films and TV. Sunglasses and a leather jacket. Flash car. I'm not sure that gets us any further, Siobhan said, immediately regretting the use of us, tying her to their cause. Ishbel's a real beauty, Alice said. You know that yourself. Why would she just run off like that without telling us? Why did she keep this man a secret from us? She shook her head slowly. No, there's got to be more to it. Silence fell on the table for a few moments. The businessman's phone was ringing again as the waiter held the door open for him. The waiter even gave a little bow. Either the man was a regular or a decent tip had changed hands. Now there were only 3 customers left in the place. Not the most thrilling prospect. I can't see any way of helping you, Siobhan told the Jardines. You know I would if I could. John Jardine had taken his wife's hand. You were very good to us, Siobhan. Sympathetic and all that. We appreciated it at the time, and so did Ishbel. That's why we thought of you. He fixed her with his milky eyes. We've already lost Tracy. Ishbel's all we've got left. Look, Siobhan took a deep breath. I can maybe put her name into circulation. See if she turns up anywhere. His face softened. That would be great. Great is an exaggeration, but I'll do what I can. She saw that Alice Jardine was about to reach out for her hand again, so started to rise from the table, checking her watch, as if she had some pressing appointment awaiting her at the station. The waiter came over, John Jardine insisting on paying. As they finally made to leave, the waiter was nowhere to be seen. Siobhan pulled open the door. Sometimes people just need a bit of time to themselves. You're sure she hadn't been having any problems? Husband and wife looked at one another. It was Alice who spoke up. He's out, you know. Back in Bain Hall. Bold as brass. Maybe that's got something to do with it. Who? Cruikshank. 3 years. That's all he served. I saw him one day when I was at the shops. I had to go down a side street so I could throw up. Did you speak to him? I wouldn't even spit on him. Siobhan looked to John Jardine, but he was shaking his head. I'd kill him, he said. If I ever met him, I'd have to kill him. Careful who you say that to, Mr. Jardine, Siobhan thought for a moment. Ishbel knew this? Knew he was out, I mean. Hold down, you. And you know what it's like. Hairdressers are first with the gossip. Siobhan nodded slowly. Well, like I said, I'll make a few phone calls. A photo of Ishbel might help. Mrs. Jardine dug in her handbag and brought out a folded sheet of paper. It was a picture blown up onto a sheet of A4 paper printed from a computer. Ishbel on a sofa, a drink in her hand, cheeks ruddy with alcohol. That's Susie from the salon next to her, Alice Jardine said. John took it at a party we had 3 weeks ago. It was my birthday. Siobhan nodded. Ishbel had changed since she'd last seen her, allowed her hair to grow and dyed it blonde. More makeup too, and a hardening around the eyes despite the grin. The hint of a double chin developing. The hair was centre-parted. It took Siobhan a second to realise who she reminded her of. It was Tracy. The long blonde hair, that parting, the blue eyeliner. She looked just like her dead sister. Thanks, she said, placing the photo in her pocket. Siobhan checked that they were still at the same telephone number. John Jardine nodded. We moved to 1 street away, but didn't need to change numbers. Of course they'd moved. How could they have gone on living in that house, the house where Tracy had taken the overdose? 15, Ishbel had been when she'd found a lifeless body. The sister she'd doted on, idolised, her role model. "I'll be in touch then," Siobhan said, turning and walking away. Chapter 2. "So what were you up to all afternoon?" Siobhan asked, placing the pint of IPA in front of Rebus. As she sat down opposite, he blew some cigarette smoke ceilingwards, his idea of a concession to any non-smoking companion. They were in the back room of the Oxford bar, and every table was filled with office workers stopping to refuel before their trek home. Siobhan hadn't been back in the office long when Rebus's text message had appeared on her mobile. "Fancy a drink, I am in the Ox." He'd finally mastered the sending and receiving of texts, but had yet to work out how to add punctuation. Or capitals. "Out at Noxland," he said now. "Call told me there'd been a body found." "Homicide," Rebus stated. He took a gulp from his drink, frowning at Siobhan's slender, non-alcoholic glass of lime with soda. "So how come you ended up out there?" she asked. "Got a call. Someone at HQ had alerted West End to the fact that I'm surplus to requirements at Gayfield Square." Siobhan put down her glass. "They didn't say that." "You don't need a magnifying glass to read between the lines, Shiv." Siobhan had long since given up trying to get people to use her full name, rather than this shortened form. Likewise, Phillida Hawes was Phil, and Colin Tibbet, Col. Apparently, Derek Starr could sometimes be referred to as Deke, but she'd never heard it used. Even DCI James McRae had asked her to call him Jim, unless they were in some formal meeting. But John Rebus, for as long as she'd known him, he'd been John, not Jock or Johnny. It was as if people knew just by looking at him that he wasn't the sort to endure a nickname. Nicknames made you seem friendly, more approachable, more likely to play along. When DCI McRae said something like, "Shiv, have you got a minute?" it meant he had some favour to ask. If this became, "Siobhan, my office, please," then she was no longer in his good books. Some misdemeanour had occurred. "Penny for them," Rebus said now. He'd already demolished most of the pint she'd just bought him. She shook her head. "Just wondering about the victim." Rebus shrugged. "Asian looking, or whatever the politically correct term of the week is." He stubbed out his cigarette. "Could have been Mediterranean or Arabic. I didn't really get that close. Surplus to requirements again." He shook his cigarette packet. Finding it empty, he crushed it and finished his beer. "Same again," he said, rising to his feet. "I've hardly started this one." "Then put it to one side and have a proper drink. Not got anything else on tonight, have you?" "Doesn't mean I'm ready to spend the evening helping you get hammered." He stood his ground, giving her time to reconsider. "Go on then, gin and tonic." Rebus seemed satisfied with this and headed out of the room. She could hear voices from the bar, greeting his arrival there. "What are you doing hiding upstairs?" one of them asked. She couldn't hear an answer, but knew it anyway. The front bar was Rebus's domain, a place where he could hold court with his fellow drinkers, all of them men. But this part of his life had to remain distinct from any other. Siobhan wasn't sure why. It was just something he was unwilling to share. The back room was for meetings and guests. She sat back and thought of the Jardins, and whether she was really willing to become involved in their search. They belonged to her past, and past cases seldom reappeared so tangibly. It was in the nature of the job that you became involved in people's lives intimately, more intimately than many of them would like, but for a brief time only. Rebus had let slip to her once that he felt surrounded by ghosts, lapsed friendships and relationships, plus all those victims whose lives had ended before his interest in them had begun. "It can play havoc with you, Shiv." She'd never forgotten those words. In vino veritas and all that. She could hear a mobile phone ringing in the front room. It prompted her to take out her own, checking for messages, but there was no signal. Something she'd forgotten about this place. The Oxford bar was only a minute's walk from the city centre shops, yet somehow you could never pick up a signal in the back room. The bar was tucked away down a narrow lane, offices and flats above, thick stone walls built to survive the centuries. She angled the handset different ways, but the on-screen message remained a defiant no signal. But now Rebus himself was in the doorway, no drinks in his hands, instead waving his own mobile at her. "We're wanted," he said. "Where?" He ignored her question. "You got your car?" She nodded. "Better let you drive then. Lucky you stuck to the soft stuff, eh?" She put her jacket back on and picked up her bag. Rebus was purchasing cigarettes and mints from behind the bar. He popped one of the mints into his mouth. "So, is this to be a mystery tour or what?" Siobhan asked. He shook his head, crunching down with his teeth. "Flesh market close," he told her. "Couple of bodies we might be interested in." He pulled open the door to the outside world, only not quite as fresh as the one in Noxland. Flesh Market Close was a narrow, pedestrian-only lane connecting the High Street to Coburn Street. The High Street entrance was flanked by a bar and a photographic shop. There were no parking spaces left, so Siobhan turned into Coburn Street itself, parking outside the arcade. They crossed the road and headed into Flesh Market Close. This end, its entrance boasted a bookmaker's one side and a shop opposite selling crystals and dream catchers. Old and new Edinburgh, Rebus thought to himself. The Coburn Street end of the close was open to the elements, while the other half was covered over by 5 floors of what he assumed to be flats, their unlit windows casting baleful looks on the goings-on below. There were several doorways in the lane itself. One would lead to the flats, and one, directly opposite, to the bodies. Rebus saw some of the same faces from the crime scene at Noxland, white-suited soccos and police photographers. The doorway was narrow and low, dating back a few hundred years to when the locals had been a great deal shorter. Rebus ducked as he entered, Siobhan right behind him. Lighting, provided by a meagre 40-watt bulb in the ceiling, was in the process of being augmented by an arc lamp, as soon as a cable could be found to stretch to the nearest socket. Rebus hesitated on the periphery until one of the soccos told him it was all right. "Bodies have been here a while. Not much chance of us disturbing any evidence." Rebus nodded and approached the tight circle made up of white suits. There was a scuffed concrete floor under their feet. A pickaxe lay nearby. There was still dust in the air, clinging to the back of Rebus's throat. "The concrete was been taken up," someone was explaining. "Doesn't look as if it's been there too long, but they wanted to lower the floor for some reason." "What is this place?" Rebus asked, looking around. There were packing cases, shelves filled with more boxes, old barrels and advertising signs for beers and spirits. "Belongs to the pub upstairs. They've been using it for storage. Cellar's just through that wall." A gloved hand pointed to the shelves. Rebus could hear floorboards creaking above them and muffled sounds from a jukebox or TV set. Workman starts breaking the stuff up, and here's what he finds. Rebus turned and looked down. He was staring at a skull. There were other bones too, and he didn't doubt they would make up an entire skeleton, once the rest of the concrete had been removed. "Might have been here a while," the scene of crime officer offered. "Going to be a sort of a job for somebody." Rebus and Siobhan shared a look. In the car, she'd wondered aloud why the call had come to them and not to Hawes or Tibbet. Rebus raised an eyebrow, indicating that he felt she now had her answer. "A proper pig of a job," the socko reiterated. "That's why we're here," Rebus said quietly, gaining a wry smile from Siobhan, more than one meaning to his words. "Where's the owner of the pickaxe?" "Upstairs. He said a snifter might help revive him." The socko twitched his nose, as if only now catching a hint of mint in the stale air. "Suppose we better have a word with him then," Rebus said. "I thought it was bodies plural," Siobhan queried. The socko nodded towards a white polythene carrier bag lying on the floor next to the broken-up concrete. One of his colleagues raised the bag a few inches. Siobhan sucked in her breath. There was another skeleton there, hardly any size at all. She let out a hiss. It was the only thing we had to hand. The Socko apologised. He meant the carrier bag. Rebus, too, was staring down at the tiny remains. Mother and baby? He guessed. I'd leave that sort of speculation to the professionals, a new voice stated. Rebus turned and found himself shaking hands with the pathologist, Dr. Kurt. Christ, John, are you still around? I heard they were kicking you into touch. You're very much my role model, Doc. When you go, I go. And the rejoicing shall be long and heartfelt. Good evening to you, Siobhan. Kurt tipped his head forward slightly. If he'd been wearing a hat, Rebus didn't doubt he'd ever removed it in a lady's presence. He seemed to belong to another age with his immaculate dark suit and polished brogues, the stiff shirt and striped tie, this last probably denoting membership of some venerable Edinburgh institution. His hair was grey, but this only served to make him appear even more distinguished. It was combed back from the forehead, not a strand out of place. He peered at the skeletons. The Prof will have a field day, he muttered. He does like these little puzzles. He straightened up, examining his surroundings. And his history, too. You think they've been here a while, then? Siobhan made the mistake of asking. Kurt's eyes twinkled. Certainly they were here before the concrete was laid, but probably not too long before. People don't tend to pour fresh concrete over bodies without good reason. Yes, of course. Siobhan's blushes would have been spared had not the arc lamp suddenly lit the scene blazingly, casting huge shadows up the walls and across the low ceiling. That's better, the Socko said. Siobhan looked to Rebus and saw that he was rubbing his cheeks, as if she needed telling that her own face had reddened. I should probably get the Prof down here, Kurt was saying to himself. I think he'd want to see them in situ. He reached into an inside pocket for his mobile. Pity to disturb the old boy when he's heading out to the opera, but duty calls, does it not? He winked at Rebus, who responded with a smile. Absolutely, Doc. The Prof was Professor Sandy Gates, Kurt's colleague and immediate boss. Both men worked at the university teaching pathology, but were constantly on call to attend scenes of crime. You heard we had a stabbing in Noxland? Rebus asked, as Kurt pushed the buttons on his phone. I heard, Kurt replied. We'll probably take a look at him tomorrow morning, not sure yet that our client's here and demand any such urgency. He looked again at the adult skeleton. The infant had been recovered. Not by a bag this time, but by Siobhan's own jacket, which she'd placed over the remains with the utmost care. Wish you hadn't done that, Kurt muttered, holding the phone to his ear. Means we have to hang on to your coat so we can match it against any fibres we find. Rebus couldn't stand to watch Siobhan start blushing again. Instead, he gestured towards the door. As they made their exit, Kurt could be heard talking to Professor Gates. Are you all gussied up in tails and cummerbunds, Sandy? Because if you're not, and even if you are, I think I may have an alternative entertainment for you ce soir. Instead of heading up the lane towards the pub, Siobhan started heading down. Where are you off to? Rebus asked. I've got a wind cheater in the car, she explained. By the time she returned, Rebus had lit a cigarette. Good to see you with some colour in your cheeks, he told her. Gosh, did you think that up all by yourself? She made an exasperated sound and leaned against the wall next to him, arms folded. I just wish he wasn't so... What? Rebus was examining the glowing tip of his cigarette. I don't know. She looked around as if for inspiration. Revellers were on the street, weaving their way to the next hostelry. Tourists were photographing each other outside Starbucks, with the climb to the castle as backdrop. Old and new, Rebus thought again. It just seems like a game to him, Siobhan said at last. That's not what I mean exactly, but it'll have to do. He's one of the most serious men I know, Rebus told her. It's a way of dealing with it, that's all. We all do it in our different ways, don't we? Do we? She looked at him. I suppose your way involves quantities of nicotine and alcohol. It never does to mess with a winning combination. Even if it's a killing combination? Remember the story of that old king? Took a little bit of poison every day to make himself immune. Rebus blew smoke into the bruise-coloured evening sky. Think about it. While you're thinking, I'll be buying a workman a drink, and maybe having one myself. He pushed open the door to the bar, let it swing shut after him. Siobhan stood there for a few moments longer before joining him. Didn't that king end up being killed anyway? She asked as they moved through the bar's interior. The place was called the Warlock, and it looked geared to foot-weary tourists. One wall was covered in a mural which told the story of Major Weir, who, back in the 17th century, had confessed to witchcraft, identifying his own sister as accomplice. The pair had been executed on Calton Hill. Nice, was Siobhan's only comment. Rebus gestured towards a fruit machine, which was being played by a heavy-set man in dusty blue overalls. An empty brandy glass was perched on top of the machine. Get you another? Rebus asked the man. The face which turned towards him was as spectral as Major Weir's in the mural, the thick dark hair peppered with plaster. I'm D.I. Rebus, by the way. Hoping you might answer a few questions. This is my colleague, D.S. Clark. Now, about that drink. Brandy, am I right? The man nodded. I've got the van, though. It's got to go back to the yard. We'll get someone to drive you. Don't worry. Rebus turned to Siobhan. Usual for me. Large brandy for Mr. Evans. Joe Evans. Siobhan left without a fuss. Having any luck? Rebus asked. Evans looked at the fruit machine's 4 unforgiving wheels. I'm down £3. Not your day, is it? The man smiled. I got the shock of my bloody life. First thought was the Roman or something, or maybe some old burying ground. You've changed your mind. Whoever laid that concrete must have known they were there. You'd make a good detective, Mr. Evans. Rebus glanced towards the bar where Siobhan was being served. How long have you been working down there? Just started this week. Using a pickaxe rather than a drill. Can't use a drill in a space like that. Rebus nodded as if he understood perfectly. Doing the work by yourself? Reckon one man would do it. Been down there before? Evans shook his head. Almost without thinking, he'd slid another coin into the machine, pushed the start button. Plenty of flashing lights and sound effects, but no payout. He hit the button again. Any idea who laid the concrete? Another shake of the head. Another coin deposited in the slot. Owners should have a record. He paused. I don't mean a criminal record. A note of who did the work, an invoice or something. Good point, Rebus said. Siobhan returned with the drinks, handed them out. She was back on the lime and soda. Spoke to the barman, she said. It's a Tide pub. Meaning it was owned by one of the breweries. Landlord's been out to a cash and carry, but he's on his way back. He knows what's happened? She nodded. Barman called him. Should be here in a few minutes. Anything else you want to tell us, Mr. Evans? Just that you should bring in a fraud squad. This machine's robbing me blind. There are some crimes we're powerless to prevent, Rebus thought for a moment. Any idea why the landlord wanted the floor dug up in the first place? He'll tell you himself, Evans said, draining his glass. That's him just coming in now. The landlord had seen them and was making his way towards the machine. He had his hands buried deep in the pockets of a full-length black leather coat. A cream-coloured V-neck jumper left his throat bare, displaying a single medallion on a thin gold chain. His hair was short, spiked with gel at the front. He was wearing spectacles with rectangular orange lenses. You all right, Joe? He asked, squeezing Evans's arm. Bearing up, Mr. Mangold. These two are detectives. I'm the landlord here. Name's Ray Mangold. Rebus and Siobhan introduced themselves. So far I'm a bit in the dark, officers. Skeletons in the cellar. Can't decide if that's good for business or not. He gave a grin, showing 2 white teeth. I'm sure the victims will be touched by your concern, sir. Rebus wasn't sure why he'd taken against the man so rapidly. Maybe it was the tinted glasses. He didn't like it when he couldn't see someone's eyes. As if reading his thoughts, Mangold slipped the glasses from his nose and started cleaning them with a white handkerchief. "Sorry if I sounded a bit callous, Inspector. It's just a bit much to take in." "I'm sure it is, sir. Have you been a landlord here for long?" "First anniversary coming up." He'd narrowed his eyes to slits. "Do you remember the floor being laid?" Mangold thought for a moment, then nodded. "I think it was going in just as I was taking over." "Where were you before?" "I had a club in Falkirk." "Went bust, did it?" Mangold shook his head. "Just got fed up with the hassle. Staff problems, local gangs trying to rip the place up." "Too many responsibilities," Rebus suggested. Mangold put the glasses back on again. "I suppose that's what it boils down to. The glasses aren't just for show, by the way." Again, it was as if he could read Rebus's thoughts. "My retinas are oversensitive. Can't take the bright lights." "Is that why you started a club in Falkirk?" Mangold grinned, showing more teeth. Rebus considered getting some of those orange glasses for himself. "Right then," he thought, "if you can read my mind, ask me if I'd like a drink." But the barman called over something he needed his boss to deal with. Evans checked the time and said he'd be going if there were no more questions. Rebus asked if he needed a driver, but he declined. "DS Clark will just take your details then in case we need to get in touch." While Siobhan rummaged in her bag for a notebook, Rebus walked over to where Mangold was leaning over the bar, so that the barman didn't have to raise his voice. A party of 4 American tourists, Rebus guessed, was standing in the middle of the room, beaming over friendly smiles. Otherwise, the place was dead. Before Rebus had reached him, Mangold ended his conversation. Eyes in the back of his head, perhaps, to go with the telepathy. "We hadn't quite finished," was all Rebus said, resting his elbows against the bar. "I thought we had. Sorry if I gave that impression. I wanted to ask about the work in the cellar. What's it for exactly?" "The plan is to open it up as an extension to this place." "It's tiny." "That's the point. Give people a taste of what Edinburgh's traditional drinking dens used to be like. It'll be snug and cosy, a few squashy seats, no music or anything, the dimmest lighting we can get. I did think about gunnels, but health and safety snuffed that idea out." He smiled at his own joke. "Available for private hire, like having your own period apartment in the heart of the old town." "Was this your own idea or the brewery's?" "All my own work." Mangold almost gave a little bow. "And you hired Mr. Evans?" "He's a good worker. I've used him before." "What about the concrete floor? Any idea who laid that?" "As I said, it was all in hand before I moved in." "But completed after you arrived? That's what you said, isn't it? Which means you'll have some documentation somewhere. An invoice at the very least." Rebus offered a smile of his own. "Or was it cash in hand and no questions asked?" Mangold bristled. "There'll be paperwork, yes." He paused. "Of course, it might have been thrown out, or the brewery could have filed it away somewhere." "And who was in charge here before you took over, Mr. Mangold?" "I can't remember." "He didn't show you the ropes? I thought there was usually a crossover period." "There probably was. I just can't recall his name." "I'm sure it'll come back to you, with a bit of effort." He took out one of his business cards from the breast pocket of his jacket. "And you'll give me a call when it does." "Fair enough." Mangold accepted the card and made a show of studying it. Rebus saw that Evans was leaving. "One last thing for the moment, Mr. Mangold." "Yes, Detective Inspector." Siobhan was now standing by Rebus's side. "I just wondered what the name of your club was." "My club?" "The one in Falkirk. Unless you had more than one." "It was called Albatross, after a Fleetwood Mac song." "You didn't know the poem, then?" Siobhan asked. "Not until later," Mangold said through gritted teeth. Rebus thanked him, but didn't shake hands. Outside, he looked up and down the street as if debating where to have his next drink. "What poem?" he asked. "Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. The sailor shoots an albatross and it puts a curse on the boat." Rebus nodded slowly. like an albatross around your neck. I suppose so. A voice tailed off. What did you think of him? Fancies himself. Reckon he was trying for a Matrix look with that coat? God knows. But we need to keep hassling him. I want to know who laid that concrete and when. It couldn't be a set-up, could it? To get some publicity for the bar. Planned well in advance if it is. Maybe the concrete's not as old as anyone says. Rebus stared at her. Been reading any good conspiracy thrillers lately? The royals bumping off Princess Di? The Mafia and JFK? Who let Mr. Grumpy out to play? His face was just beginning to soften when he heard a roar from Flesh Market Close. A uniform had been posted to stop any passers-by using the passage, but he knew Rebus and Siobhan and nodded them through. As Rebus went to step over the threshold into the cellar, a figure barged into him from within. It was dressed in a lounge suit and bow tie. "Evening, Professor Gates," Rebus said once he'd caught his breath. The pathologist stopped and scowled. It was a sort of look which could shrivel an undergraduate at 20 paces, but Rebus was made of stronger stuff. "John," finally recognising him, "are you part of this bloody charade?" "I will be, once you tell me what it is." Dr. Kurt was angling his body sheepishly into the passageway. "This bugger," Gates glowered, indicating his colleague, "has made me miss the first act of La Bohème, and all for some bloody student prank." Rebus looked to Kurt for an explanation. "They're fake?" Siobhan guessed. "That they are," Gates said, calming by degrees. "No doubt my esteemed friend here will fill you in on the details, unless that, too, proves beyond him. Now, if you'll excuse me." He marched to the top of the passageway, the uniform at the top giving him all the room he needed. Kurt gestured for Rebus and Siobhan to follow him back into the cellar. A couple of the soccos were still there, trying to hide their embarrassment. "If we're looking for excuses," Kurt began, "we might mention the initial inadequate lighting, or the fact that we are dealing with skeletons rather than flesh and blood, the latter potentially far more interesting." "What's with the we?" Rebus teased. "So are they plastic or what?" He crouched down by the skeletons. Siobhan's jacket had been tossed aside by the professor. Rebus handed it back to her. "The infant is, yes, plastic or some kind of composite. I'd have noticed the moment I touched any part of it." "Of course you would," Rebus said. He saw that Siobhan was trying to show not the slightest scintilla of pleasure at Kurt's downfall. "The adult, on the other hand, is an actual skeleton," Kurt continued, "but probably very old and used for teaching purposes." The pathologist crouched down beside Rebus, Siobhan joining them. "How do you mean?" "Holes drilled in the bones. Do you see them?" "Not easy, even in this light." "Quite." "And the point of the holes is?" "They would have been connecting devices of some kind, screws or wires, to join one bone to its neighbour." He lifted a femur and pointed to the two neatly drilled holes. "You find them in museum exhibits." "Or teaching hospitals?" Siobhan guessed. "Quite right, D.S. Clark. It's a lost art these days. Used to be done by specialists called articulators." Kurt got to his feet, brushing his hands together as though to wipe away all trace of his earlier mistake. "We used to use them a lot with students, not so much now, certainly not real ones. Skeletons can be realistic without being real." "As has just been demonstrated," Rebus couldn't help saying. "So, where does that leave us? You reckon the prof's right, it's some sort of practical joke? If so, someone's gone to an inordinate amount of trouble. Removing the screws and any bits of wire and the like would have taken hours." "Has anyone reported skeletons going missing from the university?" Siobhan asked. Kurt seemed to hesitate. "Not that I'm aware." "But they're a specialist item, right? You don't just walk into your local Safeway and pick one up." "I would presume that would be the case. I've not been to a Safeway recently." bloody weird all the same," Rebus muttered, standing up. Siobhan, however, stayed crouched over the infant. "It's sick," she said. "Maybe you were right, Shiv." Rebus turned to Kurt. "Only 5 minutes ago she was wondering if it might be a publicity stunt." Siobhan shook her head. "But like you said, it's a lot of trouble to take. There's got to be more to it." She was clutching her coat to her as though cradling a baby. "Any chance you could examine the adult skeleton?" She stared up at Kurt, who offered a shrug. "Looking for what, exactly?" "Anything that might give us a clue who it is, where it came from. Some idea of how old it is." "To what end?" Kurt had narrowed his eyes, showing he was intrigued. Siobhan stood up. "Maybe Professor Gates isn't the only one who likes a puzzle with a bit of history attached." "You'd best get her in, Doc," Rebus said with a smile. "It's the only way to shake her off." Kurt looked at him. "Now, who does that remind me of?" Rebus opened his arms wide and gave a shrug.
This ends Disc 1. Flesh Market Close, Disc 2.
Day 2, Tuesday. Chapter 3. For want of anything better to do, Rebus found himself at the mortuary next morning, where the autopsy of the as-yet unidentified Noxland corpse was already underway. The viewing gallery comprised 3 tiers of benches, separated by a wall of glass from the autopsy suite. The place made some visitors queasy. Maybe it was the clinical efficiency of it all, the stainless steel tables with their drainage outlets, the jars and specimen bottles, or the way the entire operation resembled too closely the skill seen in any butcher's shop, the carving and filleting by men in aprons and Wellingtons. A reminder not only of mortality, but of the body's animal engineering, the human spirit reduced to meat on a slab. There were 2 other spectators present, a man and a woman. They nodded a greeting at Rebus, the woman shifting slightly as he sat down next to her. "Morning," he said, waving through the glass to where Kurt and Gates were busy at work. The rules of corroboration meant that 2 pathologists had to attend every autopsy, stretching a service that was already past snapping point. "What brings you here?" the man asked. His name was Hugh Davidson, known to all by the nickname Shug. He was a detective inspector at the West End police station in Torpichen Place. "Apparently you do, Shug. Something to do with a shortage of high-flying officers." Davidson's face twitched in what might have been a smile. "And when did you get your pilot's license, John?" Rebus ignored this, choosing to focus on Davidson's companion instead. "Haven't seen you in a while, Ellen." Ellen Wiley was a detective sergeant. Davidson, her boss. She had a box file open on her lap. It looked brand new and contained only a few sheets of paper as yet. A case number was written at the top of the first page. Rebus knew that it would soon swell to bursting with reports, photographs, lists of staff rotas. It was the murder book, the Bible for the forthcoming investigation. "I heard you were out at Noxland yesterday," Wiley said, eyes fixed ahead of her as if watching a film which would stop making sense the moment her attention lapsed. "Having a nice long chat with a representative from the Fourth Estate." "And for the benefit of our English-speaking viewers?" "Steve Hawley," she stated, and in the context of this current inquiry the phrase English-speaking could be construed as racist. "That's because everything's racist or sexist these days, sweetheart." Rebus paused for a reaction, but she wasn't about to oblige. "Last I heard, we're not allowed to say accident black spot, or Indian summer, or manhole cover, Davidson added, leaning forward to make eye contact with Rebus, who shook his head at the madness of it all, before sitting back to take in the scene through the glass. "So how's Gayfield Square?" Wiley asked. "Moments away from having its name changed for being politically incorrect." This got a laugh from Davidson, loud enough to have the faces through the glass turning towards him. He held up a hand in apology, covering his mouth with the other one. Wiley scribbled something into the murder book. "Looks like detention for you, Shug," Rebus offered. "So, how are things shaping up? Got any idea who he is yet?" It was Wiley who answered. "Loose change in his pockets, not even so much as a set of house keys." "And nobody coming forward to claim him," Davidson added. "Door to door?" "John, this is Noxland we're talking about." Meaning no one was talking. It was a tribal thing, handed down from parent to child. Whatever happened, you didn't give the police anything. "And the media?" Davidson handed Rebus a folded tabloid. The killing hadn't made the front page. The byline on page 5 was Steve Hawley's. Asylum, death, riddle. As Rebus skimmed down the paragraphs, Wiley turned to him. "I wonder who it was that mentioned asylum seekers." "Not me," Rebus answered. "Hawley just makes this stuff up. Sources close to the investigation," he snorted. "Which one of you does he mean by that? Or maybe he means both." "You're not making any friends here, John." Rebus handed back the newspaper. "How many warm bodies have you got working the case?" "Not enough," Davidson conceded. "Yourself and Ellen?" "Plus Charlie Reynolds." "And yourself, apparently," Wiley added. "I'm not sure I like the odds." "There are some keen uniforms working door to door," Davidson said defensively. "No problem, then. Case solved." Rebus saw that the autopsy was reaching its conclusion. The corpse would be sewn back together by one of the assistants. Kurt motioned that he'd meet the detectives downstairs, then disappeared through a door to change out of his scrubs. The pathologists had no office of their own. Kurt was waiting in a gloomy corridor. There were sounds from inside the staff room, a kettle coming to the boil, a game of cards reaching some sort of climax. "The prof's done a runner," Rebus guessed. "He has a class in 10 minutes. "So what have you got for us, Doctor?" Ellen Wiley asked. If she'd ever possessed a gift for small talk, it had been annihilated some time ago. 12 separate wounds in total, almost certainly the work of the same blade, a kitchen knife perhaps, serrated edge, only a centimetre wide. Deepest penetration was 5 centimetres. He paused, as if to allow for any lewd jokes in the vicinity. Wiley cleared her throat in warning. "The one to the throat probably ended his life. Nicked the carotid artery. Blood in the lungs suggests he may have choked on the stuff." "Any defence wounds?" Davidson asked. Kurt nodded. "Palm, fingertips and wrists, whoever they were. He was fighting them off." "But do you think just the one attacker?" "Just the one knife," Kurt corrected Davidson. "Not quite the same thing." "Time of death?" Wiley asked. She was jotting down as much information as she could. "Deep body temperature was taken at the scene. He probably died half an hour before you were alerted." "Incidentally," Rebus asked, "just who did alert us?" "Anonymous call it 1350, Wiley replied. "Or 10 to 2 in old money." "Male caller?" Wiley shook her head. "Female, calling from a phone box." "And we've got the number?" More nodding. "Plus the conversation was recorded. We'll trace the caller given time." Kurt studied his watch, wanting to be on his way. "Anything else you can tell us, Doctor?" Davidson asked. "Victim seems to have been in general good health, slightly undernourished, but with good teeth. Either didn't grow up here or never succumbed to the Scottish diet. A specimen of the stomach contents, what there was of it, will go to the lab today. His last meal would seem to have been less than hearty, mostly rice and veg." "Any idea of his race?" "I'm not an expert. We appreciate that, but all the same, Middle Eastern, Mediterranean. Kurt's voice drifted off. Well, that narrows things down, Rebus said. No tattoos or distinguishing features? Wiley asked, still writing furiously. None. Kurt paused. This will all be typed up for you, DS Wiley. Just gives us something to work with in the interim, sir. Such dedication is rare these days. Kurt offered her a smile. It did not fit well on his gaunt face. You know where to find me if any other questions arise. Thank you, Doctor, Davidson said. Kurt turned towards Rebus. John, a quick word, if I may. His eyes met Davidson's. Personal rather than business, he explained. He steered Rebus by the elbow towards the far door, and through it into the mortuary's main holding area. There was no one around, at least no one with a pulse. A wall of metal drawers faced them. Opposite, it was the loading bay where the fleet of grey vans would drop off the unceasing roll call of the dead. The only sound was the background hum of refrigeration. Despite this, Kurt looked to left and right, as if fearing they might be overheard. About Siobhan's little request, he said. Yes. Perhaps you could let her know that I'm willing to accede. Kurt's face came close to Rebus's, but only on the understanding that Gates never finds out. Reckon he's got too much ammo on you as it is. A nerve twitched in Kurt's left eye. I'm sure he's already blurted out the story to anyone who'll listen. We were all taken in by those bones, Doc. It wasn't just you. But Kurt seemed lost. Look, just tell Siobhan it's being done on the quiet. I'm the only one she should talk to about it. Understood? It'll be our secret, Rebus assured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Kurt stared at the hand forlornly. Why is it you remind me of one of Job's comforters? I hear what you're saying, Doc. Kurt looked at him. But you don't understand a word. Am I right? Right as usual, Doc. Right as usual. Siobhan realised that she'd been staring at her computer screen for the past few minutes without really seeing what was written there. She got up and walked over to the table with a kettle on it, the one where Rebus should have been sitting. DCI McRae had been into the room a couple of times, on both occasions seeming almost satisfied that Rebus was nowhere to be seen. Derek Starr was in his own office, discussing a case with someone from the Procurator Fiscal's department. Want a coffee call? Siobhan asked. No thanks, Tibbet replied. He was stroking his throat, fingers lingering on what looked like a patch of razor burn. His eyes never left his computer screen, and his voice, when he'd spoken, had been otherworldly, as though he were barely connected to the here and now. Anything interesting? Not really. Trying to work out if there's any connection between recent shoplifting sprees. I reckon they might tie in with train times. How? He realised he'd said too much. If you wanted to be sure of grabbing all the glory, you had to keep information to yourself. It was the bane of Siobhan's working life. Cops were loath to share. Any cooperation was usually accompanied by mistrust. Tibbet was ignoring her question. She tapped the coffee spoon against her teeth. Let me guess, she said. A spree probably means one or more organised gangs. The fact that you're looking at train times suggests they're coming in from outside the city, so the spree can't start until the train arrives, and it'll stop as soon as they head back home? She nodded to herself. How am I doing? It's where they're coming from that's important, Tibbet said testily. Newcastle? Siobhan guessed. Tibbet's body language told her she'd scored a bull and won the match. The kettle boiled, and she filled her mug, taking it back to her desk. Newcastle, she repeated, sitting back down. At least I'm doing something constructive, not just surfing the web. Is that what you think I'm doing? It's what it looks like you're doing. Well, for your information, I'm working a missing person, assessing any sites that might help. I don't remember a Miss Pear coming in. Siobhan gave a silent curse. She'd fallen into her own trap, coaxed into saying too much. Well, I'm working it anyway, and can I just remind you that I'm the ranking officer here? You're telling me to mind my own business? That's right, DC Tibbet, I am, and don't worry, Newcastle's yours, and yours alone. I might need to talk to the CID down there, see what they've got in the local gangs. Siobhan nodded. Do whatever you need to do, Cole. Fair enough, Shiv, thanks. And never call me that again, or I'll rip your head off. Everyone else calls you Shiv, Tibbet protested. That's true, but you're going to break the pattern. You're going to call me Siobhan. Tibbet was quiet for a moment, and Siobhan thought he'd gone back to testing his timetable theory. But then he spoke again. You don't like being called Shiv, but you've never told anyone. Interesting. Siobhan wanted to ask him what he meant, but decided it would only prolong the conflict. She reckoned she knew anyway. As far as Tibbet was concerned, this fresh information gave him some power, a little incendiary he could tuck away for later. No use worrying about it until the time came. She concentrated on her screen, deciding on a fresh search. She'd been visiting sites maintained by groups who looked out for missing persons. Often these mispairs didn't want to be found by their immediate families, but wanted nevertheless for them to know they were fine. Messages could be exchanged with the groups as intermediaries. Siobhan had a text which she'd worked out over the course of 3 drafts, and had now sent to the various notice boards. Ishbel, Mum and Dad miss you, and so do the girls at the salon. Get in touch to let us know you're all right. We need you to know that we love you and miss you. Siobhan reckoned this would do. It was neither too impersonal nor too gushingly frantic. It didn't hint that someone from outside Ishbel's immediate circle was doing the seeking. And even if the Jardins had been lying and there had been friction at home, the mention of the girls at the salon might make Ishbel feel guilty about having cast off friends such as Susie. Siobhan had placed the photo next to her keyboard. Friends of yours? Tibbet had asked earlier, sounding interested. They were good-looking girls, fun at parties and in the pub. Life a bit of a laugh for them. Siobhan knew she could never hope to understand what might motivate them, but that wouldn't stop her trying. She sent more emails, to police divisions this time. She knew detectives in Dundee and Glasgow and flagged Ishbel up for them. Just the name and general description, along with a note saying she'd owe them big time if they were able to help. Almost immediately her mobile sounded. It was Liz Hetherington, her contact in Dundee, a detective sergeant with Tayside Police. Long time no hear, Hetherington said. What's so special about this one? I know the family, Siobhan said. There was no way she could keep her voice quiet enough for Tibbet not to hear, so she rose from her desk and went out into the hallway. The odour was out here too, as if the station was rotting from within. They live in a village in West Lothian. Well, I'll circulate the details. What makes you think she'd head this way? Call it an exercise in straw grasping. I promised her parents I'd do what I could. You don't think she could have gone on the game? What makes you say that? Girl leaves village, heads for the bright lights. You'd be surprised. She's a hairdresser. Plenty of vacancies for those, Hetherington conceded. It's almost as portable a career as street walking. It's funny, though, Siobhan said. There was some guy she'd been seeing. One of her friends said he looked like a pimp. There you are, then. Is she any friend she could be crashing with? I've not got that far yet. Well, if any of them live up this way, let me know, and I'll pay a visit. Thanks, Liz. And come and see us sometime, Siobhan. I'll show you Dundee's not the ghetto you Southerners think it is. One of these weekends, Liz. Promise? Promise. Siobhan ended the conversation. Yes, she'd go to Dundee. When it appealed more than a weekend slouched on the sofa, chocolate and old movies for company, breakfast in bed with a good book and Goldfrapp's first album on the hi-fi. Lunch out, And then maybe a film at the Dominion or the Film House, a bottle of cold white wine waiting for her at home. She found herself standing by her desk. Tibbet was looking up at her. "I've got to go out," she said. He glanced at his watch, as if about to make a note of her time of departure. "Any idea how long you'll be?" "Couple of hours, if that's all right with you, D.C. Tibbet." "Just in case anyone asks," he explained sniffily. "Right then," Siobhan said, picking up jacket and bag. "There's a copy there, if you want it." "Gee, thanks." She headed out without another word, walked downhill to her street, and unlocked her Peugeot. The cars in front and behind hadn't left much room. It took her half a dozen manoeuvres to squeeze out of this space. Though she was in a resident zone, she noticed that the car in front was an interloper and had already been given a parking ticket. She stopped the Peugeot and scribbled the words, "Police notified," on a page from her notebook. Then she got out and stuck it beneath the BMW's wiper blade. Feeling better, she got back into the Peugeot and drove off. Traffic was busy in town and there was no clever route to the M8. She tapped her fingers on the steering wheel, humming along to Jackie Levine, a birthday present from Rebus, who told her Levine came from the same part of the world as him. "And that's supposed to be a recommendation," she'd replied. She liked the album well enough, but couldn't concentrate on the lyrics. She was thinking of the skeletons in Flesh Market Close. It annoyed her that she couldn't work out an explanation for them. Annoyed her, too, that she'd placed her own coat so carefully over a fake. Bain Hall was halfway between Livingston and Whitburn, just to the north of the motorway. The slip road was past the village, the signpost bearing the legend, "Local Services," with drawings representing a petrol pump and a knife and fork. Siobhan doubted many travellers would bother to make a diversion, having had view of Bain Hall from their carriageway. The place looked bleak. Rows of houses dating back to the early 1900s, a boarded-up church, and a forlorn industrial estate, which showed no sign of having been a going concern at any point in its existence. The petrol station, now no longer in operation, weeds pushing up through the forecourt, was the first thing she passed after the "Welcome to Bain Hall" sign. This sign had been defaced to read, "We are the Bain." Locals, not just teenagers, called the place the Bain with no sense of irony. A sign further on had been altered from "Children Aware" to "Children Awar." She smiled at this, checking either side of the street for the hair salon. So few businesses were still active, this presented few problems. The shop was called just that, the salon. Siobhan decided to drive past it until she reached the far end of Main Street. Then she turned the car and retraced her route, this time turning into a side street which led to a housing scheme. She found the Jardins' house easily enough, but there was no one home. No signs of life in neighbouring windows. A few parked cars, a child's trike missing one of its back wheels. Plenty of satellite dishes attached to the harled walls. She saw homemade signs in some of the living room windows. Yes to Whitemire. Whitemire, she knew, was an old prison a couple of miles outside Bain Hall. 2 years ago it had been turned into an immigration centre. By now it was probably Bain Hall's biggest employer, and it was marked for further development. Back on Main Street, the village's only pub boasted the name The Bain. Siobhan hadn't passed any cafes, just a solitary chip shop. The weary traveller, hoping to use a knife and fork, would be forced to try the pub, though it gave no indication that food would be available. Siobhan parked curbside and crossed the road to the salon. Here, too, there was a pro-Whitemire sign in the window. 2 women sat drinking coffee and smoking cigarettes. There were no customers, and neither of the staff looked thrilled at the potential arrival of one. Siobhan brought out her ID and introduced herself. "I recognise you," the younger of the 2 said. "You're the cop from Tracy's funeral. You had your arm around Ishbel at the church. I asked her mum afterwards." You've got a good memory, Susie, Siobhan replied. No one had bothered to get up, and there was nowhere left for Siobhan to sit but one of the styling chairs. She stayed standing. Wouldn't mind a coffee, if there's one going, she said, trying to sound friendly. The older woman was slow to rise. Siobhan noticed that her fingernails had been decorated with elaborate swirls of colour. No milk left, the woman warned. I'll take it black. Sugar? No, thanks. The woman shuffled over to an alcove at the back of the shop. I'm Angie, by the way, she told Siobhan. Owner and stylist to the stars. Is it about Ishbel? Susie asked. Siobhan nodded, sitting down in the space that had been vacated on the cushioned bench. Susie immediately got up, as if in reaction to Siobhan's proximity, and stubbed out her cigarette in an ashtray, her last inhalation now issuing from her nostrils. She walked over to one of the other chairs and sat down in it, swinging it to and fro with her feet, checking her hair in the mirror. She hasn't been in touch, she stated. And you've no idea where she could have gone? A shrug. Her mum and dad are up to high door, that's all I know. What about this man you saw Ishbel with? Another shrug. She played with her fringe. Short guy, stocky. Hair? Can't remember. Maybe he was bald. I don't think so. Clothes? Leather jacket, sunglasses. Not from around here? A shake of the head. Driving a flash car, something fast. A BMW? Mercedes? I'm no good with cars. Was it big? Small? Did it have a roof? Medium. With a roof. But it could have been a convertible. Angie was returning with a mug. She handed it over and sat down in Susie's vacated space. Siobhan nodded her thanks. How old was he, Susie? Old. 40s or 50s. Angie gave a snort. Old to you, maybe. She was probably 50 herself, with hair that looked 20 years younger. When you asked her about him, what did she say? Just told me to shut up. Any idea how she could have met him? No. What sort of places does she go? Into Livingston, maybe Edinburgh or Glasgow sometimes, just pubs and clubs. Anybody apart from you she might go out with? Susie mentioned some names, which Siobhan jotted down. Susie's already talked to them, Angie warned. They won't be any help. Thanks anyway. Siobhan made a show of looking around the salon. Is it usually this quiet? We get a few customers first thing. Later in the week's busier. But Ishbel not being here isn't a problem. We're managing. Makes me wonder. Angie narrowed her eyes. What? Why you need 2 stylists. Angie glanced towards Susie. What else could I do? Siobhan felt she understood. Angie had taken pity on Ishbel after the suicide. Any reason you can think of why she'd leave home so suddenly? Maybe she got a better offer. Plenty of people ship out the bane and never look back. Her mystery man? It was Angie's turn to shrug. Good luck to her if that's what she wants. Siobhan turned to Susie. You told Ishbel's mum and dad he looked like a pimp. Did I? She seemed genuinely surprised. Well, maybe I did. The shades and the jacket. Like something out of a film. Her eyes widened. Taxi driver, she said. The pimp in that. What's his name? I saw that on the telly a couple of months back. And that's who this man looked like. No, but he was wearing a hat. That's why I couldn't remember his hair. What sort of hat? Susie's enthusiasm drained away. Dunno. Just a hat. Baseball cap? Beret? Susie shook her head. It had a rim. Siobhan looked to Angie for help. A fedora, Angie suggested. A Homburg. I don't even know what those are, Susie said. Something like a gangster in an old film would wear, Angie went on. Susie was thoughtful. Maybe, she conceded. Siobhan jotted down her mobile phone number. That's great, Susie, and if anything else comes back to you, maybe you could give me a call. Susie nodded. She was out of reach, so Siobhan handed the note to Angie. Same thing applies to you. Angie nodded and folded the note in two. The door rattled open and a stooped elderly woman came in.
Mrs. Prentice,
Angie called out in greeting.
a bit earlier than I told you, Angie dear. Can you fit me in?
Angie was already on her feet.
For you, Mrs. Prentice, I'm sure I can shuffle my diary.
Susie relinquished the chair so that Mrs. Prentice could sit in it once she'd divested herself of her coat. Siobhan got up too. One last thing, Susie, she said.
What?
Siobhan walked over to the alcove, Susie following her. Siobhan lowered her voice when she spoke. The Jardines tell me Donald Cruikshank's out of prison. Susie's face hardened. Have you seen him? Siobhan asked.
Once or twice. Piece of scum that he is.
Have you spoken to him?
As if I would. Council gave him a place of his own. Can you credit it? His mum and dad wouldn't have anything to do with him.
Did Ishbel mention him at all?
Just that she felt the same as me. You think that's what drove her out?
Do you?
He's the one we should be running out of town,
Susie hissed. Siobhan nodded her agreement. Well, she said, slinging her bag onto her shoulder, remember to give me a call if anything else comes to you.
Sure,
Susie said. She studied Siobhan's hair.
Can't do something with that for you, can I?
Involuntary, Siobhan's right hand went to her head. What's wrong with it?
I don't know. It's just makes you look older than you probably are.
Maybe that's the look I'm aiming for, Siobhan replied defensively, making her way to the door.
We permanent touch-up,
Angie was asking her client as Siobhan stepped outside. She stood for a moment, wondering what next. She'd meant to ask Susie about Ishbel's ex-boyfriend, the one she was still friends with, but she didn't want to go back in and decided it could wait. There was a newsagent's open. She thought about chocolate, but decided to look into the pub instead. It would give her something to tell Rebus, maybe even score her some points if it turned out to be one of the few bars in Scotland not to count him as a one-time customer. She pushed open the black wooden door and was confronted by pockmarked red linoleum and matching flock wallpaper. A design mag would call it kitsch and enthuse over its revival of 70s naff. But this was the real, unreconstructed thing. There were horse brasses on the walls and framed cartoons showing dogs urinating bloke-style against a wall. Horse racing on the TV and a haze of cigarette smoke between her and the bar. 3 men stared up from their dominoes game. One of them got up and walked behind the bar. "What can I get you, love?" "Lime juice and soda," she said, resting on a bar stool. There was a Glasgow Rangers scarf draped over the dartboard, a pool table alongside with ripped and patched bays, and nothing to justify the knife and fork on the motorway exit sign. 85 pence, the barman said, placing the drink in front of her. At this point, she knew she had only one gambit. Does Ishbel Jardine ever come in? And couldn't see what she'd gain from it. For one thing, the bar would be alerted to the fact that she was a cop. For another, she doubted these men would add anything to her some knowledge, even if they had known Ishbel. She raised the glass to her lips and knew there was too much cordial in it. The drink was sickly sweet and not gassy enough. "All right," the barman said. It was challenge more than query. "Fine," she replied. Satisfied, he came back out from behind the bar and resumed his game. There was a pot of small change on the table, 10 and 20 pence pieces. The men he was playing with looked like pensioners. They slapped each domino down with exaggerated force, tapped 3 times if they couldn't go. Already they'd lost interest in her. She looked around for a ladies' loo, spotted it to the left of the dartboard and headed inside. Now they'd think she'd only come in for a pee, the soft drink conscience money. The toilet was clean, though the mirror above the sink had gone, pen-written graffiti replacing it. Sean's a shag. The buns on Kenny O'Reilly. Sluts unite. Bane bunnies rule. Siobhan smiled and went into the only cubicle. The lock was broken. She sat down, ready to be entertained by more of the graffiti. Donny Cruikshank, dead man walking. Donny Pervo. Fry the fucker. Cook the crook. Claimed in blood, sisters. God bless Tracy Jardine. There was more, much more, by no means all of it in the same hand. Black marker pen, blue biro, gold felt tip. Siobhan decided that the 3 exclamation marks must be by the same person as above the sink. When she'd walked in, she'd thought herself a rare example of a female customer. Now she knew differently. She wondered if any of the sentiments came from Ishbel Jardine. A handwriting comparison would tell. She rummaged in her bag, but realised her digital camera was in the Peugeot's glove box. Well, she'd just go get it. To hell with what the domino players would think. Pulling open the door, she noticed that a new customer had arrived. He was leaning his elbows against the bar, head down low, hips wiggling. Her stool was right next to him. He heard the creak of the toilet door and turned towards her. She saw a shaved head, a jowly white face, 2 days' growth of beard. 3 lines on the right cheek, scar tissue. Donny Cruikshank. Last time she'd seen him had been in an Edinburgh courtroom. He wouldn't know her. She'd not given evidence, never had the chance to interview him. She was pleased to see him looking so dissipated. His scant time in jail had still been enough to rob him of some youth and vitality. She knew there was a pecking order in every prison, and that sex offenders were at the bottom of the tree. His mouth had opened in a slack grin, ignoring the pint which had just been placed in front of him. The barman stood, stony-faced, with hand held out for payment. It was clear to Siobhan that he wasn't keen on Cruikshank's presence in his pub. One of Cruikshank's eyes was bloodshot, as though he'd been punched, and it had failed to heal. "All right, darling," he called. She walked towards him. "Don't call me that," she said icily. "Oh, don't call me that." The attempted mimicry was grotesque. Only Cruikshank was laughing. "I like a doll with balls." "Keep talking, and you'll soon be missing yours." Cruikshank couldn't believe his ears. After a stunned moment, he tipped back his head and howled. "Did you ever hear the like, Malky?" "Pack it in, Donny," Malky the barman warned. "Or what? You'll red card me again?" He looked around. "Aye, I'd certainly miss this place." His eyes rested on Siobhan, taking in every inch of her. "Of course, things have picked up on the totty front just lately." Incarceration had eroded him physically, but given him something in return. A kind of bravado with attitude to spare. Siobhan knew that if she stayed, she'd end up lashing out. She knew she was capable of hurting him, but knew also that hurting him physically would not damage him in any other way, meaning he'd have won by making her weak. So instead she walked, trying to shut out his words to her retreating back. "There's on that, Malky? Come back, gorgeous. I've got a surprise package here for you." Outside, Siobhan headed to her car. Adrenaline had kicked in, her heartbeat racing. She sat behind the wheel and tried to control her breathing. "Bastard," she was thinking. "Bastard, bastard, bastard." She glanced at the glove box. She would have to come back another time to take the photos. Her mobile rang, and she fished it out. Rebus's number was on her screen. She took a deep breath, not wanting him to hear anything in her voice. "What's up, John?" she asked. "Siobhan, what's up with you?" "How do you mean?" "You sound like you've been jogging around Arthur's Seat." "Just dashed back to the car." She looked out at the pale blue sky. It's raining here. Raining? Where the hell are you? Bain Hall. And where's that when it's at home? West Lothian, just off the motorway before you get to Whitban. I know it. Pub called the Bain. Despite herself, she smiled. That's the place, she said. What takes you out there? It's a long story. What are you up to? Nothing that can't be shoved to one side if a long story's on offer. Are you heading back to town? Yes. Then you'll practically be passing Noxland. And that's where I'll find you. You can't miss me. We've got the wagon circled to keep the natives at bay. Siobhan saw that the door to the pub was opening from within, Donny Cruikshank throwing curses back into the place. A two-fingered salute, followed by a volley of saliva. Looked like Malky had had enough of him. Siobhan turned the ignition. I'll see you in 40 minutes or so. Bring ammunition, will you? 40 Benson's gold. I draw the line at cigarettes, John. The last request of a dying man, Shiv, Rebus pleaded. Watching the mix of anger and despair on Donny Cruikshank's face, Siobhan couldn't help breaking into a smile. Chapter 4. Rebus's circled wagons actually consisted of a single-roomed porter-cabin placed in the car park next to the nearest tower block. It was dark green on the outside, with a grille protecting the only window and a reinforced door. When he'd parked his car, the ubiquitous draggle of kids had asked for money to look after it. He pointed a finger at them. A sparrow so much as farts on my windscreen, you'll be licking it off. He stood in the doorway of the porter-cabin now, smoking a cigarette. Ellen Wiley was typing on a laptop. It had to be a laptop, so they could unplug it at day's end and take it with them. It was either that, or post a nighttime guard on the door. No way of hooking up a phone line, so they were using mobiles. DC Charlie Reynolds, known behind his back as Rat-Arse, was approaching from one of the high-rises. He was in his late 40s, almost as broad as he was tall. He'd played rugby at one time, including a stint at national level with the police team. As a result, his face was a mangle of botched repairs, rips and nicks. The haircut wouldn't have looked out of place on a street urchin circa the 1920s. Reynolds had a reputation as a wind-up merchant, but he wasn't smiling now. Bloody waste of time, he snarled. Nobody's talking, Rebus guessed. It's the ones that are talking. They're the problem. How so? Rebus decided to offer Reynolds a cigarette, which the big man accepted without thanks. Don't speak bloody English, do they? 57 bloody varieties up there. He gestured towards the tower block. And the smell! Christ knows what they're cooking, but I've not noticed many cats in the vicinity. Reynolds saw the look on Rebus's face. Don't get me wrong, John. I'm not a racist, but you do have to wonder. About what? The whole asylum thing. I mean, say you had to leave Scotland, right? You were being tortured or something. You'd make for the nearest safe country, right? 'Cause you wouldn't want to be too far from the old homeland. But this lot... He stared up at the tower block, then shook his head. You take my point, though, eh? I suppose I do, Charlie. Half of them can't even be asked to learn the language, just pick up their cash from the government, thank you very much. Reynolds concentrated on his cigarette. He smoked with some violence, teeth clamping the filter, mouth drawing hard. At least you can sod off back to Gayfield whenever you like. Some of us are stuck out here for the duration. Wait till I go and get my violin, Charlie, Rebus said. Another car was drawing up alongside. Shug Davidson. He'd been to a meeting to fix the budget for the inquiry and didn't look thrilled with the result. No interpreters, Rebus guessed. Oh, we can have all the interpreters we want, Davidson responded. Thing is, we can't pay them. Our esteemed Assistant Chief Constable says we should ask around, maybe see if the council could provide one or two free of charge. Along with everything else, Reynolds muttered. What's that? Davidson snapped. Nothing. Shrug, nothing. Reynolds stamped on the remains of his cigarette as if rucking for a ball. Charlie reckons the locals rely a touch too much on handouts, Rebus explained. I didn't say that. I can mind read sometimes. Runs in the family, passed down from father to son. My grandad probably gave it to my dad. Rebus stubbed out his own cigarette. He was Polish, by the way, my grandad. We're a bastard nation, Charlie. Get used to it. Rebus walked over to greet another arrival, Siobhan Clark. She spent a few moments studying her surroundings. Concrete was such an attractive option in the 60s, she commented. And as for the murals... Rebus had ceased to notice them. Wogs out. Packies are shit. White power. Some wag had tried sneaking a D into power to make powder. Rebus wondered how strong a hold the drug dealers had around here. Maybe another reason for the general disaffection. Immigrants probably couldn't afford drugs, even supposing they wanted them. Scotland for the Scots. A venerable piece of graffiti had been altered from junkie scum to black scum. This looks cosy, Siobhan said. Thanks for inviting me. Did you bring your invitation? She held out the packs of cigarettes. Rebus kissed them and slipped them into his pocket. Davidson and Reynolds had disappeared inside the cabin. You going to tell me that story? He asked. You going to give me the tour? Rebus shrugged. Why not? They started walking. There were 4 main tower blocks in Noxland, each one 8 stories high, and sited as if at the corners of a square, looking down onto the central devastated play area. There were open walkways on each level, and every flat had a balcony with a view of the dual carriageway. Plenty of satellite dishes, Siobhan observed. Rebus nodded. He'd wondered about these dishes, about the versions of the world they transmitted into each living room and life. Daytimes, the ads would be for accident compensation. At night, they'd be for alcohol. A generation growing up in the belief that life could be controlled by a TV remote. There were kids circling them now on their bikes. Others were congregating against a wall, sharing a cigarette and something in a lemonade bottle that didn't look like lemonade. They wore baseball caps and trainers, a fashion beamed down to them from another culture. "He's too old for you," one voice barked out, followed by laughter and the usual pig-like grunting. "I'm young, but I'm hung, you whore," the same voice called. They kept walking. One uniform was stationed either end of the murder scene, showing ebbing patience as locals queried why they couldn't use the passageway. "Just 'cause some chinky got topped, man." "Wasn't a chinky. Towel he'd I heard." The voice is rising. "Hey, man, how come they get past you and we dinna? Pure discrimination, by the way." Rebus had led Siobhan behind the uniform. Not that there was much to see. The ground was still stained, the place still had about it the faint whiff of urine. Scrawls covering every inch of wall space. "Whoever he was, somebody misses him," Rebus said quietly, noting a small bundle of flowers marking the spot. Except that they weren't really flowers, just some strands of wild grass and a few dandelions, picked from waste ground. "Trying to tell us something?" Siobhan guessed. Rebus shrugged. "Maybe they just couldn't afford flowers. I didn't know how to go about buying any." "Are there really that many immigrants in Noxland?" Rebus shook his head. "Probably not more than 60 or 70. Which would be 60 or 70 more than a few years ago. "I hope you're not turning into Rat-Arse Reynolds." "Just thinking from the locals' point of view. People don't like incomers, immigrants, travellers, anyone the least bit different. Even an English accent like mine can get you into trouble." "That's different. Plenty of good historical reasons for the Scots to hate the English." "And vice versa, obviously." They had passed out to the far end of the passage. Here there was a gathering of lower-rise blocks, 4 stories high, along with a few rows of terraced houses. The houses were built for pensioners, Rebus explained. Something to do with keeping them within the community. Nice dream, as Tom York would say. That was Noxland, all right. A nice dream. Plenty more like it elsewhere in the city. Their architects would have been so proud of the scale drawings and cardboard models. Nobody ever set out to design a ghetto, after all. Why Noxland? Siobhan asked eventually. Not named after Knox the Calvinist, surely. I wouldn't think so. Knox wanted Scotland to be a New Jerusalem. I doubt Noxland qualifies. All I know about him is that he didn't want statues in any of his churches, and he wasn't keen on women. He also didn't want people having fun. There were ducking stools and witch trials waiting for the guilty. Rebus paused. So he did have his good points. Rebus didn't know where they were walking to. Siobhan seemed all twitching energy, something needing to be grounded somehow. She turned back and was walking towards one of the higher tower blocks. "Shall we?" she said, making to pull open the door, but it was locked. "A recent addition," Rebus explained. "Security cameras beside the lifts too, trying to keep out the barbarians." Cameras? Siobhan watched Rebus punch a 4-figure code into the door's keypad. He was shaking his head at her question. "Turns out they're never switched on. Council couldn't afford a security man to keep charge of them." He pulled the door open. There were 2 lifts in the lobby. Both were working, so maybe the keypad was doing its job. "Top floor," Siobhan said as they entered the left-hand lift. Rebus hit the button and the doors shuddered together. "Now, about that story," Rebus said. So she told him. It didn't take long. By the time she finished, they were on one of the walkways leaning against its low wall. The wind was whistling and gusting around them. There were views to the north and east, glimpses of Corstorphine Hill and Craiglockhart. "Look at all this space," she said. "Why didn't they just build houses for everybody?" "What, and ruin the sense of community?" Rebus twisted his body towards her so she would know he was giving her his full attention. He didn't even have a cigarette in his hand. "You want to bring Cruikshank in for questioning?" he asked. "I could hold him down while you give him a good kicking." "Old-fashioned policing, eh?" "I've always found the notion refreshing." "Well, it won't be necessary. I've already given him a doing. In here." She tapped her skull. "But thanks for the thought." Rebus shrugged, turning to stare out at the scenery. "You know she'll turn up if she wants to." "I know. She doesn't qualify as a Miss Pair." "And you've never done a favour for a friend?" "You've got a point," Rebus conceded. "Just don't expect a result." "Don't worry." She pointed to the tower block diagonal to the one they were standing in. "Notice anything?" "Nothing I wouldn't see torched for the price of a pint." "Hardly any graffiti. I mean compared to the other blocks." Rebus looked down towards ground level. It was true. The harled walls of this one block were cleaner than the others. "That Stevenson house. Maybe someone in the council has fond memories of Treasure Island. Next time one of us picks up a parking ticket, they'll have the deposit on another batch of emulsion." The lift doors behind them slid open, and 2 uniforms emerged, unenthusiastic and carrying clipboards. "At least this is the last floor," one of them grumbled. He noticed Rebus and Siobhan. "Do you live here?" he asked, readying to add them to his clipboard tally. Rebus caught Siobhan's eye. "We must look more desperate than I thought." Then, to the uniform, "We're CID, son." The other uniform snorted at his partner's mistake. He was already knocking on the first door. Rebus could hear rising voices heading down the hallway towards it. The door flew open from within. The man was already furious. His wife stood behind him, fists bunched. Recognizing police officers, the man rolled his eyes. "Last bastard thing I need!" "Sir, if you'll just calm down." Rebus could have told the young constable that this was not the way you dealt with nitroglycerine. You didn't tell it what it was. "Come! Easy for you to say, you tube. It's that bastard that got himself killed, am I right? People could be screaming blue murder out here, cars burning, junkies staggering all over the place. Only time we plank eyes on you lots when one of them starts wailing, call that fair.
They deserve what's coming to them, his wife spat. She was dressed in grey jogging pants and matching hooded top. Not that she looked the sporty type. Like the officers in front of her, she was wearing a kind of uniform. Can I just remind you that someone's been murdered? Blood had risen to the constable's cheeks. They'd riled him, and now they'd know it. Rebus decided to step in. Detective Inspector Rebus, he said, showing his ID. We've got a job to do here. Simple as that, and we'd appreciate your cooperation. And what do we get out of it?
The woman had drawn level with her husband, the pair of them more than filling the doorway. It was as if their own argument had never happened. They were a team now, shoulder to shoulder against the world. A sense of civic responsibility, Rebus answered, doing your bit for the estate. Or maybe you're not worried by the idea that there's a murderer running around a place like he owns it.
Whoever he is, he's not after us, is he?
He can do as many of them as he likes. Scare them off, her husband agreed. I can't believe I'm hearing this, Siobhan muttered. Maybe she hadn't meant them to hear, but they noticed her anyway.
And who the fuck are you?
The man said. She's my fucking colleague, Rebus retorted. Now, look at me. He seemed suddenly larger, and the pair did look at him. We do this the easy way or the hard. You choose. The man was sizing Rebus up. Eventually, his shoulders untensed a little. We don't know nothing, he said. Satisfied? But you're not sorry an innocent man is dead? The woman snorted.
Way he carried on, it's a wonder it didn't happen sooner.
Her voice trailed away as her husband's glare hit home. Stupid bitch, he said quietly. Now we're going to be here all night. Again, he looked at Rebus. Your choice, Rebus said. Either in your living room or down the station. Husband and wife decided as one. Living room, they said. Eventually the place grew crowded. The constables had been dismissed, but told to continue the door-to-doors and keep their mouths shut about what had happened. Which probably means the whole station will know before we get back, Shug Davidson had conceded. He'd taken over the questioning, Wiley and Reynolds playing supporting roles. Rebus had taken Davidson to one side. Make sure Rat Arse gets to talk to them. Davidson's eyes had sought an explanation. Let's just say they might open up to him. I think they share certain social and political opinions. Rat Arse makes it less us and them. Davidson had nodded, and so far it had worked. Almost everything the pair said, Reynolds nodded his understanding. It's a culture conflict sort of thing, he would agree, or, I think we all see your point. The room was claustrophobic. Rebus doubted the windows had ever been opened. They were double-glazed, but condensation had gathered between the panes, leaving trails like tear stains. There was an electric fire on. The bulbs controlling its cool effect had long since blown, making the room seem even gloomier. 3 pieces of furniture filled the place. A huge brown sofa flanked by vast brown armchairs. These last were where husband and wife made themselves comfortable. There had been no offer of tea or coffee, and when Siobhan had mimed drinking from a cup, Rebus had shaken his head, no knowing what sort of health risks they'd be taking. For most of the interview, he had stood his ground by the wall cabinet, studying the contents of its shelves. Videotapes, romantic comedies for the lady, body, stand-up and football for the gentleman. Some of them were pirate copies, the sleeves not even trying to convince. There were a few paperback books, too,
actors' biographies, and a volume about slimming, which claimed to have changed 5 million lives. 5 million. The population of Scotland, give or take. Rebus saw no sign that it had changed any lives in this room. What it boiled down to was, the victim had lived next door. No, they'd never spoken to him except to tell him to shut up. Why? Because he'd yelled the place down some nights. All hours. He'd be stomping around. No friends or family that they knew of. Never had visitors that they heard or saw. Mind you, he could have had a clog dancing team in there, noise he made. Noisy neighbours can be hell, Reynolds agreed without a hint of irony. There wasn't much more. The flat had been vacant before he arrived, and they weren't sure exactly when that had been. Maybe 5-6 months back. No, they didn't know his name or whether he worked. But it's odds on he didn't. Scavengers, the lot of them. At which point Rebus had stepped outside for a cigarette. It was either that or he'd have had to ask, "And what exactly do you do? What do you add to the sum of human endeavour?" Staring out across the estate, he thought, I haven't seen any of these people, the people everyone's so angry at. He guessed they were hiding behind doors, hiding from the hate as they tried to make their own community. If they succeeded, the hate would be multiplied. But that might not matter, because if they succeeded, maybe they'd be able to move on from Noxland altogether, and then the locals could be happy again behind their barricades and blinkers. "It's times like this I wish I smoked," Siobhan said, joining him. "Never too late to start." He reached into his pocket as if for the pack, but she shook her head. "A drink would be nice, though." "The one you didn't get last night?" She nodded. "But at home, in the bath, maybe with some candles." "You think you can soak away people like that?" Rebus gestured towards the flat. "Don't worry, I know I can't." "All part of life's rich tapestry, Shiv." "Isn't that good to know?" The lift doors opened. More uniforms, but different. Stab-proof jackets and crash helmets. 4 of them trained to be mean. Drafted in from serious crimes. These were the drug squad, and they carried the tool of their trade. The key. Basically a length of iron pipe which acted as a battering ram. Its job was to get them into dealers' reinforced homes as fast as possible before evidence could be flushed away. "A good kick would probably do the trick," Rebus told them. The leader stared at him, unblinking. "Which door?" Rebus pointed to it. The man turned to his crew and nodded. They moved in, positioned the cylinder, and swung it. Wood splintered, and the door opened. "I've just remembered something," Siobhan said. "The victim didn't have any keys on him." Rebus checked the splintered door jamb, then turned the handle. "Not locked," he said, confirming her theory. The noise had brought people out onto the landing, not just neighbours, but Davidson and Wiley. "We'll have a look-see," Rebus offered. Davidson nodded. "Hang on," Wiley said. "Shiv's not even part of this." "That's the team spirit we've been looking for in you, Ellen," Rebus shot back. Davidson twitched his head, letting Wiley know he wanted her back at the interview. They disappeared inside. Rebus turned to the team leader, who was just emerging from the victim's flat. It was dark in there, but the team carried torches. "All clear," the leader said. Rebus reached into the hall and tried the light switch. Nothing. "Mind if I borrow a torch?" He could see that the leader minded very much. "I'll bring it back, promise." He held out a hand. "Alan, give him your torch," the leader snapped. "Yes, sir." The torch was handed over. "Tomorrow morning," the leader instructed. "I'll hand it in first thing," Rebus assured him. The leader glowered, then signalled to his men that their job was done. They marched back towards the lifts. As soon as the doors had closed behind them, Siobhan let out a snort. "Are they for real?" Rebus tried the torch, found it satisfactory.
Don't forget the crap they have to deal with. Houses full of weapons and syringes. Who would you rather stormed in first?
I take it back, she apologised. They went inside. The place was not only dark, it was cold. In the living room they found old newspapers, which looked as if they'd been rescued from dustbins, plus empty tins of food and milk cartons. No furniture. The kitchen was squalid but tidy. Siobhan pointed up high on one wall. A coin meter. She produced a coin from her pocket, slotted it home, and turned the dial. The lights came on.
Better,
Rebus said, placing the torch in the worktop.
Not that there's much to see.
I don't think he did much cooking. Siobhan pulled open the cupboards, revealing a few plates and bowls, packets of rice and seasoning, 2 chipped teacups, and a tea caddy half filled with loose-leaf tea. A bag of sugar sat in the worktop next to the sink, a spoon sticking out of it. Rebus peered into the sink, saw carrot shavings, rice and veg, the deceased's final meal. In the bathroom it looked as if some rudimentary attempt at clothes-washing had taken place. Shirts and underpants were draped over the edge of the bathtub next to a bar of soap. A toothbrush sat by the sink, but no toothpaste. This left only the bedroom. Rebus switched on the light. Again there was no furniture. A sleeping bag lay unfurled on the floor. As with the living room, there was dun-coloured carpeting, which seemed unwilling to part company with the soles of Rebus's shoes as he approached the sleeping bag. There were no curtains, but the window was overlooked only by another tower block 70 or 80 feet away.
Not much here that would explain the noise he made,
Rebus said. I'm not so sure. If I had to live here, I think I'd probably end up having a screaming fit too.
Good point.
In place of a chest of drawers, the man had used a polythene bin liner. Rebus upended it and saw ragged clothes, neatly folded.
Stuff must have come from a jumble sale,
he said. Or a charity. Plenty of those working with asylum seekers.
You reckon that's what he was?
Well, let's just say he doesn't look exactly settled here. I'd say he arrived with a bare minimum of personal effects. Rebus picked up the sleeping bag and gave it a shake. It was the old-fashioned sort, wide and thin. Half a dozen photographs tumbled from it. Rebus picked them up. Snapshots, softened at their edges by regular handling. A woman and 2 young children. Wife and kids, Siobhan guessed.
Where do you think they were taken?
Not Scotland. No, because of the background. The plaster-white walls of an apartment, window looking out across the roofs of a city. Rebus got the sense of a hot country. Cloudless, deep blue sky. The kids looked bemused. One had his fingers in his mouth. The woman and her daughter were smiling, arms around one another. Someone might recognise them, I suppose, Siobhan offered.
They might not have to,
Rebus stated.
This is a council flat, remember?
Meaning the council will know who he was? Rebus nodded.
First thing we need to do is fingerprint this place, make sure we're not jumping to conclusions. Then it'll be down to the council to give us a name.
And does any of that get us nearer to finding the killer? Rebus shrugged.
Whoever did it, they went home covered in blood. No way they walked through Noxland without being noticed.
He paused.
Which doesn't mean anyone's going to come forward.
He might be a murderer.
But he's their murderer,
Siobhan guessed.
Either that or they could just be scared of him. Plenty of hard cases in Noxland.
So we're no further forward. Rebus held up one of the photos.
What do you see?
He asked. A family? Rebus shook his head.
You see a widow and 2 kids who'll never see their dad again. They're the ones we should be thinking of, not ourselves.
Siobhan nodded her agreement.
I suppose we could always go public with the photos. I was thinking the same thing. I even think I know the man for the job.
Steve Hawley.
The paper he writes for might be a rag, but plenty of people read it.
He looked around.
Seen enough?
Siobhan nodded again.
And let's go tell Shug Davidson what we've found.
Davidson got on the phone to the fingerprints team, and Rebus persuaded him to let him keep one of the photos to be passed on to the media.
Can't do any harm,
was Davidson's unenthusiastic reaction. He was lifted, however, by the realisation that council housing would have a name on the tenancy agreement.
And, by the way,
Rebus said,
however much is in the budget, it just dropped by £1.
He gestured toward Siobhan.
Had to put money in the meter.
Davidson smiled, reached into his pocket and produced a couple of coins. There you go, Shiv. Get yourself a drink with the change.
What about me? Rebus complained. Is this sex discrimination or what?
You, John, are about to hand an exclusive to Steve Hawley. If he doesn't buy you a few beers on the back of that, he should be run out of the profession.
This ends Disc 2. Flesh Market Close, Disc 3.
As Rebus drove out of the estate, he suddenly remembered something. He called Siobhan on her mobile. She too was heading into town.
I'll probably be seeing Hawley at the pub, he said, if you fancy tagging along.
Tempting as that offer sounds, I have to be elsewhere, but thanks for asking.
It wasn't why I called. You don't fancy nipping back to the victim's flat?
No. She was silent for a moment, then it dawned on her. You promised you'd take that torch back.
Instead of which, it's lying in the worktop in the kitchen.
Phone Davidson or Wiley. Rebus wrinkled his nose.
Ach, it can wait. I mean, what's going to happen to it, lying out in the open in an empty flat with a broken-down door? I'm sure they're all honest, God-fearing souls.
You're really hoping it'll go walkies, aren't you? He could almost hear her grinning, just to see what they'd do about it.
What do you reckon? Don Raid, streaming down the hall looking for something they can replace it with?
There's an evil streak in you, John Rebus.
Of course there is. No reason for me to be different from anyone else.
He ended the call, drove to the Oxford bar, where he slowly sank a single pint of Duchers, using it to wash down the last corned beef and beetroot roll on the shelf. Harry the barman asked him if he knew anything about the satanic ritual.
What satanic ritual?
The one in Flesh Market Close. Some kind of coven.
Christ, Harry, do you believe every story you get told in here?
Harry tried not to look disappointed.
But the baby skeleton. Fake. Planted there.
Why would anybody do that? Rebus sought out an answer.
Maybe you're right, Harry. Could have been the barman, selling his soul to the devil.
The corner of Harry's mouth twitched. Reckon mine would be worth doing a deal on.
Not a snowball's chance in hell,
Rebus said, lifting the pint to his mouth. He was thinking of Siobhan's I have to be elsewhere. Probably meant she was planning to pin down Dr. Curt. Rebus took out his phone, checking that there was enough of a signal for him to make a call. He had the reporter's number in his wallet. Hawley picked up straight away.
"Dear Rebus, an unexpected pleasure,"
meaning he had caller ID and was in company, letting whoever he was with know the sort of person who might call him out of the blue, wanting them to be impressed.
"Sorry to interrupt you when you're in a meeting with your editor,"
Rebus said. The phone was silent for a few moments, and Rebus allowed himself a nice big smile. Hawley seemed to be apologising, stepping out of whatever room he was in. His voice became a hushed hiss.
"Am I being watched? Is that it?" "Oh, aye, Steve. You're right up there with those Watergate reporters."
Rebus paused.
"I just took a guess, that's all."
"Yeah?" Hawley sounded far from convinced.
"Look, I've got something for you, but it can wait till you've had that paranoia scene too."
"Oh, hang on. What is it?"
"The Noxland victim.
We found a photo belonging to him. Looks like he had a wife and kids. And you're giving it to the press? At the moment, you're the only one it's been offered to. If you want it, it's yours to print just as soon as forensics confirm it belonged to the victim. Why me? You want the truth. Because an exclusive means more coverage, a bigger splash. Front page, hopefully. No promises, Holly was quick to say. And how long afterwards does everyone else get it? 24 hours. The reporter seemed to mull this over. Again, I have to ask, why me? It's not you, Rebus wanted to say. It's your paper, or more precisely, your paper's circulation figure. That's who's getting the photo, the story. Instead, he kept silent and heard Holly exhale noisily. OK, fine. I'm in Glasgow. Can you bike it over to me? I'll leave it behind the bar in the Ox. You can come and fetch it. By the way, there'll also be a tab for you to pay. Naturally. Bye then. Rebus flipped his phone closed and busied himself lighting a cigarette. Of course Holly would take the photo, because if he turned it down, and the competition didn't, he'd have to answer to his boss. Another? Harry was asking. Well, the man already had the gleaming glass in his hand, ready to commence filling it. How could Rebus refuse without causing offence? Chapter 5. From a cursory examination of the female's skeleton, I'd say it's quite old. Cursory? Dr. Kurt fidgeted in his chair. They were seated in his office in the university's medical faculty, tucked away in a courtyard behind the McEwen Hall. Every now and then, usually when they were in a bar together, Rebus would remind Siobhan that many of Edinburgh's grand buildings, the Usher Hall and McEwen Hall predominantly, had been built by brewing dynasties, and that this would not have been possible without drinkers like him. Cursory, she repeated into the silence. Kurt made show of straightening some of the pens on his desk. Well, it wasn't as if I could ask for help. It's a teaching skeleton of some kind, Siobhan. But it is real. Very much so. In less squeamish times than our own, medical teaching had to depend on such things. You don't any more? He shook his head. New technologies have replaced many of the old ways. He sounded almost wistful. So that skull's not real, then? She meant the skull on the shelf behind him, resting on green felt in a wood and glass box. Oh, it's authentic enough. Once belonged to the anatomist Dr. Robert Knox. The one who was in cahoots with the body snatchers? Kurt winced. He did not aid them. They destroyed him. OK, so real skeletons were used as teaching aids. Siobhan saw that Kurt's mind was now preoccupied with his predecessor. How long ago did that practice end? Probably 5 or 10 years back, but we held on to some of the specimens for a while longer. And is a mystery woman one of your specimens? Kurt's mouth opened, but nothing came out. A simple yes or no will do, Siobhan pressed. I can offer neither. I simply can't be sure. Well, how were they disposed of? Look, Siobhan, what is it that's bothering you, Doctor? He stared at her and seemed to come to a decision. He rested his arms on the desk in front of him, hands clasped. 4 years ago, you probably won't remember, some body parts were found in the city. Body parts? A hand here, a foot there. When tested, it turned out they'd been preserved in formaldehyde. Siobhan nodded slowly. I remember hearing about it. Turned out they'd been taken from one of the labs as a practical joke. Not that anyone was caught, but we got a lot of unnecessary press attention, as well as various firm rebukes from everyone from the Vice-Chancellor down. I don't see the connection. Kurt held up a hand. 2 years passed, and then an exhibit went missing from the hallway outside Professor Gates's office. A female skeleton? It was Kurt's turn to nod. I'm sorry to say we hushed it up. It was at a time when we were disposing of a lot of old teaching aids. He glanced up at her before returning his gaze to his arrangement of pens. At that time, I think we may have thrown out some plastic skeletons, including one of an infant. Yes. You told me no exhibits had gone missing. He offered only a shrug. You lied to me, Doctor. Mea culpa, Siobhan. She thought for a moment, rubbed the bridge of her nose. I'm still not sure I'm getting this. Why was the female skeleton kept as an exhibit? Kurt fidgeted again. Because one of Professor Gates's predecessors decided on it. Her name was Mag Lennox. You've heard of her? Siobhan shook her head. Mag Lennox was reputed to be a witch. This was 250 years ago. She was killed by the citizens who didn't want her buried afterwards. Something about being fearful she'd climb out of the coffin. Her body was allowed to rot, and those who had an interest were free to study the remains, looking for signs of the devil, I suppose. Alexander Monroe eventually came to own the skeleton and bequeathed it to the medical school. And then someone stole it, and you kept it quiet. Kurt shrugged and angled his head back, looking towards the ceiling. Any idea who did it? She asked. Oh, we had ideas. Medical students are renowned for their black humour. The story was, it graced the living room of a shared flat. We arranged for someone to investigate. He looked at her. Investigate. Privately, you understand. A private eye? Dear me, Doctor. She shook her head, disappointed at his choice of action. No such item was found. Of course, they could simply have disposed of it. By burying it in Flesh Market Close? Kurt shrugged. Such a reticent man, a scrupulous man, Siobhan could see that this conversation was causing him almost physical pain. What were the names? 2 young men, almost inseparable. Alfred McAteer and Alexis Cater. I think they modelled themselves on the characters from the TV show MASH. Do you know it? Siobhan nodded. Are they still students here? Based out at the infirmary these days, God help us all. Alexis Cater. Any relation? His son, apparently. Siobhan's lips formed an O. Gordon Cater was one of the few Scottish actors of his generation to have made it in Hollywood. Character parts mostly, but in profitable blockbusters. There was talk that at one time he'd been first choice to play James Bond after Roger Moore, only to be beaten by Timothy Dalton. A hellraiser in his day, and an actor most women would have watched, however bad the film. I take it you're a fan, Kurt muttered. We tried to keep it quiet that Alexis was studying here. He's the son from Gordon's second or third marriage. And you think he stole Mag Lennox? He was among the suspects. You see why we didn't make the investigation official? You mean other than the fact that it had made you and the prof look irresponsible all over again? Siobhan smiled at Kurt's discomfort. As if irritated by them, Kurt suddenly snatched up the pens and threw them into a drawer. Is that you channeling your aggression, Doctor? Kurt stared at her bleakly and sighed. There's just one more potential fly in the ointment. Some sort of local historian. Apparently she's been onto the papers saying she thinks there's a supernatural explanation for the Flesh Market Close skeletons. Supernatural? During excavations at the Palace of Holyrood a while back, some skeletons were unearthed. There were theories they'd been sacrificed. Who by? Mary Queen of Scots? However that may be, this historian is trying to link them to Flesh Market Close. It may be pertinent that she has worked in the past for one of the High Street's ghost tours. Siobhan had been on one of these. Several companies operated walking tours of the Royal Mile and its alleyways, mixing gory storytelling with lighter moments and special effects, which would not have disgraced a fairground ghost train. So she has an ulterior motive. I can only speculate. Kurt checked his watch. The evening paper may have printed some of her tripe. You've had dealings with her before. She wanted to know what had happened to Mag Lennox. We told her it was none of her concern. She tried to get the newspapers interested. Kurt waved a hand in front of him, brushing away the memory. What's her name? Judith Lennox. And yes, she does claim to be a descendant. Siobhan wrote the name down, below those of Alfred McAteer and Alexis Cater. After a moment, she added a further name, Mag Lennox, and connected it to Judith Lennox with an arrow. Is my ordeal drawing to its conclusion? Kurt drawled. I think so, Siobhan said. She tapped her teeth with the pen. So, what are you going to do with Mag's skeleton? The pathologist shrugged. She seems to have come home again, doesn't she? Maybe we'll put her back in her case. Have you told the Prof yet? I sent him an email this afternoon. An email? He's 20 yards down the hall. Nevertheless, that's what I did. Kurt started to rise to his feet. You're scared of him, aren't you? Siobhan teased. Kurt did not grace this remark with a reply. He held the door open for her, head bowed slightly. Maybe it was old-fashioned manners, Siobhan thought. More likely, he just didn't want to meet her eyes. Her route home took her down George IV Bridge. She turned right at the lights, deciding on a brief detour down the High Street. There were sandwich boards outside St Giles Cathedral, advertising that evening's ghost tours. They wouldn't start for a couple of hours yet, but tourists were already perusing them. Further down, outside the old Tron Kirk, more sandwich boards, more enticements to experience Edinburgh's haunted past. Siobhan was more concerned with its haunted present. She glanced down Flesh Market Close. No sign of life. But wouldn't the tour guides love to be able to add it to their itineraries? On Broughton Street she stopped curbside and went into a local shop, emerging with a bag of groceries and the final printing of the evening paper. Her flat was nearby. No parking spaces left in the resident zone, but she left her Peugeot on a yellow line, confident that she'd move it before the enforcers started their morning shift. Her flat was in a shared 4-story tenement. She was lucky with her neighbours. No all-night parties or aspiring rock drummers. She knew a few of their faces, but none of their names. Edinburgh didn't expect you to have anything more than a passing acquaintance with your neighbours, unless there was some shared problem to be worked out, like a leaky roof or cracked guttering. She thought of Noxland with its paper-thin dividing walls, letting everyone hear everyone else. Someone in the tenement kept cats. This was her only complaint. She could smell them on the stairwell. But once inside her flat, the world outside melted away. She put the tub of ice cream in the freezer, the milk in the fridge, unwrapped the ready meal and popped it in the microwave. It was low-fat, which would atone for the later possibility of a nudge to gorge on chocolate mint chip. There was a bottle of wine on the draining board, recorked with a couple of glasses missing. She poured some out, tasted it, decided it wasn't going to poison her. She sat down with the paper, waiting for her dinner to heat up. She almost never cooked anything from scratch, not when she was eating alone. Sitting at the table, she was aware that the few pounds she had gained recently were telling her to loosen her trousers. Her blouse, too, was tight under the arms. She got up from the table and returned a couple of minutes later in slippers and dressing gown. The food was done, so she took it through to the living room on a tray with her glass and the paper. Judith Lennox had made it to the inside pages. There was a photo of her at the entrance to Flesh Market Close, probably taken that afternoon. Head and shoulders showing a voluminous dark curly hair and a bright scarf. Siobhan didn't know what look she'd been trying for, but her lips and eyes said only one thing: smug. Loving the camera's attention and ready to strike any pose asked of her. Alongside was another posed shot, this time of Ray Mangold, arms folded proprietorially as he stood outside the Warlock. There was a smaller photo of the archaeological site in the grounds of Holyrood, where the other skeletons had been uncovered. Someone from historic Scotland had been interviewed and threw scorn on Lennox's suggestion that there was anything ritualistic about those deaths, or about the manner in which the bodies had been laid out. But this was in the story's final paragraph, most prominence being given to Lennox's claim that whether the flesh market skeletons were real or not, it was possible that they had been placed in the same positions as those in Holyrood, and that someone had been mimicking those earlier burials. Siobhan snorted and went on eating. She flicked through the rest of the paper, spending most time on the TV page. It became clear to her that there were no programmes to keep her occupied until bed, meaning music and a book instead. She checked her telephone for non-existent messages, started recharging her mobile, and brought book and duvet through from the bedroom. John Martin on the CD player. Rebus had loaned her the album. She wondered how he would be spending his evening. In the pub with Steve Hawley, maybe. Either that, or in the pub by himself. Well, she'd have a quiet night in, and be the better for it in the morning. She decided she would read 2 chapters before laying a salt to the ice cream. When she woke up, her phone was ringing. She stumbled from the sofa and picked it up. Hello? Didn't wake you, did I? It was Rebus. What time is it? She tried to focus on her watch. 11:30. Sorry if you were in bed. I wasn't. So where's the fire? Not a fire exactly. More a bit of smouldering. A couple whose daughters walked out. What about them? They've been asking for you. She rubbed a hand over her face. I'm not sure I understand. They were picked up in Leith. Arrested, you mean? Hassling some of the street girls. The mother was hysterical, taken to Leith cop shop to make sure she was all right. And how do you know all this? Leith phoned here looking for you. Siobhan frowned. You're still at Gayfield Square? It's nice when it's quiet. I can have any desk I want. You've got to go home sometime. Actually, I was just on my way when the call came. He chuckled. Know what Tibbet's up to? Nothing on his computer but train timetables. So, what you're actually doing is snooping on the rest of us? My way of getting acquainted with new surroundings, Shiv. Do you want me to come pick you up, or will I meet you at Leith? I thought you were on your way home. This sounds a lot more entertaining. Then I'll meet you at Leith. Siobhan put down the phone and went into the bathroom to get dressed. The remaining half-tub of chalk mint chip had turned liquid, but she put it back in the freezer. Leith Police Station was situated on Constitution Street. It was a glum stone building, hard-faced like its surroundings. Leith, once a prosperous shipping port with a personality distinct from that of the city, had seen hard times in the past few decades. Industrial decline, the drugs culture, prostitution. Parts of it had been redeveloped and others tidied up. Newcomers were moving in and didn't want the old sullied Leith. Siobhan thought it would be a pity if the area's character was lost. Then again, she didn't have to live there. Leith had for many years provided a tolerance zone for prostitutes. It wasn't that police turned a blind eye, but they wouldn't go out of their way to interfere either. But this had come to an end and the streetwalkers had been scattered, leading to more instances of violence against them. A few had tried to move back to their old haunt, while others headed out along Salamander Street or up Leith Walk to the city centre. Siobhan thought she knew what the Jardins had been up to. All the same, she wanted to hear it from them. Rebus was waiting for her in the reception area. He looked tired, but then he always looked tired. Dark bags under his eyes, hair unkempt. She knew he wore the same suit all week, then had it dry cleaned each Saturday. He was chatting with the duty officer, but broke off when he saw her. The duty officer buzzed them through a locked door, which Rebus held open for her. "They're not been arrested or anything," he stressed. "Just brought in for a chat. They're in here." Here being IR1, Interview Room 1. It was a cramped, windowless space, boasting a table and 2 chairs. John and Alice Jardine sat opposite one another, arms reaching out so they could hold hands. There were 2 drained mugs on the table. When the door opened, Alice flew to her feet, tipping one of them over. "You can't keep us here all night!" She broke off, mouth open, when she saw Siobhan. Her face lost some of its tension, while her husband smiled sheepishly, placing the mug upright again. "Sorry to drag you down here," John Jardine said. "We thought maybe if we mentioned your name, they'd just let us go." "As far as I'm aware, John, you're not being held. This is D.I. Rebus, by the way." There were nodded greetings. Alice Jardine had sat down again. Siobhan stood next to the table, arms folded. "Way I hear it, you've been terrorising the honest, hard-working ladies of Leith." "We were just asking questions," Alice remonstrated. "Sadly, they don't make any money from chit-chat," Rebus informed the couple. "It was Glasgow last night," John Jardine said quietly. "That seemed to go all right." Siobhan and Rebus shared a look. "And all this because Susie told you Ishbel had been seeing a man who looked like a pimp?" Siobhan asked. "Look, let me fill you in on something. The girls in Leith might have a drug habit, but that's all they're supporting. No pimps like the ones you see in the Hollywood films." "Older men," John Jardine said, eyes on the tabletop. "They get hold of girls like Ishbel and exploit them. You read about it all the time." "Then you're reading the wrong papers," Rebus informed them. "It was my idea," Alice Jardine added. "I just thought—" "What made you lose your rag?" Siobhan asked. 2 nights of trying to get hookers to talk to us, John Jardine explained, but Alice was shaking her head. "This is Siobhan we're talking to," she chided him. Then to Siobhan, "The last woman we spoke to, she said she thought Ishbel might be— I need to think of her exact words." John Jardine helped her out. "Up the pubic triangle," he said. His wife nodded to herself, and when we asked her what that meant, she just started laughing. Told us to go home. That's when I lost my temper. "Police car happened to be passing," her husband added with a shrug. "They brought us here." "I'm sorry we're being a nuisance, Siobhan." "You're not," Siobhan assured him, only half believing her own words. Rebus had slipped his hands into his pockets. "The pubic triangle's just off Lothian Road. Lap dancing bars, sex shops." Siobhan gave him a warning look, but too late. "Maybe that's where she is, then," Alice said, voice trembling with emotion. She gripped at the edge of the table as though about to stand up and be on her way. "Wait a second." Siobhan held up a hand. "One woman tells you, probably jokingly, that Ishbel might be working as a lap dancer, and you're just going to go barging in." "Why not?" Alice asked. Rebus gave her the answer. "Some of those places, Mrs. Jardine, are not always run by the most scrupulous individuals, unlikely to be the patient types either when someone comes nosing around." John Jardine was nodding. "Might help," Rebus added, "if there was one particular establishment the young lady was thinking of." "Always supposing she wasn't just winding you up," Siobhan warned. "One way to find out," Rebus said. Siobhan turned to face him. "Your car or mine?" They took hers, the Jardines in the back seat. They hadn't gone far when John Jardine indicated that the young lady had been standing across the road against the wall of a disused warehouse. There was no sign of her now, though one of her colleagues was pacing the pavement, shoulders hunched against the cold. "We'll give it 10 minutes, Rebus said. "Not many punters about tonight. With luck she'll be back soon." So Siobhan drove out along Seafield Road, all the way to the Portobello roundabout, turning right at Inchview Terrace and right again at Craigentinny Avenue. These were quiet residential streets. The lights in most of the bungalows were off, owners tucked up in bed. "I like driving this time of night," Rebus said conversationally. Mr. Jardine seemed to agree. "Place is completely different when there's no traffic about, bit more relaxed." Rebus nodded. "Plus it's easier to spot the predators." The back seat went quiet after that, until they were back in Leith. "There she is," John Jardine said. Skinny, short black hair, most of it blowing into her eyes with each gust of wind. She wore knee-length boots and a black miniskirt with a buttoned denim jacket. No makeup, face pallid. Even from this distance, bruises were visible on her legs. "Know her?" Siobhan asked. Rebus shook his head. "Looks like the new kid in town. That other one," meaning the woman they'd passed earlier, "can't be more than 20 feet away, but they're not talking." Siobhan nodded. Having nothing else, the city's streetwalkers often showed solidarity with each other, but not here, which meant that the older woman felt her pitch had been invaded by the incomer. Having driven past, Siobhan did a 3-point turn and drew up next to the curb. Rebus had wound his window down. The prostitute stepped forward, wary of the number of people in the car. "No group stuff," she said. Then she recognised the faces in the back. "Christ, not you two again." She turned and started to walk away. Rebus got out of the car and grabbed her arm, spinning her round. His ID was open in his other hand. "CID," he said. "What's your name?" "Cheyenne." She raised her chin. "Not that I am shy," trying to sound tougher than she was. "And that's your pater, is it?" Rebus said, sounding unconvinced. "How long have you been in town?" "Long enough." "Is that a Brummie accent?" "None of your business." "I could make it my business. Might need to check your real age for one thing." "I'm 18. Rebus ploughed on as though she hadn't spoken. "That would mean looking at your birth certificate, which would mean talking to your parents." He paused. "Or you could help us out. These people have lost their daughter." He nodded towards the car and its occupants. "She's done a runner." "Good luck to her," sounding sulky. "But her parents care about her, maybe like you wish yours did." He paused to let this sink in, studying her without seeming to. No apparent signs of recent drug use, but maybe that was because she hadn't made enough money yet for a hit. "But this is your lucky night," he continued, "because you might be able to help them. Always supposing you weren't spinning them a line about their pubic triangle. All I know is a few new girls have been hired." "Where exactly?" "The Nook. I know, 'cause I went asking. Said I was too skinny." Rebus turned towards the back seat of the car. The Jardines had wound down the window. "Did you show Cheyenne a picture of Ishbel?" Alice Jardine nodded, and Rebus turned back to the girl, whose attention was already wandering. She looked to left and right, as if for potential clients. The woman further along was pretending to ignore everything but the roadway in front of her. "Did you recognise her?" he asked Cheyenne. "Who?" Still not looking at him. "The girl in the picture." She shook her head briskly, then had to push the hair out of her eyes. "Not much of a career this, is it?" Rebus said. "It'll do me for now." She tried burrowing her hands into the tight pockets of her jacket. "Is there anything else you can tell us? Anything that might help Ishbel?" Cheyenne shook her head again, eyes focused on the road ahead. "Just sorry about earlier. Don't know what got me laughing. Happens sometimes." "Look after yourself," John Jardine called from the back seat. His wife was holding the photograph of Ishbel out of the window. "If you see her," she said, the words trailing off. Cheyenne nodded and even accepted one of Rebus's business cards. He got back into the car and closed the door. Siobhan signalled out into the road and took her foot off the brake. "Where are you parked?" she asked the Jardines. They named a street at the other end of Leith, so she did another turn, taking them past Cheyenne again. The girl ignored them. The woman further along stared at them, though. She was walking toward Cheyenne, ready to ask what had just happened. "Could be the beginning of a beautiful friendship," Rebus mused, folding his arms. Siobhan wasn't listening. She stared into her rear-view mirror. "You're not to go there, understood?" No one answered. "Best if myself and D.I. Rebus intercede on your behalf. That is, if D.I. Rebus is willing."
"Me? Go to a lap-dancing bar?"
Rebus tried for a pout.
"Well, if you really think it necessary, D.S. Clark."
"We'll go tomorrow then," Siobhan said, "sometime before opening." Only now did she look at him, and smiled. Day 3, Wednesday. Chapter 6. Detective Constable Colin Tibbet arrived at work next morning to find that someone had placed a toy locomotive on his mouse pad. The mouse itself had been disconnected and placed in one of his desk drawers. A locked drawer at that. Locked when he'd left work the previous evening and needing to be unlocked this morning. Yet somehow containing his mouse. He stared at Siobhan Clark and was about to speak when she silenced him with a shake of her head. "Whatever it is," she said, "it can wait. I'm out of here." And so she was. She'd been coming out of the DI's office when Tibbet had arrived. Tibbet had heard Derek Starr's closing words. "A day or two, Siobhan, no more than that." Tibbet presumed it had something to do with Flesh Market Close, but he couldn't guess what. One thing he did know. Siobhan knew that he'd been studying train timetables. This made her the chief suspect. But there were other possibilities. Phillida Hawes herself was not above the odd practical joke. The same could be said of D.C. Paddy Connolly and D.C. Tommy Daniels. Might D.C.I. McCrae have decided on a schoolboy prank? Or what about the man sipping coffee at the little fold-away table in the corner? Tibbet really only knew Rebus by reputation, but that reputation was formidable. Hawes had warned him not to be starstruck. "Rule number 1 with Rebus," she'd said, "you don't lend him money, and you don't buy him drinks." "Isn't that 2 rules?" he'd asked. "Not necessarily. Both are likely to happen in pubs." This morning Rebus looked innocent enough, sleepy eyes and a patch of grey bristle on his throat, which the razor had missed. He wore a tie the way some schoolkids did, on sufferance. Each morning he seemed to come into work whistling some irritating hook line from an old pop song. By mid-morning he'd have stopped doing it, but by then it was too late. Tibbet would be whistling it for him, unable to escape the pernicious chorus. Rebus heard Tibbet hum the opening few bars of Wichita Linesman and tried not to smile. His work here was done. He got up from the table, slipping his jacket back on. "Got to be somewhere," he said. "Oh?" "Nice train," Rebus commented, nodding towards the green locomotive. "Hobby of yours?" "Present from one of my nephews," Tibbet lied. Rebus nodded, quietly impressed. Tibbet's face gave nothing away. The lad was quick-thinking and plausible, both useful skills in a detective. "Well, I'll see you later," Rebus said. "And if anyone wants you," angling for a bit more detail, "trust me, they won't." He gave Tibbet a wink and left the office. D.C.I. McCrae was in the hall, clutching paperwork and on his way to a meeting. "Where are you off to, John?" "Noxland case, sir. For some reason I seem to have become useful." "Despite your best efforts, I'm sure." "Absolutely." "On you go then, but don't forget, you're ours, not theirs. Anything happens here, we can have you back in a minute." "Try and keep me away, sir," Rebus said, searching in his pockets for his car keys and heading for the exit. He was in the car park when his mobile sounded. It was Shug Davidson. "Seen the paper today, John?" "Anything I should know about?" "You might want to see what your friend Steve Hawley has been saying about us." Rebus's face tightened. "I'll get back to you," he said. 5 minutes later he was pulling over curbside, lunging into a newsagent's. He pored over newsprint in the driver's seat. Hawley had printed the photo, but had surrounded it with an article on the sharper practices of bogus asylum seekers.
Mention was made of suspected terrorists who'd entered Britain as refugees. There was anecdotal evidence of spongers and charlatans, along with quotes from Noxland residents. The message given was twofold. Britain is a soft target, and we can't allow the situation to continue. In the middle of which, the photo looked like nothing more than window dressing. Rebus called Holly on his mobile, but got an answering service. After a slew of judicious swear words, he hung up. He drove to the council housing department on Waterloo Place, where he'd arranged to meet with a Mrs. Mackenzie. She was a small, bustling woman in her 50s. Shug Davidson had already faxed her his official request for information, but she still wasn't happy. "It's a matter of privacy," she told Rebus. "There are all sorts of rules and restrictions these days." She was leading him through an open-plan office. "I don't suppose the deceased will complain, Mrs. Mackenzie, especially if we catch his killer." "Well, all the same." She had brought them into a tiny glass-walled compartment, which Rebus realised was her office. "And I thought the walls out at Noxland were thin." He tapped the glass. She was shifting paperwork from a chair, gesturing for him to sit. Then she squeezed around the desk and sat in her own chair, putting on a pair of half-moon spectacles and sifting through paperwork. Rebus didn't think charm was going to work with this woman. Maybe just as well, since he'd never scored high marks in those tests. He decided to appeal to her professionalism. "Look, Mrs. Mackenzie, we both like to see that whatever job we're doing is done properly." She peered at him over her glasses. "My job today happens to be a murder inquiry. We can't begin that inquiry properly until we know who the victim was. A fingerprint match came through first thing this morning. The victim was definitely your tenant." "Well, you see, Inspector, that's just my problem. The poor man who died was not one of my tenants." Rebus frowned. "I don't understand." She handed him a sheet of paper. "Here are the tenant's details. I believe your victim was Asian or similar. Is he likely to have been called Robert Baird?" Rebus's eyes were fixed to that name. The flat number was right. Right tower block too. Robert Baird was listed as the tenant. "He must have moved." Mackenzie was shaking her head. "And these records are up to date. The last rent money we received was only last week, and it was paid by Mr. Baird." "You're thinking he sublet?" A broad smile lightened Mrs. Mackenzie's face. "Which is strictly forbidden by the tenancy agreement," she said. "But people do it." "Of course they do. The thing is, I decided to do some sleuthing myself." She sounded pleased with herself. Rebus leaned forward in his chair, warming to her. "Do tell," he said. "I checked with the city's other housing areas. There are several Robert Bairds on the list, plus other forenames, all with the surname Baird." "Some of them could be genuine," Rebus said, playing devil's advocate. "And some of them not." "You think this guy Baird's been applying for council housing on a grand scale?" She shrugged. "There's only one way to be sure." The first address they tried was a tower block in Dumby Dykes, near Rebus's old police station. The woman who answered the door looked African. There were little kids scurrying around behind her. "We're looking for Mr. Baird," Mackenzie said. The woman just shook her head. Mackenzie repeated the name. "The man you pay rent to," Rebus added. The woman kept shaking her head, closing the door slowly but purposefully on them. "I think we're getting somewhere," Mackenzie said. "Come on." Out of the car she was brisk and businesslike, but in the passenger seat she relaxed, asking Rebus about his job, where he lived, whether he was married. "Separated," he told her. "Long time back. How about you?" She held up a hand to show him her wedding ring. "But sometimes women just wear one so they get less hassle," he said. She snorted. "And I thought I had a suspicious mind." "Goes with both our jobs, I suppose." She gave a sigh. "My job would be a hell of a lot easier without them." "Immigrants, you mean?" She nodded. "I look into their eyes sometimes and I get a glimpse of what they've gone through to get here." She paused. "And all I can offer them are places like Noxland." Better than nothing, Rebus said.
I hope so.
The next stop was a block of flats in Leith. The lifts were out of order, so they had to climb 4 stories, Mackenzie powering ahead in her noisy shoes. Rebus took a moment to catch his breath, then nodded to let her know she could knock on the door. A male answered. He was swarthy and unshaven, wearing a white vest and jogging bottoms. He was running fingers through thick, dark hair.
"Who the fuck are you?"
he said in heavily accented English.
"That's some elocution teacher you've got,"
Rebus said, voice hardening to match the man's. The man stared at him, not understanding. Mackenzie turned to Rebus.
"Slavic, maybe, East European."
She turned to the man. "Where are you from?"
"Fuck you,"
the man replied. There seemed little malice in it. He was trying the words out, either to note their effect or because they'd worked for him in the past.
"Robert Baird,"
Rebus said.
"You know him?"
The man's eyes narrowed and Rebus repeated the name.
"You pay him money?"
He rubbed his thumb and fingers together, hoping the man might understand. Instead, he grew agitated.
"Fuck off, now!" "We're not asking you for money,"
Rebus tried to explain.
"We're looking for Robert Baird. This is his flat."
Rebus pointed to the interior.
"Landlord,"
Mackenzie tried, but it was no good. The man's face was twitching. Sweat was beginning to break out on his forehead.
"No problem,"
Rebus told him, holding his hands up, showing the man his palms, hoping maybe this sign would get through to him. Suddenly he noticed another figure in the shadows down the hallway.
"You speak English?"
he called. The man turned his head, barked something guttural, but the figure kept coming forward, until Rebus could see that it was a teenage boy.
"Speak English?"
he repeated.
"Little,"
the lad admitted. He was skinny and handsome, dressed in a short-sleeved blue shirt and denims.
"You're immigrants?"
Rebus asked.
"Here, our country,"
the boy stated defensively.
"Don't worry, son. We're not from immigration. You pay money to live here, don't you?" "We pay, yes." "The man you give the money to, he's the one we'd like to talk to."
The boy translated some of this for his father. The father stared at Rebus and shook his head.
"Tell your dad," Rebus told the boy, "that a visit from the immigration service can be arranged if he'd rather talk to them."
The boy's eyes widened in fear. The translation this time took longer. The man looked at Rebus again, this time with a kind of sad resignation, as if he were used to being kicked around by authority, but had been hoping for some respite. He muttered something, and the boy padded back down the hall. He returned with a folded piece of paper.
"He comes for money. If we have problem, this..."
Rebus unfolded the note, a mobile phone number, and a name. Gareth. Rebus showed the note to Mackenzie.
"Gareth Baird is one of the names on the list," she said.
"Can't be that many of them in Edinburgh. Chances are it's the same one." Rebus took the note back, wondering what effect a phone call would have. He saw that the man was trying to offer him something, a handful of cash.
"Is he trying to bribe us?"
Rebus asked the boy. The son shook his head.
"He does not understand."
He spoke to his father again. The man mumbled something, then stared at Rebus, and immediately Rebus thought of what Mackenzie had said in the car. It was true. The eyes were eloquent of pain.
"This day,"
the boy told Rebus.
"Money, this day."
Rebus's eyes narrowed.
"Gareth is coming here today to collect the rent?"
The son checked with his father and then nodded.
"What time?"
Rebus asked. Another discussion.
"Maybe now. Soon,"
the boy translated. Rebus turned to Mackenzie.
"I can call a car to take you back to your office."
"You're going to wait for him?"
"That's the plan.
If he's abusing his tenancy, I should be here too."
"Could be a long wait. I'll keep you in a picture. The alternative is hanging around with me all day."
He shrugged, telling her it was her choice.
"You'll phone me?" she asked.
He nodded. "Meantime, you could be following up some of those other addresses." She saw the sense in this. "All right," she said. Rebus took out his mobile. "I'll send for a patrol car." What if that scares him off? Good point. A taxi, then. He made the call, and she headed back downstairs, leaving Rebus facing father and son. "I'm going to wait for Gareth," he told them. Then he peered down the hall. "Mind if I come in?" "You are welcome," the boy said. Rebus walked inside. The flat needed decorating. Towels and strips of material had been pressed to the gaps in the window frames to minimise drafts. But there was furniture, and the place was tidy. One narrow element of the living room's gas fire was lit. "Coffee?" the boy asked. "Please," Rebus answered. He gestured towards the sofa, requesting permission to sit. The father nodded, and Rebus sat down. Then he got up again to study the photographs on the mantelpiece. 3 or 4 generations of the same family. Rebus turned to the father, smiling and nodding. The man's face softened a little. There wasn't much else in the room to attract Rebus's attention. No ornaments or books, no TV or stereo. There was a small portable radio on the floor by the father's chair. It was shrouded in sellotape, presumably to stop it falling apart. Rebus couldn't see an ashtray, so kept his cigarettes in his pocket. When the boy returned from the kitchen, Rebus accepted the tiny cup from him. There was no offer of milk. The drink was thick and black, and when Rebus took his first sip, he couldn't decide whether the jolt it gave him was caffeine or sugar. He nodded to let his hosts know it was good. They were staring at him as if he were an exhibit. He decided he would ask for the boy's name and some of the family's history, but then his mobile rang. He muttered something resembling an apology as he answered it. It was Siobhan. "Anything earth-shattering to report?" she asked into her phone. She was sitting in some sort of waiting room. She hadn't expected to be able to see the doctors right away, but had anticipated an office or anteroom. Here she was in with outpatients and visitors, noisy toddlers, and staff who ignored all outsiders as they purchased snacks from the 2 vending machines. Siobhan had spent a lot of time examining the contents of those machines. One boasted a limited range of sandwiches, triangles of thin white bread with mixtures of lettuce, tomato, tuna, ham and cheese. The other was more popular, crisps and chocolate. There was a drinks machine too, but it bore the legend, "Out of order." Once the lure of the machines had worn off, she perused the reading material on the coffee table. Out-of-date women's mags with the pages just about hanging together, except where photos and offers had been torn out. There were a couple of kids' comics too, but she was saving those for later. Instead, she'd started tidying up her phone, deleting unwanted text messages and call records. Then she'd texted a couple of friends. And finally, she'd crumbled altogether and called Rebus. "Mustn't grumble," was all he said. "What are you up to?" "Hanging around the infirmary. You?" "Hanging about in Leith." "Anyone would think we didn't like Gayfield. But we know they're wrong, don't we?" She smiled at this. Another kid had come in, barely old enough to push open the door. He stood on tiptoe to feed coins into the chocolate machine, but then couldn't decide. He pressed nose and hands to the glass display, mesmerised. "We still meeting up later on?" Siobhan asked. "If not, I'll let you know." "Don't tell me you're expecting a better offer." "You never can tell. Did you see Steve Hawley's rag this morning?" "I only read grown-up newspapers. Did he print the photograph?" "He did. And then he went to town on asylum seekers." "Oh, hell." "So if any other poor sod ends up in the deep freeze, we'll know who to blame." The waiting room door was opening again. Siobhan thought it might be the child's mum, but instead it was the woman from the reception desk. She motioned for Siobhan to follow her. "John, we're going to have to talk later." "You were the one who phoned me, remember?
Sorry, but it looks like I'm wanted.
And suddenly I'm not. Cheers, Siobhan.
I'll see you this afternoon. But Rebus had already hung up. Siobhan followed the receptionist down first one corridor and then another, the woman walking briskly, so that there was no possibility of conversation between them. Finally, she pointed to a door. Siobhan nodded her thanks, knocked, and entered. It was some sort of office. Rows of shelves, a desk and computer. One white-coated doctor sat swivelling on the only chair. The other rested against the desk, arms stretched above his head. Both were good-looking, and knew it. "I'm Detective Sergeant Clark," Siobhan said, shaking the first one's hand.
"Alf McAteer,"
he told her, his fingers brushing over hers. He turned to his colleague, who was rising from the chair.
"Isn't it a sign that you're getting old?" he asked.
"What?"
"When the police officers start getting more ravishing."
The other one was grinning. He squeezed Siobhan's hand.
"I'm Alexis Cater. Don't worry about him. The Viagra's almost run its course."
"Has it?"
McAteer sounded horrified. "Time for another prescription, then."
"Look," Cater was telling Siobhan, "if it's about that child porn on Alf's computer—" Siobhan looked stern-faced. He angled his face into hers. "Joking," he said. "Well," she replied, "we could take the pair of you down to the station, impound all your computers and software. Might take a few days, of course." She paused. "And by the way, the police may be getting better looking, but were also given a sense of humour bypass on the first day at work." They stared at her, standing shoulder to shoulder, both leaning back against the edge of the desk.
"That's us told," Cater told his friend. "Well and truly," McAteer agreed.
They were tall and slim, widening at the shoulders. Private schools and rugby, Siobhan guessed. Winter sports too, judging by their tans. McAteer was the swarthier of the two, thick eyebrows almost meeting in the middle, unruly black hair, face needing a shave. Cater was fair-haired like his father, though it looked to her as if he maybe dyed it. Already a touch of male pattern baldness was showing. Same green eyes as his father too, but otherwise there was little resemblance. Gordon Cater's easy charm had been replaced by something much less winning, an absolute confidence that Alexis was always going to be one of life's winners, not because of what he was, any qualities he might possess, but due to that lineage. McAteer had turned to his friend.
"Must be those tapes of our Filipino maids."
Cater slapped McAteer's shoulder, kept his eyes on Siobhan.
"We are curious," he told her.
"Speak for yourself, sweetie," McAteer said, affecting campness. In that instant, Siobhan saw the way their relationship worked. McAteer working constantly at it, almost like a king's fool of old, needy for Cater's patronage. Because Cater had the power, everyone would want to be his friend. He was a magnet for all the things McAteer craved, the invites, and the girls. As if to reinforce this, Cater gave his friend a look, and McAteer made a show of zipping his mouth shut. "What is it we can do for you?" Cater asked with almost exaggerated politeness. "We've really only got a few minutes between patients." It was another shrewd move, reinforcing his credentials. "I'm the son of a star, but in here, my job is helping people, saving lives. I am a necessity, and there's nothing you can do to change that." "Mag Lennox," Siobhan said. "We're in the dark," Cater said. He broke eye contact to cross one foot over the other. "No, you're not," Siobhan told him. "You stole her skeleton from the medical school."
"Did we?"
"And now she's turned up again, buried in Flesh Market Close."
"I saw that story," Cater said with the slightest of nods. "Grisly sort of find, isn't it? I thought the article said it had something to do with raising the devil."
Siobhan shook her head.
"Plenty of devils in this town, eh, Lex?" McAteer said.
Cater ignored him. So you think we took a skeleton from the medical school and buried it in a cellar? He paused. Was it reported to the police at the time? Only I don't recall seeing that particular story. Surely the university would have alerted the proper authorities. McAteer was nodding his assent. You know that didn't happen, Siobhan said quietly. They were still in the mire for letting you walk out of the pathology lab with a selection of body parts. These are serious allegations, Cater offered a smile. Should my solicitor be present? All I need to know is what you did with the skeletons. He stared at her, probably the same look which had discomfited many a young woman. Siobhan didn't even blink. He sniffed and took a deep breath. Just how major a crime is it to bury a museum piece beneath a pub? He tried her with another smile, head sliding over to one side. Aren't there any drug pushers or rapists you should be pursuing instead? The memory of Donny Cruikshank came to her, his scarred face no kind of recompense for his crime. You're not in trouble, she said at last. Anything you tell me will be kept between us. Like pillow talk? McAteer couldn't help saying. His chuckle died at another look from Cater. That means we'd be doing you a favour, Detective Clark. A favour that might need repaying. McAteer grinned at his friend's comment, but kept quiet. That would depend, Siobhan said. Cater leaned towards her a little. Come out for a drink with me tonight. I'll tell you then. Tell me now. He shook his head, not taking his eyes off her. Tonight. McAteer looked disappointed. Presumably some prior arrangement was about to be ditched. I don't think so, Siobhan said. Cater glanced at his wristwatch. We need to get back to the ward. He held out his hand again. It was interesting meeting you. I bet we'd have had a lot to talk about. When she stood her ground, refusing to take his hand, he raised an eyebrow. It was a favourite move of his father's. She'd seen it in 6 films. Slightly puzzled and let down. Just one drink, she said. And 2 straws, Cater added. His sense of his own powers was returning. She hadn't managed to turn him down. Another victory to chalk up. Opal Lounge at 8, he suggested. She shook her head. Oxford Bar at 7:30. I don't... Is it new? Quite the opposite. Look it up in the phone book. She opened the door to leave, but paused, as if she'd just thought of something. And leave your jester in his box, nodding towards Alf McAteer. Alexis Cater was laughing as she made her exit.
This ends Disc 3. Flesh Market Close, Disc 4.
Chapter 7. The man called Gareth was laughing into his mobile phone as the door opened. There were gold rings on each of his fingers, chains dangling from his neck and wrists. He wasn't tall, but he was wide. Rebus got the impression much of it was fat. A gut hung over his waistband. He was balding badly, and had allowed what hair he had to grow uncut so that it hung down to the back of his collar and beyond. He wore a black leather trench coat and black t-shirt, with baggy denims and scuffed trainers. He already had his free hand out for the cash, wasn't expecting another hand to grab it and haul him inside the flat. He dropped the phone, swearing, and finally taking note of Rebus.
Who the hell are you?
Afternoon, Gareth. Sorry if I was a bit brusque there. 3 cups of coffee gets me that way sometimes. Gareth was composing himself, deciding that he wasn't about to be done over. He bent down for his phone, but Rebus stepped on it, shaking his head. Later, he said, kicking the phone out of the door and slamming it shut behind them. Fuck's going on here? We're having a chat. That's what. You look like the filth to me. You're a good judge of character.
Rebus gestured down the hall and encouraged Gareth into the living room with his hand pressed to the young man's back. Passing father and son in the kitchen doorway, Rebus looked towards the son and got a nod, meaning he had the right man.
Sit down,
Rebus ordered. Gareth lowered himself onto the arm of the sofa. Rebus stood in front of him.
This your flat?
What's it to you?
Only it's not your name on the tenancy.
Isn't it? Gareth played with the chains around his left wrist. Rebus leaned over him, got right into his face.
Is Baird your real surname?
Yeah. His tone challenged Rebus to call him a liar. Then,
what's so funny? Just a wee trick, Gareth. See, I didn't actually know your surname.
Rebus paused and straightened up again.
But I do now. Robert's what? Your brother? Dad?
Who are we talking about? Rebus smiled again.
Bit late for all that, Gareth.
Gareth seemed to agree. He jabbed a finger in the direction of the kitchen.
Did they grass us up? Did they?
Rebus shook his head, waited till he had Gareth's full attention.
No, Gareth, he said. A dead man did that.
After which he let the young man simmer gently for 5 minutes, like so much reheated cock-a-leaky. Rebus made a show of checking text messages on his mobile, opened a new packet of cigarettes, and slid one unlit between his lips.
Can I have one of those?
Gareth asked.
Absolutely. Just as soon as you tell me. Is Robert your brother? Or your dad? I'm guessing Dad, but I could be wrong. By the way, I can't begin to count how many criminal charges are hanging over you right now. Subletting's just the start of it. Does Robert declare all this illegal income? See, once the taxman gets his claws into your paws, he's worse than a Bengal tiger. Trust me on that. I've seen the results.
He paused.
Then there's demanding money with menaces. That's where you come in, specifically.
I've never done nothing.
No?
Nothing like that. I just collect, that's all. A pleading tone entering his voice. Rebus guessed Gareth had been the slow, lumbering kid at school. No real friends, just people who tolerated him because of his bulk, using that bulk when occasion demanded.
It's not you I'm interested in, Rebus reassured him. Not once I've got an address for your dad, an address I'm going to get anyway. I'm just trying to save the pair of us all that hassle.
Gareth looked up, wondering about that pair of us. Rebus shrugged an apology.
See, you'll be coming with me back to the station. Hold you in custody till I get the address. Then we pay a visit. He lives in Porty,
Gareth blurted out, meaning Portobello, on the seafront to the southeast of the city.
And he's your dad?
Gareth nodded.
There, said Rebus. That wasn't so bad. Now, up you get.
What for?
Because you and me are going to pay him a visit.
Gareth didn't like the sound of this, Rebus could tell, but he didn't offer any resistance either, not once Rebus had cajoled him to his feet. Rebus shook hands with his hosts, thanked them for the coffee. The father started offering banknotes to Gareth, but Rebus shook his head.
No more rent to pay,
he told the son.
Isn't that right, Gareth?
Gareth gave a flick of his head, said nothing. Outside, his mobile phone had already been taken. Rebus was reminded of the torch.
Somebody's pocketed that,
Gareth complained.
You'll have to report that, Rebus advised. Make sure the insurance takes care of it.
He saw the look on Gareth's face.
Always supposing it wasn't nicked in the first place.
At ground level, Gareth's Japanese sports car was ringed by half a dozen kids, whose parents had given up on sending them to school. "How much did he give you?" Rebus asked him. "2 bar," meaning 2 quid. "And how long does that get him?" They just stared at Rebus. "It's no a parking meter," one of them said. "We don't give tickets." His pals joined in the laughter. Rebus nodded and turned to Gareth. "We're taking my car," he told him. "Just have to hope yours is still here when you get back. And if it isn't, back to the cop shop for a reference to help with the insurance claim. Always supposing you're insured." "Always supposing," Gareth said resignedly. It wasn't a long drive to Portobello. They headed out on Seafield Road, no sign of a prostitute's day shift. Gareth directed Rebus to a side road near the promenade. "We need to park here and walk," he explained. So that was what they did. The sea was the colour of slate. Dogs chased sticks across the beach. Rebus felt like he'd stepped back in time. Chip shops and amusement arcades. For years, when he was a kid, his parents had taken him and his brother to a caravan in St Andrews for the summer, or to a cheap bed and breakfast in Blackpool. Ever since, any seaside town could pull him back to those days. "Did you grow up here?" he asked Gareth. "Tenement in Gorgie. That's where I grew up." "You've gone up in the world," Rebus told him. Gareth just shrugged, pushed open a gate. "This is it." A garden path led to the front door of a 4-storey, double-fronted terraced house. Rebus stared for a moment. Every window had uninterrupted views across the beach. "Moved on a bit from Gorgie," he muttered, following Gareth up the path. The young man unlocked the door and yelled that he was home. The entrance hallway was short and narrow, with doors and a staircase off. Gareth didn't bother looking in any of the rooms. He headed for the first floor instead, Rebus still close behind. They entered the drawing room, 26 feet long, with a floor-to-ceiling bay window. The place had been tastefully decorated and furnished, but too modernly. Chrome and leather and abstract art. The room's shape and dimensions didn't suit any of it. The original chandelier and cornices remained, offering glimpses of what might have been. A brass telescope sat by the window, supported by a wooden tripod. "What the hell's this you've dragged in?" A man was sitting at the table by the telescope. He wore a pair of glasses on a string around his neck. His hair was silvery grey, neatly barbered, the face lined by weathering rather than age. "Mr. Baird, I'm Detective Inspector Rebus." "What's he done this time?" Baird closed the newspaper he'd been reading and glared at his son. There was resignation rather than anger in his voice. Rebus guessed things weren't working out as hoped for Gareth in the family's little enterprise. "It's not Gareth, Mr. Baird. It's you." "Me?" Rebus did a circuit of the room. "Council's certainly doing a better class of let these days." "What you on about?" The question was for Rebus, but Baird's eyes were asking his son for an explanation too. "He was waiting for me, Dad," Gareth burst out. "Made me leave my car there and everything." "Fraud's a serious business, Mr. Baird," Rebus was saying. "Always mystifies me, but the courts seem to hate it more than housebreaking and mugging. I mean, who are you cheating after all? Not a person, not exactly, just this big, anonymous blob called the Council." Rebus shook his head. "But they'll still come down on you like shit from the sky." Baird had leaned back in his chair, arms folded across his chest. "Mind you," Rebus added, "you weren't content with the small stuff. How many flats are you subletting? 10? 20? Got the whole family roped in, I'd say. Maybe a few dead aunties and uncles in the paperwork too. You here to arrest me?" Rebus shook his head. "I'm ready to tiptoe out of your life the minute I get what I've come for." Baird suddenly looked interested, seeing a man he could do business with, but he wasn't altogether convinced. "Gareth, you have anybody else with him?" Gareth shook his head. "Waiting for me in the flat?" "Nobody outside? No driver or anything?" Still shaking his head. "We came here in his car, just me and him." Baird considered this. "So, how much is this going to cost me?"
The answers to a few questions. One of your tenants got himself killed the other day. I'd tell them to keep themselves to themselves. Baird started to argue, ready to defend himself against any implication that he was an uncaring landlord. Rebus was standing by the window, staring down at the beach and promenade. An old couple walked past, hand in hand. It annoyed him that they might be subsidising the schemes of a shark like Baird. Or maybe their grandkids were languishing on a waiting list for a council flat. Very public-spirited of you, I'm sure, Rebus said. What I need to know is his name and where he came from. Baird snorted. I don't ask where they come from. Made that mistake once and got my ear bent for my sins. Thing that concerns me is they all need roofs over their heads, and if the council won't or can't help, well, I will. For a price. A fair price. Yes. You're all heart. So you never knew his name. Use the first name, Jim. Jim? Is that his idea or yours? Mine. How did you find him? Customers have a way of finding me. Word of mouth, you could call it. Wouldn't happen if they didn't like what they were getting. They're getting council flats and paying you over the odds for the privilege. Rebus waited in vain for Baird to say something. Knew what the man's eyes were telling him. Got that off your chest. And you've no idea of his nationality, where he was from, how he got here. Baird was shaking his head. Gareth, go fetch us a beer out the fridge. Gareth was quick to comply. Rebus wasn't fooled by the plural us. He knew there'd be no drink forthcoming for him. So how can you communicate with all these people if you don't know the language? There are ways. A few signs and bits of miming. Gareth came back with a single can, which he handed to his father. Gareth did French at school. I reckon that might be useful to us. His voice dropped at the end of the sentence, and Rebus assumed that once again Gareth had fallen short of expectations. Jim didn't need to mime, though, the boy added, keen to contribute something to the conversation. He spoke a bit of English, not as good as his pal, mind. His father glared at him, but Rebus stepped between them. What pal? He asked Gareth. Just some woman, about my age. They were living together. Jim lived on his own. I got the feeling she was just someone he knew. From the estate? I suppose. But now Baird was on his feet. Look, you've got what you came for. Have I? OK, I'll put it another way. You've got all you're getting. That's for me to decide, Mr. Baird. Then to the son, what did she look like, Gareth? But Gareth had taken the hint. Can't remember. What? Not even her skin colour? You seem to remember how old she was. Lot darker skinned than Jim, that's all I know. She spoke English, though. Gareth tried looking to his father for guidance, but Rebus was doing his best to block his eyeline. She spoke English, and she was a friend of Jim's, Rebus persisted, and she lived on the estate. Just give me a bit more. That's everything. Baird stepped past Rebus and wrapped an arm around his son's shoulders. You've got the boy all confused, he complained. If he remembers anything else, he'll let you know. I'm sure he will, Rebus said. And you meant what you said about leaving us be? Every word of it, Mr. Baird. Of course, the housing department may have their own feelings in the matter. Baird's face twisted into a sneer. I'll let myself out, Rebus said. On the promenade, there was a stiff breeze blowing. It took him 4 attempts to get his cigarette lit. He stood there for a while, staring up at the drawing-room window, then remembered that he'd missed lunch. There were plenty of pubs in the high street, so he left his car where it was and took a short stroll to the nearest one. Called Mrs. Mackenzie and told her about Baird, ending the call as he pushed open the pub door. Ordered a half of IPA to wash down the chicken salad roll. Earlier, they'd been serving soup and stovies, and the aroma lingered. One of the regulars asked the barman to find the horse racing channel. Flipping the TV remote through a dozen stations, He passed on one that made Rebus stop chewing. "Go back," he ordered, debris flying from his mouth. "Which one?" "Whoa, right there." It was a local news programme, an outside broadcast of a demo in what was, recognisably, Noxland. Hastily contrived banners and placards. Neglected. "We cannot live like this. Locals need help too." The reporter was interviewing the couple from the flat next to the victim. Rebus caught the odd word and phrase. "Council has a responsibility. Feelings ignored. Dumping ground. No consultation." It was almost as if they'd been briefed on which buzzwords to use. The reporter turned to a well-dressed Asian-looking man wearing silver-rimmed spectacles. His name appeared on screen as Mohammed Derwan. He was from something called the Glasgow New Citizens Collective. "Load of nutters over there," the barman commented. "They can shove as many into Noxland as they like," a regular agreed. Rebus turned to him. "As many what?" The man shrugged. "Call them what you like. Refugees or con artists, whatever they are, I know damn fine who ends up paying for them." "Right enough, Matty," the barman said. Then to Rebus, "Seen enough?" "More than enough," Rebus said, leaving the rest of his drink untouched as he headed for the door. Chapter 8. Noxland hadn't calmed much by the time Rebus arrived. Press photographers were busy comparing shots, huddled around the screens of their digital cameras. A radio reporter was interviewing Ellen Wiley. Rat-arse Reynolds was shaking his head as he walked across waste ground to his car. "What's up, Charlie?" Rebus asked. "Might clear the air a bit if we left them to get on with it," Reynolds growled, slamming his car door shut on the world and picking up an already open packet of crisps. There was a scrum beside the porter cabin. Rebus recognised faces from the TV pictures. The placards were already showing signs of wear and tear. Fingers were being pointed as an argument continued between the locals and Mohammed Derwan. Close up, Derwan looked to Rebus like a lawyer. New-looking black woolen coat, polished shoes, silver moustache. He was gesturing with his hands, voice rising to compete against the noise. Rebus peered through the mesh grille covering the porter cabin's window. As suspected, there was no one home. He looked around, eventually took the walkway to the other side of the tower block. He remembered the little bunch of flowers at the murder scene. They'd been scattered now, trampled on. Maybe Jim's friend had left them. A transit van sat on its own in a cordon zone, which normally would have provided parking for residents. There was no one in the front, but Rebus banged on the back doors. The windows were blackened, but he knew he could be seen from within. The door opened, and he climbed in. "Welcome to the toy box," Shug Davidson said, sitting down again next to the camera operator. The back of the van had been filled with recording and monitoring equipment. Any civil disorder in the city, police liked to keep a record. Useful for identifying the troublemakers and for compiling a case, if necessary. From the video screen, it looked to Rebus as though someone had been filming from a second or third floor landing. Shots zoomed in and out, blood close-ups suddenly coming into focus. "Not that there's been any violence yet," Davidson muttered. Then to the operator, "Go back a bit, just there. Freeze that, will you, Chris?" There was some flicker to the stilled image which Chris tried to rectify. "Who is it worries you, Shug?" Rebus asked. "Shrewd as ever, John." Davidson pointed to one of the figures at the back of the demo. The man wore an olive-green parka, hood pulled over his head, so that only his chin and lips were visible. "I think he was here a few months ago. We had this gang from Belfast trying to hoover up the drugs action. You put them away, didn't you? Most of them are on remand. A few headed back home. So why is he back?" "Not sure." "Have you tried asking him?"
Scarpered when he saw our cameras. Name? Davidson shook his head. I'll have to do a bit of digging. He rubbed at his forehead. And how's your day been so far, John? Rebus filled him in on Robert Baird. Davidson nodded. Good stuff, he said, not quite managing any level of enthusiasm. I know it doesn't get us any further. Sorry, John, I'm just... Davidson shook his head slowly. We need someone to come forward. The weapon's got to be out there. Blood on the killer's clothes. Someone knows. Jim's girlfriend might have some ideas. We could bring Gareth in, see if he can spot her. It's an idea, Davidson mused. In the meantime, we watch Noxland explode. Film was running on 4 different screens. On one, a crowd of youths was seen standing way to the back of the crowd. They wore scarves around their mouths, hoods up. Spotting the cameraman, they turned and gave him a view of their backsides. One of them picked up a stone and hurled it, but it fell well short. See, Davidson said, something like that could light the fuse. Have there been any actual attacks? Just verbal stuff. He leaned back and stretched. We finished the door-to-door. Well, we finished all the ones that would talk to us. He paused. Make that could talk to us. This place is like the Tower of Babel. A posse of interpreters would be a start. His stomach growled, and he tried to disguise it by twisting in his creaking chair. Time for a break? Rebus suggested. Davidson shook his head. What about this guy, Derwan? He's a Glasgow solicitor, been working with some of the refugees and the estates over there. So what brings him here? Apart from the publicity, maybe he thinks he can rake up a whole new bunch of clients. He wants the Lord Provost to come see Noxland for herself. Wants a meeting between politicians and the immigrant community. There are a lot of things he wants. Right now he's in a minority of one. I know. You're happy to feed him to the lions? Davidson stared at him. We've got men out there, John. It was getting pretty heated. You offering yourself as bodyguard? Rebus shrugged. I do whatever you tell me to, Shug. This is your show. Davidson rubbed at his forehead again. Sorry, John. Sorry. Take that break, Shug. A breath of air, if nothing else. Rebus opened the back door. Oh, John, message for you. The drugs guys want their torch back. I was told to tell you it's urgent. Rebus nodded, got out, and closed the door again. He headed up to Jim's flat. The door was flapping open. No sign of the torch in the kitchen or anywhere else. The forensic team had been in, but he doubted they'd taken it. As he exited, Steve Hawley was coming out of the flat next door, holding his tape recorder to his ear to check it had worked. Soft touch, that's the problem with this country. I take it you'd agree with that, Rebus said, startling the reporter. Hawley stopped the tape and pocketed the recorder. Objective journalism, Rebus, giving both sides of the argument. You've talked to some of the poor bastards who've been thrown into this lion's den, then? Hawley nodded. He was peering over the wall, wondering if anything he should know about was happening at ground level. I've even managed to find Noxards who don't mind all these new arrivals. Bet you're surprised by that. I certainly was. He lit a cigarette, offered one to Rebus. Just this minute finished one, Rebus lied, with a shake of his head. Any result yet from the photo we printed? Maybe no one noticed it tucked away there. Too busy reading about tax dodgers, payouts and preferential housing. All of it true, Wally protested. I never said it applied here, but it does some places. If you were any lower, I could tee a golf ball off your head. Not a bad line, Hawley grinned. Maybe I'll use it. His mobile sounded, and he took the call, turning from Rebus, walking away as if the detective no longer existed. Which, Rebus assumed, was the way someone like Hawley worked. Living for the moment, attention span stretching only as far as that particular story. Once it was written out, it was yesterday's news, and something else had to fill the vacuum it left. It was hard not to compare the process with the way some of his own colleagues worked. Cases erased from the mind, new ones awaited, hoping for something a bit unusual or interesting. He knew there were good journalists out there too. They weren't all like Steve Hawley. Some of them couldn't stand the man. Rebus followed Hawley downstairs and out into the lessening storm. Fewer than a dozen diehards were left to argue their grievances with the solicitor, who had been joined by a few of the immigrants themselves. This was making for a fresh photo op, and the cameras were busy again, some of the immigrants shielding their faces with their hands. Rebus heard a noise behind him, someone calling out, "Go on, Howie!" He turned and saw a youth walking purposefully towards the crowd, his friends offering encouragement from a safe distance. The youth paid no attention to Rebus. He had his face covered, hands tucked into the pouch on the front of his jacket. His pace was increasing as he made to pass Rebus. Rebus could hear his hoarse breath, almost smell the adrenaline coming off him. He snatched at an arm and yanked it backwards. The youth spun, hands emerging from their pouch. Something tumbled across the ground. A small rock. The youth cried out in pain as Rebus wrenched his arm higher behind his back, forcing him down onto his knees. The crowd had turned at the sound, cameras clicking. But Rebus's eyes were on the gang, checking they weren't about to attack en masse. They weren't. Instead, they were walking away, no intention of rescuing their fallen comrade. A man was getting into a battered red BMW. A man in an olive-coloured parka. The captured youth was now swearing between agonised complaints. Rebus was aware of uniformed officers standing over him, one of them handcuffing the youth. As Rebus straightened up, he came eye to eye with Ellen Wiley. "What happened?" she asked.
He had a rock in his pocket, going to attack Derwan. "That's a lie," the youth spat. "I'm being fitted up here."
The hood had been pulled from his head, the scarf from his mouth. Rebus saw a shaved skull, a face blighted by acne. One central tooth missing, the mouth open in disbelief at the way events had turned. Rebus stooped and picked up the rock.
"Still warm," he said.
"Take him down the station," Wiley was telling the uniforms. Then to the youth, "Anything sharp on you before we search your pockets?"
"Telling you nothing."
"Get him into a car, lads." The youth was led away, cameras following him as he returned to his complaints. Rebus realised that the lawyer was standing in front of him.
"You saved my life, sir."
He clasped Rebus's hand in his own.
"I wouldn't go that far."
But Derwan had turned to the crowd.
You see the way that hate drips down from father to son. It is like a slow poison, polluting the very ground that should nourish us."
He tried to embrace Rebus, but met with resistance. This didn't seem to bother him.
"You are a police officer, yes?"
"A detective inspector," Rebus acknowledged.
"Name's Rebus,"
a voice called. Rebus stared at a smirking Steve Hawley.
"Mr. Rebus, I am in your debt until we perish on this earth. We are all in your debt."
Derwan meant the immigrant group who stood nearby, apparently unaware of what had just happened. And now Shug Davidson was coming into view, bemused by the spectacle before him, and accompanied by a grinning rat-arse Reynolds.
"Centre of attention as usual, John,"
Reynolds said.
"What's the story?"
Davidson asked.
"A kid was about to clout Mr. Derwan here,"
Rebus muttered,
"so I stopped him."
He offered a shrug, as if to indicate that he now wished he hadn't. A uniform, one of the ones who'd taken the youth away, was returning.
"Better take a look at this, sir,"
he told Davidson. He was holding a polythene evidence bag. There was something small and angular within. A 6-inch kitchen knife. Rebus found himself playing babysitter to his new best friend. They were in the CID office in Torpichen Place. The youth was being questioned in one of the interview rooms by Shug Davidson and Ellen Wiley. The knife had been whisked away to the forensic lab at Howden Hall. Rebus was trying to send a text message to Siobhan, letting her know they'd have to reschedule their meeting. He suggested 6 o'clock. Having given his statement, Mohammed Darwan was sipping sugary black tea at one of the desks, his eyes fixed on Rebus. "I never mastered the intricacies of these new technologies," he stated. "Me neither," Rebus admitted, "and yet somehow they have become imperative to our way of life." "I suppose so." "You're a man of few words, Inspector. Either that or I'm making you nervous." "I'm just having to rejig a meeting, Mr. Darwan." "Please." The lawyer held up a hand. "I told you to call me Mo." He grinned, showing a row of immaculate teeth. "People tell me it's a woman's name. They associate it with the character in EastEnders. You know the one?" Rebus shook his head. "I say to them, do you not remember the footballer Mo Johnston? He played for both Rangers and Celtic, becoming hero and villain twice over. A trick not even the best lawyer could hope to accomplish." Rebus managed a smile. Rangers and Celtic, the Protestant team and the Catholic. He thought of something. "Tell me, Mr. A glare from Darwan. "Mo, tell me, you've had dealings with asylum seekers in Glasgow, right?" "Correct." "One of the demonstrators today, we think he might be from Belfast." "That wouldn't surprise me. The same thing happens on the Glasgow estates. It's a spillover from the troubles in Northern Ireland." "How so?" "Immigrants have begun to move to places like Belfast. They see opportunities there. Those people involved in the religious conflict are not so keen on this. They see everything in terms of Catholic and Protestant. Maybe these new incoming religions scare them. There have been physical attacks. I would call it a basic instinct, this need to alienate what we cannot understand." He raised a finger, "which does not mean I condone it." "But what would bring these men from Belfast to Scotland?" "Maybe they wish to recruit the unhappy locals to their own cause," he shrugged. "Unrest can seem an end in itself to some people." "I suppose that's true." Rebus had seen it for himself, the need to foment trouble, to stir things up, for no other reason than a feeling of power. The lawyer finished his drink. "Do you think this boy is the killer?" "Could be. Everyone seems to carry a knife in this country. You know Glasgow is the most dangerous city in Europe?" "So I hear." "Stabbings. Always stabbings." Darwan shook his head. "And yet people still struggle to come to Scotland." "Immigrants, you mean?" "Your First Minister says he is worried about the decline in the population. He is correct in this. We need young people to fill the jobs, otherwise how can we hope to support the ageing population? We also need people with skills. Yet at the same time, the government makes immigration so difficult. And as for asylum seekers—" He shook his head again, slowly this time, as if in disbelief. "You know Whitemire, the detention centre. Such a God-forsaken place, Inspector. I'm not made welcome there. You can perhaps appreciate why." "You've got clients in Whitemire?" "Several. All of them appealing their cases. It used to be a prison, you know, and now it houses families, individuals scared out of their wits, people who know that to be sent back to their native land is a death sentence. And they're kept in Whitemire because otherwise they'd ignore the judgment and do a runner." Darwan looked at Rebus and gave a wry smile. "Of course, you're part of the same apparatus of state." "What's that supposed to mean?" Rebus bristled. "Forgive my cynicism, but you do believe, don't you, that we should just send all these black bastards home? That Scotland would be a utopia if only it weren't for the Pakis and Gypsies and Sambos?" "Christ almighty. Maybe you have Arab or African friends, Inspector? Any Asians you go drinking with? Or are they just faces behind the till of your local newsagents?" "I'm not getting into this," Rebus stated, tossing an empty coffee beaker into the bin. "It's an emotive subject, to be sure, and yet one I have to deal with every single day. I think Scotland was complacent for many years. We don't have room for racism. We're too busy with bigotry. But this is not the case, alas." "I'm not racist." "I was making a point merely. Don't upset yourself." I'm not upset.
I'm sorry. I find it hard to switch off.
Derwan shrugged.
It comes with the job.
His eyes darted around the room as if seeking a change of subject.
You think the killer will be found?
We'll do our damnedest.
That's good. I'm sure you're all dedicated and professional people.
Rebus thought of Reynolds, but said nothing.
And you know that if there's anything I personally can do to assist you?
Rebus nodded, then thought for a moment. Actually.
Yes?
Well, it looks like the victim had a girlfriend, or at any rate a young woman he knew. We could do with tracing her.
She lives in Noxland?
Possibly. She's darker skinned than the victim, probably speaks better English than him.
That's all you know?
It's all I know, Rebus confirmed.
I can ask around. The incomers may not be as fearful of talking to me.
He paused.
And thank you for requesting my help.
There was a warmth to his eyes.
You can be assured I will do what I can.
Both men turned as Reynolds came lumbering into the room, chewing on a shortbread biscuit which had left a trail of crumbs down his shirt and tie.
"We're charging him,"
he said, pausing for effect.
"But not with murder. Lab says it wasn't the same knife."
"That was quick," Rebus commented.
"Post-mortem says a serrated blade. This one's got a smooth edge. They're still going to test for blood, but it's not promising."
Reynolds glanced in Derwan's direction.
"We could maybe get him for attempted assault and carrying a concealed weapon."
"Such is justice,"
the lawyer said with a sigh.
"What do you want us to do? Chop his hands off?"
Was that remark addressed to me?
The lawyer had risen to his feet.
"It is hard to tell when you refuse to look at me."
"I'm looking at you now,"
Reynolds retorted.
"And what do you see?"
Rebus stepped in.
"What D.C. Reynolds sees or doesn't see is neither here nor there."
"I'll tell him if he likes," Reynolds said, bits of biscuit flying from his mouth. Rebus, however, was steering him to the door.
"Thank you, D.C. Reynolds,"
doing everything but giving him a push into the corridor. Reynolds gave one final glower towards the lawyer, then turned and left.
"Tell me," Rebus asked Derwan, "do you ever make friends or just enemies?"
"I judge people by my standards."
"And a 2-second hearing is enough for you to make up your mind?"
Derwan thought about this.
"Actually, yes. Sometimes it is."
"Then you've made up your mind about me?"
Rebus folded his arms.
"Not so, Inspector. You are proving difficult to pin down."
"But all cops are racist."
"We are all racist, Inspector. Even me. It is how we deal with that ugly fact that is important."
The phone started ringing on Wiley's desk. Rebus answered it.
"CID, D.I. Rebus speaking."
"Oh, hello?" A tentative female voice. "Are you looking into that murder? The asylum seeker on the housing estate?"
"That's right."
"In the paper this morning?"
"The photograph?"
Rebus sat down hurriedly, reaching for pen and paper.
"I think I know who they are. I mean, I do know who they are."
Her voice was so brittle, Rebus feared she might take fright and hang up.
"Well, we'd be very interested in any help you can give, Miss—"
"What?"
"I need your name."
"Why?"
"Because callers who won't give their name tend not to be taken so seriously."
"But
It'll just be between us, I assure you."
There was silence for a moment. Then,
Eilert. Janet Eilert.
Rebus wrote the name down in scrawled capitals.
"And can I ask you how you know the people in the photo, Miss Eilert?"
"Well, they're here."
Rebus was staring at the lawyer without really seeing him.
"Where's here?"
"Look, maybe I should have asked permission first."
Rebus knew he was close to losing her. You've done absolutely the right thing, Miss Eilert. I just need a few more details. We're keen to catch whoever did this, but right now we're pretty much in the dark, and you seem to be holding the only candle." He was trying for a light-hearted tone. Couldn't risk frightening her off. "Their names are—" It took Rebus an effort of will not to shout out encouragement. "Jurgi." He asked her to spell it, wrote it down as she did so. "Sounds East European. They're Turkish Kurds." "You work with refugees, do you, Miss Eilert?" "In a manner of speaking." She sounded a little more confident, now she'd given him the name. "I'm calling from Whitemire. Do you know it?" Rebus's eyes focused on Derwan. "Funnily enough, I was just talking about it. I'm assuming you mean the detention centre." "We're actually an immigration removal centre." "And the family in the photograph, they're there with you?" "The mother and 2 children, yes." "And the husband?" "He fled just before the family were picked up and brought here. It happens sometimes." "I'm sure it does." Rebus tapped pen against notepad. "Look, can I take a contact number for you?" "Well—" "Work or home, whichever suits." "I don't—" "What is it, Miss Eilert? What are you scared of?" "I should have spoken to my boss first." She paused. "You'll be coming here now, won't you?" "Why didn't you talk to your boss?" "I don't know." "Would your job be threatened if your boss knew?" She seemed to consider this. "Do they have to know it was me that called you?" "No, not at all," Rebus said, "but I'd still like to be able to contact you." She relented and gave him her mobile number. Rebus thanked her and warned that he might need to talk to her again. "In confidence," he reassured her, not at all sure that this would actually be the case. Call finished, he tore the sheet from the pad. "He has family in Whitemire," Derwan stated. "I'd ask you to keep that to yourself for the time being." The lawyer shrugged. "You saved my life. It's the least I can do. But would you like me to come with you?" Rebus shook his head. Last thing he needed was Derwan sparring with the guards. He went in search of Shug Davidson, found him in conversation with Ellen Wiley in the corridor next to the interview room. "Reynolds told you?" Davidson asked. Rebus nodded. "Not the same knife." "We'll sweat the little sod a while longer anyway. Might be he knows something we can use. He's got a fresh tattoo on his arm. A red hand and the letters UVF, meaning the Ulster Volunteer Force." "Never mind that, Shug." Rebus held up the note. "Our victim was on the run from Whitemire. His family are still there." Davidson stared at him. "Someone saw the photo?" "Bingo! Time to pay a visit, wouldn't you say? Your car or mine?" But Davidson was rubbing his jaw. "John—" "What?" "The wife. The kids. They don't know he's dead, do they? You really think you're right for the job?" "I can do tea and sympathy." "I'm sure you can, but Ellen's going with you. You okay with that, Ellen?" Wiley nodded, then turned to Rebus. "My car," she said. Chapter 9. Her car was a Volvo S40 with only a couple of thousand miles on the clock. There were CDs on the passenger seat, which Rebus had flicked through. "Put something on if you like," she'd said. "I've got to text Siobhan first," he countered, his excuse for not having to choose between Norah Jones, the Beastie Boys, and Mariah Carey. It took him several minutes to send the message, "Sorry, can't do 6, might manage 8. Afterwards, he wondered why he hadn't just called her instead, guessing it would have taken half the time. Almost immediately, she rang back. "Are you taking the piss?" "I'm on my way to Whitemire." "The detention centre?" "Actually, I have it in good authority that it's an immigration removal centre. It also happens to be home to the victim's wife and kids." She was silent for a moment. "Well, I can't do 8 o'clock. I'm meeting someone for a drink. I was hoping you might have been there too." "There's a fair chance I will be, if that's what you want. We can hit the pubic triangle afterwards." "When it's getting lively, you mean?"
An accident of timing, Siobhan, that's all.
Well, go easy on them, eh?
What do you mean?
I'm assuming you're going to be the bearer of bad news at Whitemire.
Why is it nobody thinks I can do the sympathy thing?
Wiley glanced at him and smiled.
I can be the caring new age cop when I want to.
Sure you can, John. I'll see you in the Ox around 8. Rebus put his phone away and concentrated on the road ahead. They were driving west out of Edinburgh. Whitemire was situated between Bain Hall and Bo'ness, 16 or so miles from the city centre. It had been a prison up until the late 1970s, Rebus visiting on just the one occasion, shortly after he joined the force. This much he told Ellen Wiley. "Before my time," she commented.
They shut it down soon after. Only thing I remember is someone showing me where they used to do the hangings.
Lovely. Wiley hit the brakes. They were in the middle of the rush hour, commuters crawling home to their towns and villages. No clever route or shortcut available, every set of traffic lights seemingly against them.
I couldn't do this every day,
Rebus said. Be nice to live in the country, though. He looked at her.
Why?
More space, less dog shit.
Have they banned dogs from the countryside, then?
She smiled again. Plus, for the price of a 2-bed flat in the new town, you could have a dozen acres and a billiard room.
I don't play billiards.
Me neither, but I could learn. She paused. So what's the plan for when we get there? Rebus had been considering this.
We might need a translator.
I hadn't thought of that.
Maybe they got one in the staff. They could break the news.
She'll have to ID her husband. Rebus nodded.
The translator can tell her that too.
After we've gone? Rebus shrugged.
We ask our questions. Get out of there quick.
She looked at him. And people say you can't do sympathy. They drove in silence after that, Rebus finding a news channel on the radio. There was nothing about the scuffle at Noxland. He hoped nobody would pick up on it. Eventually a sign pointed to the turn-off for Whitemire. I just thought of something, Wiley said. Shouldn't we have warned them that we were coming?
Bit late for that.
The road became a potholed single track. Signs warned trespassers that they would be prosecuted. The 12-foot perimeter fence had been augmented by runs of pale green corrugated iron. Means no one can see in, Wiley commented.
Or out,
Rebus added. He knew that there had been demonstrations against the holding centre, and guessed that these were the reason for the recently installed cladding. And what on earth is this? Wiley asked. A lone figure was standing by the side of the road. It was a woman, wrapped heavily against the cold. Behind her was a tent, just big enough for one person, and next to it a smouldering campfire with a kettle hanging over it. The woman held a candle, cupping her free hand around the spluttering flame. Rebus stared at her as they passed. She kept her eyes on the ground in front, her mouth moving slightly. 50 yards on stood the gatehouse. Wiley stopped the car and sounded her horn, but no one appeared. Rebus got out and approached the booth. A guard sat behind the window, chewing a sandwich.
Evening,
Rebus said. The man pressed a button, his voice issuing from a speaker. You got an appointment?
I don't need one.
Rebus showed his ID.
Police officer.
The man appeared unimpressed. Slide it through. Rebus placed the card in a metal drawer and watched as the guard picked it up and studied it. A phone call was made, Rebus unable to hear any of it. Afterwards, the guard jotted down Rebus's details and pressed the button again. Car registration. Rebus obliged, noting that the last 3 letters were WYL. Wiley had bought herself a vanity plate. Anyone else with you? The guard asked.
Detective Sergeant Ellen Wiley.
The guard asked him to spell Wiley, then noted these details down too. Rebus looked back towards the woman at the side of the road.
She always here?
He asked. The guard shook his head.
She got family inside or something?
Just a nutter, the guard said, sliding Rebus's ID back through. "Park in one of the visitor bays. In the car park, someone will come to meet you." Rebus nodded his thanks and walked back to the Volvo. The barrier opened automatically, but the guard had to venture outside to unlock the gates. He waved them through, Rebus pointing Wiley in the direction of their parking space. "I see you've got a vanity plate," he commented. "So?" "I thought they were boys' toys." "Present from my boyfriend," she admitted. "What else was I going to do with it?" "So who's the boyfriend?" "None of your business," she said, giving him a glare which told him the subject was closed. The car park was separated from the main compound by another fence. There was building work going on, foundations being laid. "Nice to see at least one growth industry in West Lothian," Rebus muttered. A guard had emerged from the main building. He opened a gate in the fence and asked if Wiley had locked her doors. "And set the alarm," she confirmed. "Lot of car crime round here?" He failed to see the joke. "We've some fairly desperate people in here." Then he led them to the main entrance. A man was standing there, dressed in a suit rather than the grey uniform of a guard. The man nodded to the guard to let him know he'd take over. Rebus was studying the unadorned, stone-clad building, its small windows set high into its walls. There were much newer whitewashed annexes to left and right. "My name's Alan Traynor," the man was saying. He shook first Rebus's hand and then Wiley's. "How can I be of service?" Rebus drew a copy of the morning paper from his pocket. It was folded open at the photograph. "We think these people are being held here." "Really? And how did you come to that conclusion?" Rebus didn't answer. "The family's name is Jurgi." Traynor studied the photo again, then nodded slowly. "You'd better come with me," he said. He led them into the prison. To Rebus's eye, that was exactly what it was, notwithstanding the tweaked job description. Traynor was explaining the security measures. If they'd been ordinary visitors, they'd have been fingerprinted and photographed, then frisked with metal detectors. The staff they passed wore blue uniforms, chains of keys jangling by their sides, just like a prison. Traynor was in his early 30s. The dark blue suit could have been tailored to fit his slim frame. His dark hair was parted from the left, long enough so that he had to push it out of his eyes occasionally. He told them he was the deputy, his boss having taken some sick leave. "Nothing serious." "Stress." Traynor shrugged to show that it was only to be expected. They followed him up some stairs and through a small open-plan office. A young woman sat hunched over a computer. "Working late again, Janet?" Traynor asked with a smile. She didn't respond, but watched and waited. Rebus, unseen by Traynor, rewarded Janet Eilert with a wink. Traynor's office was small and functional. Through the glass sat a bank of CCTV screens, flicking between a dozen on-site locations. "Only one chair, I'm afraid," he said, retreating behind his desk. "I'm fine standing, sir," Rebus told him, nodding for Wiley to take the seat, but she decided to stand too. Traynor, having lowered himself onto his own chair, now found himself having to look up at the detectives. "The Jurgis are here?" Rebus asked, feigning interest in the CCTV screens. "They are, yes." "But not the husband?" "Slipped away," he shrugged. "Not our problem. It was the immigration service that screwed up." "And you're not part of the immigration service?" Traynor snorted. "Whitemire is run by Sencrest Security, which in turn is a subsidiary of Trust. The private sector, in other words." "Exactly." Trust's American, isn't it?" Wiley added. "That's right. They own private prisons in the United States." "And here in Britain?" Traynor admitted as much with a bow of the head. "Now, about the Jurgis." He played with his watch strap, hinting that he had better things to do with his time. "Well, sir," Rebus began, "I showed you that piece in the newspaper, and you didn't bat an eye. Didn't seem interested in the headline of the story." He paused. "Which gives me the feeling you already know what happened." Rebus pressed his knuckles to the desktop and leaned down.
And that makes me wonder why you didn't get in touch.
Traynor met Rebus's eyes for a second, then turned his attention to the CCTV screens. Know how much bad press we get, Inspector? More than we deserve. A hell of a lot more. Ask the inspection teams. We're audited quarterly. They'll tell you this place is humane and efficient, and we don't cut corners. He pointed to a screen showing a group of men playing cards around a table. We know these are people, and we treat them as such.
Mr. Traynor, if I'd wanted a brochure, I could have sent away for one.
Rebus leaned down further so the young man could not escape his gaze.
Reading between the corporate lines, I'd say you were afraid Whitemire would become part of the story. That's why you did nothing, and that, Mr. Traynor, counts as obstruction. How long do you think Sencrass would keep you on with a criminal record?
Traynor's face began to flush from the neck up.
You can't prove I knew anything, he blustered. But I can try, can't I?
Rebus's smile was perhaps the least pleasant the young man had ever been treated to. Rebus stood up straight and turned towards Wiley, giving her a completely different kind of smile, before returning his attention to Traynor.
Now, let's get back to the Jurgis, shall we?
What do you want to know?
Everything.
I don't know everyone's life story, Traynor said defensively.
Then you might want to refer to their file.
Traynor nodded and got up, heading out to ask Janet Eilert for the relevant documents.
Nice going,
Wiley said under her breath.
And lots of fun to boot.
Rebus's face hardened again as Traynor returned. The young man sat down and riffled through the sheets of paper. The story he told was simple enough on the surface. The Jurgi family were Turkish Kurds. They had arrived first in Germany, claiming to have been under threat in their own country. Family members had disappeared. The father gave his name as Steph. Traynor looked up at this. They'd no papers on them. Nothing to prove he was telling the truth. Doesn't sound a very Kurdish name, does it? Then again, says here he was a journalist. Yes, a journalist, writing stories critical of the government, working under various aliases in an attempt to keep his family safe. When an uncle and cousin had gone missing, it was assumed they'd been arrested and would be tortured for details about Steph. Gives his age as 29. Could be lying there too, of course. Wife, 25. Children, 6 and 4. They told the authorities in Germany that they wanted to live in the UK, and the Germans had obliged. 4 fewer refugees for them to worry about. However, upon hearing the family's case, it had been decided by immigration in Glasgow that they should be deported, back to Germany at first, and from there probably to Turkey.
Any reason given?
Rebus asked. They hadn't proved they weren't economic migrants. Tough one, Wiley said, folding her arms, like proving you're not a witch. These matters are gone into with great thoroughness, Traynor said defensively.
So how long have they been here?
Rebus asked. 7 months.
That's a long time.
Mrs. Jurgi refuses to leave.
Can she do that?
She has a lawyer working for her.
Not Mo Derwin.
How did you guess? Rebus cursed silently. If he'd taken up Derwin's offer, he could have been the one to break the news to the widow.
Does Mrs. Jurgi speak English?
A little.
She needs to come to Edinburgh to identify the body. Will she understand that?
I've no idea.
Is there anyone who could translate?
Traynor shook his head. Her kids stay with her? Wiley asked. Yes, all day. She watched him nod. They don't go to school or anything. There's a teacher comes here. How many children exactly? Anything from 5 to 20, depending on who's been kept here. All different ages, different nationalities. Nigerians, Russians, Somalis. And just the one teacher. Traynor smiled. Don't swallow the media line, Detective Sergeant. I know we've been called Scotland's Camp X-Ray, protesters ringing the perimeter, hands joined. He paused, suddenly looking tired. We're just processing them, that's all. We're not monsters, and this isn't a prison camp. Those new buildings you saw as you came in, specially constructed family units. TVs and a cafeteria, table tennis and snack machines. And which of those don't you get in a prison? Rebus asked. If they'd left the country when told, they wouldn't be here. Traynor patted a file. The officials have made their decision. He took a deep breath. Now, I'm assuming you'd like to see Mrs. Yogi. In a minute, Rebus said. First, what do your notes tell you about Steph doing a runner? Just that when officers went to the Yogi's flat, which was where? Sight Hill in Glasgow. A cheery spot. Better than some, Inspector. Anyway, when they arrived, Mr. Yogi wasn't home. According to his wife, he had left the previous night. He got wind you were coming. It wasn't a secret. The judgment had been delivered. Their lawyer had informed them of it. Would he have any means of supporting himself? Traynor shrugged. Not unless Derwan helped him out. Well, that was something for Rebus to ask the lawyer. He didn't try to contact his family? Not that I'm aware of. Rebus thought for a moment, turning towards Wiley to see if she had any questions. When she just twitched her mouth, Rebus nodded. OK. We'll go see Mrs. Yogi now. Dinner had just finished, and the cafeteria was emptying. Everybody eats at the same time, Wiley commented. A uniformed guard was arguing with a woman whose head was covered with a shawl. She carried an infant on her shoulder. The guard was holding up a piece of fruit. Sometimes they smuggle food back to their rooms, Traynor explained. And that's not allowed. He shook his head. I don't see them here. Must have finished already. This way. He led them down a corridor fitted with a CCTV camera. The building might have been clean and new, but to Rebus's mind it was a compound within a compound. Had any suicides yet? He asked. Traynor glared at him. 1 or 2 attempts. A hunger striker, too. Comes with the territory. He had stopped at an open door, gesturing with his hand. Rebus looked in. The room was 15 feet by 12, not small in itself, but containing a bunk bed, a single bed, wardrobe, and desk. 2 small children were working at the desk, craning pictures and whispering to one another. Their mother sat on her bed, staring into space, hands on her lap. Mrs. Yogi? Rebus said, moving a little further into the room. The drawings were of trees and balls of yellow sunshine. The room was windowless, ventilated from a grill in the ceiling. The woman looked up at him with hollow eyes. Mrs. Yogi, I'm a police officer. He had the children's interest now. This is my colleague. Could we maybe talk away from the children? Unblinking, her eyes never left his. Tears began to drip down her face, lips pursed to hold back the sobs. The children went to her, offering comfort with their arms. It had the look of something they did regularly. The boy would be 6 or 7. He looked up at the intruding adults with a face hardened beyond its years. You go now, not do this for us. I need to talk to your mother, Rebus said quietly. It is not allowed. Bugger off now. He enunciated these words precisely and with a trace of the local accent picked up from the guards, Rebus guessed. I really need to talk to. I know all, Mrs. Yogi said suddenly. He... not. Her eyes beseeched Rebus, but all he could do was nod. She hugged her children to her. He not, she repeated. The girl had started crying too, but not the boy. It was as if he knew that his world had shifted yet again, bringing another challenge. What is this? The woman from the cafeteria was standing just outside the door.
Do you know Mrs. Yurgi?
Rebus asked. She is my friend. The infant had gone from the woman's shoulder, leaving a patch of drying milk or saliva there. She squeezed into the room and crouched in front of the widow.
What has happened?
She asked. Her voice was deep, imperative.
We've brought some bad news,
Rebus told her.
What news?
It's about Mrs. Yurgi's husband, Wiley interrupted.
What has happened?
There was fear in the eyes now, realization dawning.
It's not good,
Rebus confirmed.
Her husband is dead.
Dead?
He was killed. Someone needs to identify the body. Did you know the family before you came here?
She looked at him as if he was stupid.
None of us knew the others before this place.
She spat out the final word as though it were gristle.
Can you tell her that she needs to identify her husband? We can send a car for her tomorrow morning.
Traynor held up a hand. No need for that. We have transport. Oh, yes, Wiley said sceptically, with bars on the windows. Mrs. Yurgi has been marked down as a potential absconder. She remains my responsibility. You'll take her to the mortuary in the back of a paddy wagon. He glowered at Wiley.
Guards will escort her.
I'm sure society is reassured by that. Rebus placed his hand on Wiley's elbow. She seemed about to add something, but turned away instead, heading off down the corridor. Rebus gave a little shrug.
10 in the morning?
He asked. Traynor nodded. Rebus gave him the address of the mortuary.
Any chance Mrs. Yurgi's friend here could go with her?
I don't see why not, Traynor conceded.
Thanks,
Rebus said. Then he followed Wiley out to the car park. She was pacing the ground, kicking imaginary stones, watched by a guard who was patrolling the perimeter with a torch, despite the floodlit glare. Rebus lit a cigarette.
Feeling better now, Ellen?
What's there to feel better about? Rebus held up both hands in surrender.
I'm not the one you're pissed off with.
The sound which issued from her mouth started as a snarl, but ended in a sigh. That's the problem, though. Who is it I am pissed off with?
The people in charge, Rebus guessed. The ones we never see.
He waited to see if she'd agree.
I've got this theory, he went on. We spend most of our time chasing something called the underworld, but it's the overworld we should really be keeping an eye on.
She thought about this, nodding almost imperceptibly. The guard was walking towards them. No smoking, he barked. Rebus just stared at him. It's not allowed. Rebus took another inhalation, narrowing his eyes. Wiley pointed to a faint yellow line on the ground. What's that for? Trying to steer his attention away from Rebus. The zone of containment, the guard answered. Detainees aren't allowed to cross it. Why the hell not? He shifted his gaze to her. They might try to escape. Have you taken a look at those gates lately? Height of the fence tell you anything? Barbed wire and corrugated iron. She was inching towards him. He started backing away. Rebus reached out to touch her arm again.
I think we should leave now,
he said, flicking his cigarette so that it bounced off the guard's polished toe cap, sending a few momentary sparks into the night. As they drove out of the compound, the lone woman was watching them from her campfire.
This ends Disc 4. Flesh Market Close, Disc 5.
Chapter 10. Well, this is rustic. Alexis Cater gazed at the nicotine-coloured walls of the Oxford Bar's backroom. I'm glad you condescend to approve. He wagged a finger. There's a fire in you. I like that. I've quenched a few fires in my time, but only after inflaming them first. He smirked as he raised his glass to his lips, sloshing the beer around in his mouth before swallowing. Not a bad pint, mind, and bloody cheap. I might have to remember this place. Is it your local? She shook her head, just as Harry the barman appeared to clear away any empty glasses. "All right, Shiv," he called. She nodded back. Cater grinned. "Your cover's blown, Shiv?" "Siobhan," she corrected him. "Tell you what, I'll call you Siobhan if you call me Lex." "You're trying to cut a deal with a police officer?" His eyes twinkled above the rim of the glass. "Hard to picture you in uniform, but well worth the effort, all the same." She'd chosen to sit on one of the benches, reasoning that he would take the chair opposite, but he'd slid onto the bench beside her, and was creeping closer by degrees. "Tell me," she said, "does this charm offensive of yours ever work?" "Can't complain. Mind you," he checked his watch, "we've been here the best part of 10 minutes, and you've yet to ask me about my father. That's probably a record." "So what you're saying is, women humour you because of who you are?" He winced. A palpable hit. "You remember why we're having this meeting?" "God, you make it sound so formal." "If you want to see formal, we can keep talking at Gayfield Square." He raised an eyebrow. "Your flat?" "My police station," she corrected him. "Bloody hell, this is hard work." "I was just thinking the same thing." "I need a ciggy," Cater was saying. "Do you smoke?" Siobhan shook her head, and he looked elsewhere. Another drinker had arrived, taking the table opposite them, spreading out his evening paper. Cater stared at the pack of cigarettes lying beside the newspaper. "Excuse me," he called. "Have you a spare ciggy by any chance?" "No spare, no," the man said. "I need every single one I can get my hands on." He went back to his reading. Cater turned to Siobhan. "Nice clientele." Siobhan shrugged. She wasn't about to let him know there was a machine around the corner next to the toilets. "The skeleton," she reminded him. "What about it?" He leaned back as though wishing he were elsewhere. "You took it from outside Professor Gates's office." "So what?" "I'd like to know how it ended up in a concrete floor in Fleshmarket Close." "Me too," he snorted. "Maybe I could sell the idea to Dad for a mini-series." "After you took it," Siobhan prompted. He swirled his glass, producing a fresh head on the top of the pint. "You mistake me for a cheap date. One drink and you think I'll spill the beans." "Right you are then." Siobhan started to get to her feet. "At least finish your drink," he protested. "No thanks." He rolled his head to left and right. "All right, point made." Gestured with his arm. "Sit down again and I'll tell you." She hesitated, then pulled out the chair opposite him. He pushed her glass towards her. "Christ," he said, "you're a real drama queen when you get going." "I'm sure you are too." She lifted her tonic water. On entering the bar, Cater had ordered her a gin and tonic, but she'd managed to signal to Harry that she didn't want the gin. Straight tonic was what she'd been given. The reason the round had been so cheap. "If I tell you, can we get a bite to eat after?" She glared at him. "I'm ravenous," he persisted. "There's a good chippy on Broughton Street." "Is that anywhere near your flat? We could take the fish suppers back there." This time she had to smile. "You never give up, do you? Not unless I'm really, really sure." "Sure of what?" "That the woman isn't interested." He beamed a smile at her. Meantime, behind her, the man at the next table cleared his throat as he turned to a fresh page. "We'll see," was her response, and then, "So, tell me about the bones of Mag Lennox." He stared up at the ceiling, reminiscing. Dear old Mags. Then he broke off. "This is off the record, naturally. Don't worry." "Well, you're right, of course. We did decide to borrow Mags. We were hosting a party and decided it would be fun if Mags presided over us. Got the idea from a veterinary student's party. He'd sneaked a A dead dog out of the lab. Sat it in his bath so that every time someone needed to... I get the picture. He shrugged. Same thing with Mags. Plonked her in a chair at the head of the table during dinner. Later on, I think we even danced with her. It was just a bit of high spirits, milady. We planned to take her back afterwards. But you didn't? Well, when we woke up next morning, she'd left of her own volition. I hardly think that likely. OK, then. Somebody'd walked off with her. And with the baby too? You got that when the department were chucking it out? He nodded. Did you ever find out who took them? He shook his head. There were 7 of us for dinner, but after that the party proper started and there must have been 20 or 30 people there. Could have been any one of them. Any prime suspects? He considered this. Pippa Greenlaw brought a bit of rough with her. Turned out to be a one-nighter and he was never heard of again. Did he have a name? I should think so. He stared at her. Probably not as sexy as yours, though. What about Pippa? Is she a medic too? Christ, no. Works in PR. Come to think of it, that's how she met her beau. He was a footballer. He paused. Well, wanted to be a footballer. Have you got a number for Pippa? Somewhere. Might not be up to date. He leaned forward. Of course, I don't have it with me. I suppose that means we'll need another rendezvous. What it means is that you'll call me and tell me it. She handed over her card. You can leave a message at the station if I'm not there. His smile softened as he studied her, angling his face one way and then another. What? She asked. I'm just wondering how much of this Ice Maiden routine is just that, a routine. Do you ever step out of character? He reached across the table and snatched her wrist, placing it to his lips. She wrenched free. He sat back again, looking satisfied. Fire and ice, he mused. It's a good combination. Want to see another good combination? The man at the next table asked, folding shut his paper. How about a punch in the face and a boot up the arse? Bloody hell, it's Sir Galahad, Cato laughed. Sorry, chum, no damsels round these parts requiring your services. The man was on his feet, stepping into the middle of the cramped room. Siobhan stood up, blocking his view of Cato. It's fine, John, she said, then to Cato. I think you better skedaddle. You know this primate? One of my colleagues, Siobhan confirmed. Rebus was craning his neck, the better to glare at Cato. You better get her that phone number, pal, and no more of your fannying around. Cato was on his feet. He made a show of pausing long enough to finish his drink. It's been a delightful evening, Siobhan. We must do it again sometime, with or without the performing monkey. Harry the barman was in the doorway. That your Aston outside, pal? Cato's face softened. Nice car, isn't it? I wouldn't know about that, but some punter's just mistaken it for a urinal. Cato gasped and scrambled down the steps towards the exit. Harry gave a wink and returned to the bar. Siobhan and Rebus shared a look, then a smile. Smarmy little bastard, Rebus commented. Maybe you'd be too, given who his father is. Silver spoon up the nose at birth, I dare say. Rebus sat back down at his table, Siobhan turning her chair round to face him. Maybe it's just his routine. Like your Ice Maiden. And you're Mr. Angry. Rebus winked and tipped his glass to his mouth. She'd noticed before how he opened his mouth when he drank, as if attacking the liquid, showing it his teeth. Want another? She asked. Trying to postpone the evil moment, he teased. Well, why not? Got to be cheaper here than there. She brought the drinks through. How did it go at Whitemire? As well as could be expected. Ellen Wiley went off on one. He described the visit, ending with Wiley and the guard. Why do you think she did that? Innate sense of injustice, Siobhan suggested. Maybe she comes from immigrant stock. Like me, you mean? I seem to remember you telling me you came from Poland. Not me. My grandad. You probably still have family there.
Christ knows.
Well, don't forget, I'm an immigrant too. Parents both English, brought up south of the border.
You were born here, though.
And whisked away again before I was out of nappies.
Still makes you Scottish. Stop trying to wriggle out of it.
I'm just saying,
we're a mongrel nation, always have been. Settled by the Irish, raped and pillaged by the Vikings. When I was a kid, all the chip shops seemed to be run by Italians. Classmates with Polish and Russian surnames.
He stared into his glass.
I don't remember anyone getting stabbed because of it.
You grew up in a village, though.
So
maybe Noxland's different. That's all I'm saying. He nodded agreement with this, finished his drink.
Let's go, he said.
I've still got half a glass.
You losing your bottle, D.S. Clark?
A complaint sounded in her throat, but she got to her feet anyway. You been to one of these places before?
Couple of times, he admitted. Stag nights.
They'd parked the car on Bread Street, outside one of the city's more chic hotels. Rebus wondered what visitors thought, stepping out of their suite and into the pubic triangle. The area spread from the show bars of Toll Cross and Lothian Road to Lady Lawson Street. Bars advertised the biggest jugs in town, VIP table dancing, and non-stop action. There was just the one discreet sex shop as yet, and no sign that any of Leith's streetwalkers had taken up residence.
Takes me back a bit, Rebus admitted. You weren't here in the 70s, were you? Go-go dancers in the pubs at lunchtime. A blue cinema near the university.
Glad to hear you so nostalgic, Siobhan said coolly. The destination was a refurbished pub just across the road from a disused shop. Rebus could recall several of its previous names. The Lorry Tavern, the Wheaton Inn, the Snake Pit. But now it was the Nook. A sign on its large blacked-out window proclaimed it your first nookie stop in the city, and offered immediate gold status membership. There were 2 bouncers guarding the door from drunks and undesirables. Both were overweight and shaven-headed. They wore identical charcoal suits and black open-necked shirts, and sported earpieces to alert them to any trouble inside. Tweedledum and Tweedledummer, Siobhan said under her breath. They were staring at her rather than Rebus, women not being the Nook's target demographic.
Sorry, no couples,
one of them said.
Hiya, Bob, Rebus replied. How long you been out?
The bouncer took a moment to place him.
You're looking well, Mr. Rebus.
So are you. Must have been using the gym at Saughton.
Rebus turned to Siobhan.
Let me introduce Bob Dodds. Bob was doing 6 for a fairly major assault.
Reduced on appeal,
Dodds added,
and the bastard deserved it.
He dumped your sister. That was it, wasn't it? You went for him with a baseball bat and a Stanley knife. And here you are, large as life.
Rebus smiled broadly.
And performing a useful function in society.
You're a cop,
the other bouncer finally twigged. Me too, Siobhan told him, and that means couples or no couples, we're going in.
You want to see the manager?
Dodds asked. That's the general idea. Dodds reached into his jacket and produced a walkie-talkie.
Door to office.
There was some static, then a crackled reply.
Where the fuck is it now?
2 police officers to see you.
They after a bung or what?
Rebus took the walkie-talkie from Dodds.
We just want a quiet word, sir. If you're offering to bribe us, however, that's something we'll have to discuss down the station. That was a joke, for Christ's sake. Get Bob to bring you in.
Rebus handed back the walkie-talkie.
I guess that makes us gold status members, he said.
Through the door, there was a thin partition wall, built to stop anyone from outside being able to scope the place out before parting with the admission price. The reception desk consisted of a middle-aged woman with an old-fashioned cash register. The carpeting was crimson and purple, the walls black, with tiny lighting filaments whose purpose was either to resemble the night sky or deter drinkers from a detailed study of the bar prices and measures. The bar itself was much as Rebus remembered it from Laurie Tavern days. There was no draft beer, however, just the more profitable bottle variety. A small stage had been constructed in the centre of the room, 2 shiny silver poles stretching from it to the ceiling. A young, dark-skinned woman was dancing to an over-amplified instrumental, watched by maybe half a dozen men. Siobhan noticed that she kept her eyes shut throughout, concentrating on the music. 2 more men were seated on a nearby sofa, while another woman danced topless between them. An arrow pointed away to a private VIP booth, shielded by black drapes from the rest of the room. 3 suited businessmen sat on stools at the bar, sharing a bottle of champagne.
"It livens up later on," Dodds told Rebus. "Place is mental at the weekend."
He led them across the floor, stopping at a door marked Private and punching numbers into the keypad alongside. He pushed the door open and nodded them through. They were in a short, narrow hallway with a door at its end. Dodds knocked and waited. "If you must," the voice called from the other side. Rebus motioned with his head to tell Dodds they could manage without him from here on. Then he turned the handle. The office was not much bigger than a box room, and what space there was had been filled almost to capacity. Shelves groaned under paperwork and bits and pieces of discarded equipment, everything from a disconnected beer pump to a golf ball typewriter. Magazines were stacked on the linoleum floor, trade mags mostly. The bottom half of a water cooler had become a support for shrink-wrapped collections of beer mats. A venerable-looking green safe stood open to reveal boxes of drinking straws and packs of paper napkins. There was a tiny barred window behind the desk, which Rebus guessed would give a minimum of natural light in daytime. The available wall space was filled with framed cuttings from newspapers, paparazzi-style pics of men exiting the Nook. Rebus recognised a couple of footballers whose careers had stalled. The man seated at the desk was in his 30s. He wore a tight white T-shirt, giving definition to his muscular torso and arms. The face was tanned, the cropped hair jet black. No jewellery, other than a gold watch with more dials than necessary. His blue eyes shone even in this room's dim wattage. "Stuart Bullen," he said, reaching out a hand without bothering to stand. Rebus introduced himself, then Siobhan. Handshakes completed, Bullen apologised for the lack of chairs. "No room for them," he shrugged. "We're fine standing, Mr. Bullen," Rebus assured him. "As you can see, the Nook has nothing to hide, which makes your visit all the more intriguing." "That's not a local accent, Mr. Bullen," Rebus commented. "I'm from the West Coast originally." Rebus nodded. "I seem to know the name." Bullen's mouth twitched. "To put your mind at rest, yes, my dad was Rab Bullen." "Glasgow gangster," Rebus explained to Siobhan. "A respected businessman," Bullen corrected. "He died when someone fired at him from point-blank range on his own doorstep," Rebus added. "What was that, 5, 6 years ago?" "If I'd known it was my dad you wanted to talk about," Bullen was staring hard at Rebus. "It isn't," Rebus interrupted. "We're looking for a girl, Mr. Bullen," Siobhan said. "A runaway called Ishbel Jardine." She handed him the photograph. "Maybe you've seen her." "And why would I have seen her?" Siobhan shrugged. "She might need money. We hear you've been hiring dancers." "Every club in town's hiring dancers." It was his turn to shrug. "They come and they go. All my dancers are legit, mind, and dancing's as far as it goes." "Even in the VIP booth?" Rebus asked. "We're talking about housewives and students, women who need a bit of easy cash." "If you could just look at the photo, please," Siobhan said. "She's 18 and her name's Ishbel." "Never seen her before in my life." He made to hand the photo back.
Who told you I was hiring?
Information received, Rebus informed him.
I saw you looking at my little collection. Bullen nodded towards the photos on the wall. This is a classy place. We like to think we're a bit above the other clubs in the area. That means we're choosy about the girls we employ. We tend not to take the junkies.
Nobody said she was a junkie.
And I doubt very much whether this dive could ever be described as classy. Bullen sat back, the better to study him. You can't be too far off retiring, Inspector. I look forward to the day when I can deal with cops like your colleague. He smiled in Siobhan's direction. A much pleasanter prospect.
How long have you had this place? Rebus asked.
He'd brought out his cigarettes. Don't smoke in here, Bullen told him. It's a fire risk. Rebus hesitated, then put the packet away again. Bullen gave a little nod of thanks. To answer your question, 4 years.
What took you away from Glasgow?
Well, my dad's murder might give you a clue.
Never caught the killer, did they?
Shouldn't that they be a we?
Glasgow and Edinburgh police. Chalk and cheese.
You mean you'd have had more luck?
Luck's got nothing to do with it.
Well, Inspector, if that's all you came for, I'm sure you've got other premises to visit. Mind if we talk to the girls? Siobhan asked suddenly. What for? Just to show them the photo. Is there a dressing room they use? He nodded. Through the black curtain, but they only go there between shifts. Then we'll talk to them where we find them.
If you must,
Bullen snapped. She turned to leave, but pulled up short. There was a black leather jacket hanging behind the door. She rubbed the collar between her fingers. What car do you drive? She asked abruptly.
What's it to do with you?
It's a simple enough question, but if you want to do it the hard way... She glared at him. Bullen let out a sigh.
BMW X5.
Sounds sporty. Bullen snorted. It's an off-roader, a 4x4, huge big tank of a thing. She nodded, understanding. Those are the cars men buy when there's something they feel they need to compensate for. On which line she made her exit. Rebus offered Bullen a smile.
How's she rating now as that pleasanter prospect you were talking about?
I know you, Bullen replied, wagging a finger.
You're a cop. Ger Cafferty keeps in his pocket.
Is that right?
It's what everybody says. I can't argue with that then, can I?
Rebus turned to follow Siobhan out. He reckoned he'd done well not to rise to the young prick's goading. Big Ger Cafferty had for many years been king of Edinburgh's underworld. These days he lived a quieter life, at least on the surface. But with Cafferty you never could tell. It was true that Rebus knew him. In fact, Bullen had just given Rebus an idea, because if there was one man who might know what the hell a Glasgow lowlife like Stuart Bullen was doing on the other side of the country from his natural lair, that man was Maurice Gerald Cafferty. Siobhan had taken a stool at the bar, the businessman having moved to a table. Rebus joined her, putting the barman's mind at ease. He'd probably never had to serve a single woman before.
Bottle of your best beer, Rebus said, and whatever the lady's having.
Diet Coke, she told the barman. He brought their drinks.
£6,
he said.
Mr. Bullen says they're on the hoose,
Rebus informed him with a wink.
He wants to keep us sweet.
Ever see this girl in here? Siobhan asked, holding up the photograph.
Looks familiar, but then a lot of girls look like that.
What's your name, son?
Rebus asked. The barman bristled at that use of son. He was in his early 20s, short and wiry. White T-shirt, maybe trying to copy his boss's style. Hair spiked with gel. He wore the same earpiece as the bouncers. There were 2 stud earrings in his other ear.
Barney Grant.
Worked here long, Barney?
Couple of years.
Place like this, that probably qualifies you as a lifer.
Nobody's been here as long as me,
Grant agreed.
Bet you've seen a few things.
Grant nodded.
But one thing I haven't seen in all that time is Stuart offering free drinks.
He held his hand out.
£6, please.
I admire your persistence, son.
Rebus handed over the money.
What's your accent?
Aussie, and I'll tell you something else. I've got a memory for faces, and I seem to know yours.
I was in here a few months back. Stag party. Didn't stay long.
So, to get back to Ishbel Jardim, Siobhan cajoled, you think maybe you've seen her? Grant took another look at the photo.
Might not have been here, though. Plenty of clubs and pubs. Could have been anywhere.
He took the money to the till. Siobhan turned round to study the room and almost wished she hadn't. One of the dancers was leading a suit towards the VIP booth. Another, the one she'd seen earlier, concentrating on the music, was now sliding up and down the silver pole, minus her thong. Christ, this is sleazy, she commented to Rebus. What the hell did you get out of it? A lightening of the wallet, he replied. Siobhan turned to Grant again. How much do they charge?
£10 a dance. Lasts a couple of minutes, no touching allowed.
And in the VIP booth?
Can't tell you.
Why not?
Never been in. Want another drink?
He motioned to her glass, which was as full of ice as when it had arrived, but otherwise empty.
Trick of the trade, Rebus told her. More ice you put in, less room there is for the actual drink.
I'm fine, thanks, she told Grant. Do you think any of the girls would talk to us?
Why should they?
What if I leave the photo with you? Would you show it around?
Could do.
And my card. She handed it over with the photograph. You can phone me if there's any news.
OK.
He placed both items under the bar. Then to Rebus,
What about you? Fancy another?
Not at those prices, Barney. Thanks all the same.
Remember, Siobhan said, call me. She slid from the stool and headed for the exit. Rebus had stopped to study another row of framed photos, copies of the newspaper cuttings in Bullen's office. He tapped one of them. Siobhan looked closer. Lex Cater and his film star father, their faces turned ghostly white by the photographer's flash gun. Gordon Cater had raised his hand to his face, but too late. His eyes looked haunted, but his son was grinning, happy to be captured for posterity.
Look at the byline,
Rebus told her. Each story was accompanied by an exclusive tag, and beneath the headlines sat the same bold print name. Steve Hawley. Funny how he's always in the right place at the right time, Siobhan said.
Yes, isn't it?
Rebus agreed. Outside, he paused to light a cigarette. Siobhan kept walking, unlocking the car and getting in, sitting there with hands gripped around the steering wheel. Rebus walked slowly, inhaling deeply. There was still half a cigarette left by the time he reached the Peugeot, but he flicked it onto the road and climbed into the passenger side.
I know what you're thinking,
he said. Do you? She signalled to move away from the curb. He turned to her.
More than one kind of flesh market,
he stated.
Why did you ask about his car?
Siobhan considered her reply. Because he looked like a pimp, she said. Rebus's words turning over in her mind. More than one kind of flesh market. Day 4, Thursday. Chapter 11. Next morning, Rebus was back in Noxland. Some of the previous day's banners and placards were strewn around, the slogans blurred by footprints. Rebus was in the porter cabin, drinking a coffee he'd brought with him and finishing the newspaper. Steph Jurgi's name had been revealed to the media at a press conference yesterday evening. It merited just the one mention in Steve Hawley's tabloid, while Mo Derwin got a couple of paragraphs. There was also a series of pictures of Rebus, wrestling the youth to the ground, being proclaimed a hero by an arms-aloft Derwan, and watched by Derwan's followers. The headline, almost certainly the work of Hawley himself, was the single word, stoned. Rebus tossed the paper into the bin, aware that someone would, in all probability, just fish it out again. He found a cup, half full of cold slops, and poured it over the newsprint, feeling better for it. His watch said it was 9:15. Earlier, he'd made the request for a patrol car to head out to Portobello. By his reckoning, it would be here any minute. The porter-cabin was quiet. Wise counsel had decided that it would be foolish to bring a computer into Noxland, so instead all the door-to-door reports were being collated back at Torpichin. Walking over to the window, Rebus scraped some shards of glass into a pile. Despite its grille, the window had been broken. A stick of some kind, or a thin metal pole, something sticky had then been sprayed through the window, marking the floor and the nearest desk. To add a final touch, the word filth had been spray-painted on every available surface of the exterior. By close of play today, Rebus knew that the window would be boarded up. In fact, the porter-cabin might even have been declared surplus to requirements. They'd gleaned what they could, taken what evidence was available. Rebus knew that Shug Davidson had one main strategy: shame the estate into pointing the finger. So maybe Hawley's stories were no bad thing. Well, it would be nice to think so, but Rebus doubted many people in Noxland would read of racism and feel anything but complete justification. However, Davidson was counting on just one person seeing the light. One witness was all he needed. One name. There would have been blood, a weapon to dispose of, clothes to be burned or thrown out. Someone knew. Hidden away in one of those blocks, hopefully with guilt gnawing away at them. Someone knew. Rebus had called Steve Hawley first thing, asked him how come he always seemed to be outside the nook when a celeb came stumbling out. Just good investigative journalism, but you're talking ancient history. How so? When the place opened, it was hot for a few months. That's when those pics got taken. Go there often, do you? Rebus had hung up without replying. Now he heard a car approaching, peered through the cracked glass and saw it, allowed himself a little smile as he drained his coffee. He walked out to meet Gareth Baird, nodding a greeting at the two uniforms who'd brought him here. Morning, Gareth. What's the game, then? Gareth dug his fists into his pockets. Harassment, is that it? Not at all. It's just that you're a valuable witness. Remember, you're the one who knows what Steph Yurgi's girlfriend looks like. Christ, I barely noticed her. But she did the talking, Rebus said calmly. And I've an inkling you'd know her if you saw her again. You want me to do a photo fit for you, is that it? That comes later. Right now, you're going to go in a recce with these two officers. A recce? Door to door. Give you a taste of police work. How many doors? Gareth was scanning the tower blocks. All of them. He stared at Rebus, wide-eyed, like a kid given to tension on the flimsiest of evidence. Sooner you start. Rebus patted the young man on the shoulder. Then, to the uniforms, take him away, lads. Watching Gareth trudge, head down, towards the first of the blocks, sandwiched by the two constables, Rebus felt a buzz of satisfaction. It was good to know the job could still offer the odd perk. Two more cars were arriving, Davidson and Wiley in one, Reynolds in another. They'd probably travelled in convoy from Torpichin. Davidson carried the morning paper with him, folded open at stoned. Seen this? He asked. I wouldn't lower myself, Shug. Why not? Reynolds grinned. You're a Towley's new hero. Davidson's cheeks reddened. One more crack like that, Charlie, and I'll have you on a report. Is that clear? Reynolds stiffened his back. Slip of the tongue, sir. You've collected more slips in a bookie's dustbin. Don't let it happen again. Sir. Davidson let the silence lie for a moment, then decided he'd made his point. "Is there anything useful you can be doing?" Reynolds relaxed a little. "Inside, Jane, there's a woman in one of the flats does a pot of tea and some biscuits." "Oh, yes." "Met her yesterday, sir. She said she wouldn't mind making us a brew as and when." Davidson nodded. "Then go fetch." Reynolds made to move off. "Oh, and Charlie, the clock's running. Don't get too comfy in there." "I'll remain professional, sir. Don't worry," giving Rebus a leer as he passed him. Davidson turned to Rebus. "Who was that with the uniforms?" Rebus lit a cigarette. "Gareth Baird. He's going to see if the victim's lady friend is hiding behind one of those doors." "Needle in a haystack stuff," Davidson commented. Rebus just shrugged. Ellen Wiley had disappeared inside the porter cabin. Davidson was only now registering the fresh daubs. "Filth, eh? I've always thought that the people who call us that are that." He pushed his hair back from his forehead, scratching at his scalp. "Anything else on today?" "Victim's wife's ID in the body. Thought I'd maybe attend." He paused. "Unless you want to do it." "It's all yours. Nothing waiting for you back at Gayfield, then?" "Not even a proper desk." "They're hoping you'll take the hint?" Rebus nodded. "Think I should?" Davidson looked sceptical. "What's waiting for you when you retire?" "Liver disease, probably. I've already made the down payment." Davidson smiled. "Well, I'd say we're still short-handed, which means I'm happy for you to stick around." Rebus was about to say something. Thanks, perhaps. But Davidson raised a finger. "So long as you don't go off on any wild tangents, understood?" "Crystal clear, Shug." Both men turned at a sudden bellow from 2 stories up. "Good morning to you, Inspector." It was Mo Derwin, waving down to Rebus from the walkway. Rebus gave a half-hearted wave back, but then remembered that he had a few questions for the lawyer. "Stay there. I'm coming up," he called. "I'm in flat 202. "Derwan's been working for the Yurgi family," Rebus reminded Davidson. "Few things I need to clear up with him." "Don't let me stop you." Davidson placed a hand on Rebus's shoulder. "But no more photo calls, eh?" "Don't worry, Shug. There won't be." Rebus took the lift to the 2nd floor and walked to the door marked 202. Looking down, he saw that Davidson was studying the damage to the outside of the porter cabin. There was no sign of Reynolds with the promised tea. The door was ajar, so Rebus walked in. The place was carpeted with what looked like offcuts. A broom rested against the lobby wall. A plumbing problem had left a large brown stain on the cream ceiling. "In here," Derwan called. He was seated on a sofa in the living room. Again, the windows were frosted with condensation. Both bars of the electric fire were glowing. Ethnic music was playing softly from a tape machine. An elderly couple was standing in front of the sofa. "Join me," Derwan said, slapping the cushion beside him with one hand, cup and saucer gripped in the other. Rebus sat down, the couple bowing slightly at his smiled greeting. It was only when he was seated that he realized there were no other chairs. Nothing for the couple to do but stand there. Not that this seemed to bother the lawyer. "Mr. and Mrs. Singh have been here 11 years, he was saying, but not for much longer." "I'm sorry to hear that," Rebus replied. Derwan chuckled. "They're not being deported, Inspector. Their son has done very well for himself in business. Big house in Barrington." "Cramond," Mr. Singh corrected, naming one of the city's better areas. "Big house in Cramond," the lawyer ploughed on. "They're moving in with him. Into the granny flat," Mrs. Singh said, seeming to take pleasure in the phrase. "Would you like tea or coffee?" "I'm fine, actually," Rebus apologised, "but I do need a word with Mr. Derwan." "You would like us to leave?" No. We'll talk outside." Rebus gave Derwan a meaningful look. The lawyer handed his cup to Mrs. Singh. "Tell your son I wish him everything he could wish himself," he barked, his voice seeming out of all proportion to what was necessary. The room echoed as he stopped. The Singhs bowed again and Rebus got to his feet. Hands had to be shaken before Rebus could lead Derwan out onto the walkway. "A lovely family, you must agree," Derwan said after the door had closed. "Immigrants, you see, can make a vital contribution to the community at large." "I've never doubted it. You know we have a name for the victim. Steph Yorgi." Derwan sighed. "I just found out this morning." "You didn't see the photos we placed in the tabloids?" "I do not read the gutter press." "But you were going to come and talk to us, to let us know you knew him." "I didn't know him. I know his wife and children." "And you hadn't had any contact with him? You didn't try getting a message to his family?" Derwan shook his head. "Not through me. I would not hesitate to tell you." He fixed his eyes on Rebus. "You must trust me on that, John." "Only my best friends call me John," Rebus warned. "And trust has to be earned, Mr. Derwan." He paused to let this sink in. "You didn't know he was in Edinburgh?" "I did not." "But you've been working on the wife's case?" The lawyer nodded. "It's not right, you know. We call ourselves civilized, but are happy to let her rot with her children in Whitemire. You've seen them?" Rebus nodded. "Then you will know. No trees, no freedom, the bare minimum of education and nourishment." "But nothing to do with this inquiry," Rebus felt the need to say. "My God, I don't believe I just heard that. You've seen firsthand the problems with racism in this country." "Doesn't seem to be harming the Singhs. Just because they smile doesn't mean anything." He broke off suddenly, starting rubbing the back of his neck. "I should not drink so much tea. It heats the blood, you know." "Look, I appreciate what you're doing, talking to all these people. Regarding which, would you like to know what I've gleaned?" "Sure. I was knocking on doors all of last evening and from first thing this morning. Of course, not everyone was relevant or would speak with me." "Thanks for trying anyway." Derwan received the praise with a motion of his head. "You know that Steph Yorgi was a journalist in his own country?" "Yes." "Well, people here, the ones who knew him, did not know that. However, he was good at getting to know people, at getting them to talk. It is in a journalist's nature, yes?" Rebus nodded. "So," the lawyer continued, "Steph spoke to people about their lives, asking many questions without revealing much of his own past." "You think he was going to write about it?" "That is a possibility." "What about the girlfriend?" Derwan shook his head. "No one seems to know about her. Of course, with a family in Whitemire, it is entirely possible that he would want her existence to remain a secret." Rebus nodded again. "Anything else?" he asked. "Not as yet. You wish me to continue knocking on doors?" "I know it's a chore, but that's exactly what it isn't. I am gaining a feel for this place, and I'm meeting people who may wish to form their own collective." "Like the one in Glasgow?" "Exactly. People are stronger when they act together." Rebus considered this. "Well, good luck to you, and thanks again." He shook the proffered hand, unsure how far he trusted Derwan. The man was a lawyer, after all, added to which he had his own agenda. Someone was walking towards them. They had to move to let him past. Rebus recognized the youth from yesterday, the one with the rock. The youth just stared at the two men, unsure as to who deserved his scorn more. He stopped at the lifts and jabbed the button. "I hear you like tattoos," Rebus called out. He nodded to Derwan to let the lawyer know they were finished. Then he walked over to join the youth, who backed away as if fearing contamination. Like the youth, Rebus kept his eyes on the lift doors. Derwan, meantime, was getting no answer at 203, moved further away to try 204. "What do you want?" the youth muttered. "Just passing the time of day. It's what humans do, you know. Communicate with each other." "Fuck that." "Something else we do. Accept the opinions of others. We're all different, after all." There was a dull ping as the doors on the left-hand lift shuddered open. Rebus made to step in, then saw that the youth was going to stay behind. Rebus grabbed him by his jacket and hauled him inside, held him till the doors had closed again. The youth pushed him away, tried the door open button, but too late. The lift was starting its creeping descent.
"You like the paramilitaries?"
Rebus went on.
UVF, all that lot?
The youth clamped his mouth shut, lips sucked in behind his teeth.
"Gives you something to hide behind, I suppose,"
Rebus said, as if to himself.
"Every coward needs some sort of shield. They'll look lovely later on too, those tattoos, when you're married with kids. Catholic neighbours and a Muslim boss."
"Aye, right. Like I'd let that happen."
"A lot of things are going to happen to you that you can't control, son. Take it from a veteran."
The lift came to a stop, its doors not opening fast enough for the youth, who started trying to pull them apart, squeezing out and loping off. Rebus watched him cross the stretch of playground. Shug Davidson, too, was watching from the porter-cabin's doorway. "Been fraternising with the locals?" he asked.
"A bit of lifestyle advice,"
Rebus acknowledged.
"What's his name, by the way?"
Davidson had to think. "Howard Slowther calls himself Howie."
"Age?"
"Nearly 15. Education are after him for truancy. Young Howie's heading down the pan big time." Davidson shrugged. "And there's bugger all we can do about it until he does something really stupid."
"Which could be any day now,"
Rebus said, eyes still on the rapidly retreating figure, following it as it descended the slope towards the underpass. "Any day," Davidson agreed. "What time's your meeting at the mortuary?"
10.
Rebus checked his watch.
"Time I was going."
"Remember, keep in touch."
"I'll send you a postcard, Shug. Wish you were here."
Chapter 12. Siobhan had no reason to think that Ishbel's pimp was Stuart Bullen. Bullen seemed too young. He had the leather jacket, but not a sports car. She'd looked at an X5 on the internet, and it was anything but sporty. Then again, she'd asked him a specific question. What car did he drive? Maybe he had more than one. The X5 for day-to-day stuff, and something else garaged for nights and weekends. Was it worth checking? Worth another visit to the Nook? Right now, she didn't think so. Having squeezed into a space on Coburn Street, she was walking up Flesh Market Close. A couple of middle-aged tourists were gazing at the cellar door. The man held a videocam. The woman, a guidebook. "Excuse me?" the woman asked. Her accent was English Midlands, maybe Yorkshire. "Do you know if this is where the skeletons were found?" "That's right," Siobhan told her. "The tour guide told us about it," the woman explained, "last night." "One of the ghost tours?" Siobhan guessed. "That's it, Pat. She told us it were witchcraft." "Is that right?" The husband had already started filming the studded wooden door. Siobhan found herself apologising as she brushed past. The pub wasn't open yet, but she reckoned someone would be there, so she rattled the door with her foot. The lower half was solid, but the top half comprised green glass circles, like the bottoms of wine bottles. She watched a shadow move behind the glass, the click of a key being turned. "We open at 11. Mr. Mangold, D.S. Clark. Remember me?" "Christ, why is it now?" "Any chance I can come in?" "I'm in a meeting." "It won't take long." Mangold hesitated, then pulled open the door. "Thanks," Siobhan said, stepping in. "What happened to your face?" He touched the bruising on his left cheek. The eye above was swollen. "Bit of a disagreement with a punter," he said. "One of the perils of the job." Siobhan looked towards the barman. He was transferring ice from one bucket to another, gave her a nod of greeting. There was a smell of disinfectant and wood polish. A cigarette smouldered in an ashtray on the bar, a mug of coffee next to it. There was paperwork, too. The Morning Post, by the look of things. Looks like you got off lightly, she said. The barman shrugged. Wasn't my shift. She noticed 2 more mugs of coffee on a corner table, a woman cupping one of them in both hands. There was a small pile of books in front of her. Siobhan could make out a couple of the titles, Edinburgh Haunts and The City Above and Below. Make it quick, will you? I'm up to my eyes today. Mangold seemed in no hurry to introduce his other visitor, but Siobhan offered her a smile anyway, which the woman returned. She was in her 40s, with frizzy dark hair tied back with a black velvet bow. She'd kept on her Afghan coat. Siobhan could see bare ankles and leather sandals beneath. Mangold stood with arms folded, legs apart, in the centre of the room. You were going to look out the paperwork, Siobhan reminded him. Paperwork? For the laying of the floor in the cellar. There aren't enough hours in the day, Mangold complained. Even so, sir. 2 fake skeletons. Where's the fire? He held his arms out in supplication. Siobhan realised that the woman was coming towards them. You are interested in the burials? She asked in a soft, sibilant voice. That's right, Siobhan said. I'm Detective Sergeant Clark, and you're Judith Lennox. Lennox went wide-eyed. I recognise you from your picture in the paper, Siobhan explained. Lennox took Siobhan's hand, gripping rather than shaking it. You're so full of energy, Miss Clark. It's like electricity. And you're giving Mr. Mangold here a history lesson. Quite right. The woman's eyes had widened again. The titles on the spines, Siobhan explained, nodding towards the books. Bit of a giveaway. Lennox looked at Mangold. I'm helping Ray develop his new theme bar. It's very exciting. The cellar, Siobhan guessed. He wants some idea of historical context. Mangold coughed an interruption. I'm sure Detective Sergeant Clark has better things to do with her time, hinting that he, too, was a man with things to do. Then, to Siobhan, I did have a quick look for anything to do with the job, but came up blank. Could have been cash in hand. Plenty cowboys out there who'll lay a floor. No questions asked. Nothing in writing. Nothing in writing, Siobhan repeated. You were here when the skeletons were found, Judith Lennox asked. Siobhan tried to ignore her, focused on Mangold instead. You're trying to tell me it was Mag Lennox, wasn't it? It was her skeleton you found. Siobhan stared at the woman. What makes you say that? Judith Lennox squeezed shut her eyes. I had a premonition. I'd been trying to arrange tours of the medical faculty. They wouldn't even let me see the skeleton. Her eyes burned with zeal. I'm her descendant, you know. Are you? She laid a curse on this country and on anyone who would do her harm or mischief. Lennox nodded to herself. Siobhan thought of Cater and McAteer. Not much sign of any curse befalling them. She thought of saying as much, but remembered her promise to Kurt. All I know is the skeletons were fake, Siobhan stressed. My point exactly, Mangold broke in. So why are you so bloody interested? It would be nice to have an explanation, Siobhan said quietly. She thought back to the scene in the cellar, the way her whole body had contracted at the sight of the infant, placing her coat gently over the bones. They found skeletons in the grounds of Holyrood, Lennox was saying. Those were real enough, and a coven in Gilmerton. Siobhan knew of the coven, a series of chambers buried beneath a bookmaker's shop, but last she'd heard it had been proven to belong to a blacksmith. Not a view she guessed would be shared by the historian. And that's as much as you can tell me, she asked Mangold instead. He opened his arms again, gold bracelets sliding over his wrists. In which case, said Siobhan, I'll let you get back to work. It was nice to meet you, Miss Lennox.
"And you," the historian said. She pushed a palm forwards. Siobhan took a step back. Lennox had her eyes closed again, lashes fluttering. "Make use of that energy. It is replenishable." "That's good to hear." Lennox opened her eyes, focusing on Siobhan. "We give some of our life force to our children. They are the true replenishment." The look Mangold gave Siobhan was mostly apologetic, partly self-pitying. His time with Judith Lennox, after all, still had a ways to run. Rebus had never seen children in a mortuary before, and the sight offended him. This was a place for professionals, for adults, for the widowed. It was a place for unwelcome truths about the human body. It was the antithesis of childhood. Then again, what was childhood to the Jurgi children but confusion and desperation? Which didn't stop Rebus pinning one of the guards to the wall, not physically, of course, not using his hands, but by dint of placing himself at an intimidating proximity to the man and then inching forward until the guard had his back to the wall of the waiting area. "You brought kids here?" Rebus spat. The guard was young. His ill-fitting uniform offered no protection against someone like Rebus. "They wouldn't stay," he stammered, "bawling and grabbing on to her." Rebus had turned his head to look at where the seated mother was folding the children in towards her, showing no interest in this scene, and in turn being embraced by her friend in the headscarf, the one from Whitemire. The boy, however, was watching intently. "Mr. Trainer thought it best to let them come. They could have stayed in a van." Rebus had seen it outside, custodial blue with bars on its windows, a toughened grille between the front seats and the benches in the back. "Not without their mum." The door was opening, a second guard entering. This man was the elder. He held a clipboard. Behind him came the white-coated figure of Bill Ness, who ran the mortuary. Ness was in his 50s, with Buddy Holly glasses. As ever, he was chewing a piece of gum. He went over to the family and offered the rest of the packet to the children, who reacted by moving even closer to their mother. Left standing in the doorway was Ellen Wiley. She was there to witness the ID procedure. She hadn't known Rebus was coming, and he'd since told her that she was welcome to the job. "Everything all right here?" the elder guard was asking Rebus now. "Hunky-dory," Rebus said, taking a couple of paces back. "Mrs. Jurgi," Ness was coaxing, "we're ready when you are." She nodded and tried rising to her feet, had to be helped up by her friend. She placed a hand on either child's head. "I'll stay here with them if you like," Rebus said. She looked at him, then whispered something to the children, who gripped her all the harder. "Your mum will just be through that door," Ness told them, pointing. "Will only be a minute." Mrs. Jurgi crouched in front of son and daughter, whispered more words to them. Her eyes were glazed with tears. Then she lifted either child onto a chair, smiled at them, and backed away towards the door. Ness held it open for her. Both guards followed her, the elder glaring a warning towards Rebus. Keep an eye on them. Rebus didn't even blink. When the door closed, the girl ran towards it, placing her hands against its surface. She said nothing, and wasn't crying. Her brother went to her, put his arm around her, and led her back to where they'd been sitting. Rebus crouched down, resting his back against the wall opposite. It was a desolate spot. No posters or notices, no magazines. Nothing to pass the time, because no one, pass time here. Usually you waited only a minute, enough time for the body to be moved from its refrigerated shelf to the viewing room, and afterwards you left swiftly, not wishing to spend another minute in this place. There wasn't even a clock, for, as Ness had said once to Rebus, our clients are out of time. One of countless puns which helped him and his colleagues do the job they did. "My name's John, by the way," Rebus told the children. The girl was transfixed by the door, but the boy seemed to understand. "Police bad," he stated with passion. "Not here," Rebus told him. "Not in this country. In Turkey, very bad." Rebus nodded acceptance of this. "But not here," he repeated. "Here, police good." The boy looked sceptical, and Rebus didn't blame him. After all, what did he know of the police? They had accompanied the immigration officials, taking the family into custody. The Whitemire guards probably looked like police officers too. Anyone in a uniform was suspect. Anyone in authority. They were the people who had made his mother cry, his father disappear. "You want to stay here, in this country?" Rebus asked. This concept was beyond the lad. He blinked a few times until it was clear he wasn't about to answer. "What toys do you like?" "Toys?" "Things you play with." "I play with my sister." "You play games, read books?" Again, the question seemed unanswerable. It was as if Rebus were quizzing him on local history or the rules of rugby. The door opened. Mrs. Jurgi was sobbing quietly, supported by her friend, the officials behind them sombre as befitted the moment. Ellen Wiley nodded at Rebus to let him know identity had been confirmed. "That's us, then," the elder guard stated. The children were clinging to their mother again. The guards started manoeuvring all four figures towards the opposite door, the one leading back to the outside world, the land of the living. The boy turned, just the once, as if to gauge Rebus's reaction. Rebus tried a smile, which was not returned. Ness headed back into the heart of the building, which left only Rebus and Wiley in the waiting area. "Do we need to talk to her?" she asked. "Why?" "To establish when she last heard from her husband." Rebus shrugged. "That's up to you, Ellen." She looked at him. "What's wrong?" Rebus shook his head slowly. "It's tough on the kids," she said. "Tell me," he asked, "when do you reckon was the last time life wasn't tough on those kids?" She shrugged. "Nobody asked them to come here." "I suppose that's true." She was still looking at him. "But it's not the point you were making," she guessed. "I just think they deserve a childhood," he responded. "That's all." He went outside to smoke a cigarette, watched Wiley drive off in her Volvo. He paced the small car park, 3 of the mortuary's unmarked vans standing there, awaiting their next call. Inside, the attendants would be playing cards and drinking tea. There was a nursery school across the street, and Rebus considered the short journey between the two, then squashed the remains of the cigarette underfoot and got into his own car. Drove towards Gayfield Square, but continued past the police station. There was a toy shop he knew, Harburn Hobbies on Elm Row. He parked outside and headed in. Didn't bother looking at the prices, just picked out a few things. A simple train set, a couple of model kits, and a doll's house and doll. The assistant helped him load the car.
This ends Disc 5. Flesh Market Close, Disc 6.
Back behind the steering wheel, he had another idea, this time driving to his flat in Arden Street. In the hall cupboard, he found a box full of old annuals and storybooks from when his daughter was 20 years younger. Why were they still there? Maybe awaiting the grandchildren who'd not yet come. Rebus put them on the back seat beside the other toys and drove west out of town. Traffic was light, and within half an hour he was at the White Mire turn-off. There were wisps of smoke from the campfire, but the woman was rolling up her tent, paying him no heed. A different guard was on duty at the gatehouse. Rebus had to show his ID, drive to the car park, and be met by another guard, who was reluctant to help with the haul. There was no sign of Trainer, but that didn't matter. Rebus and the guard took the toys inside. "They'll have to be checked," the guard said. "Checked? We can't have people just bring anything in here." "You think there are drugs hidden inside the doll?" "It's standard procedure, Inspector." The guard lowered his voice. "You and I know it's completely bloody stupid, but it still has to be done." The two men shared a look. Rebus nodded eventually. "But they will get to the kids?" he asked. "By the end of the day, if I've got anything to do with it." "Thanks." Rebus shook the guard's hand, then looked around. "How do you stand it here?" "Would you rather have the place staffed by people different from me? God knows, there aren't enough of them." Rebus managed a smile. "You've got a point." He thanked the man again. The guard just shrugged. Driving out, Rebus noticed that the tent had gone. Its owner was now trudging down the side of the road, a rucksack on her back. He stopped, winding down his window. "Need a lift?" he asked. "I'm headed for Edinburgh." "You were here yesterday," she stated. He nodded. "Who are you?" "I'm a police officer." "The murder in Noxland," she guessed. Rebus nodded again. She peered into the back of the car. "Plenty of room for your rucksack," he told her. "That's not why I was looking." "Oh?" "Just wondering what happened to the doll's house. I saw a doll's house in the back seat when you drove in." "Then your eyes obviously deceived you." "Obviously," she said. "After all, why would a policeman bring toys to a detention centre?" "Why indeed," Rebus agreed, getting out to help her stash her things. They drove the first half-mile in silence. Then Rebus asked her if she smoked. "No, but you go ahead if you like." "I'm all right," Rebus lied. "How often do you do that vigil thing?" "As often as I can." "All by yourself?" "There were more of us to start with." "I remember seeing it on the telly." "Others join me when they can, weekends usually." "They have jobs to go to," Rebus guessed. "I work too, you know," she snapped. "It's just that I can juggle my time." "You're an acrobat." She smiled at this. "I'm an artist." She paused, awaiting a response. "And thank you for not snorting." "Why would I snort?" "Most people like you would." "People like me?" "People who see anyone who's different to them as a threat." Rebus made a show of taking this in. "So that's what I'm like. I'd always wondered." She smiled again. "All right, I'm jumping to conclusions, but not without some grounds. You'll have to trust me on that." She leaned forward to operate the seat mechanism, sliding it back as far as it would go, giving her room to put her feet on the dashboard in front of her. Rebus thought she was probably in her mid-40s, long, mousy brown hair woven into braids. 3 hooped golden earrings in either lobe. Her face was pale and freckled, and her front 2 teeth overlapped, giving her the look of an impish schoolgirl. "I trust you," he said. "I also take it you're not a big fan of our asylum laws." "That's because they stink." "And what do they stink of?" She turned from the windscreen to look at him. "Hypocrisy, for starters," she said. This is a country where you can buy your way to a passport if you know the right politician. If you don't, and we don't like your skin colour or your politics, then forget it.
You don't think we're a soft touch, then? Give me a break, she said dismissively, turning her attention back to the scenery. I'm just asking.
A question to which you think you already know the answer?
I know we've got better welfare than some countries.
Yeah, right. That's why people pay their life savings to gangs who smuggle them over borders. That's why they suffocate in the backs of lorries or squashed into cargo containers.
Don't forget Eurostar. Don't they cling to its undercarriage?
Don't you dare patronise me.
Just making conversation.
Rebus concentrated on driving for a few moments.
So, what kind of art do you do?
It took her a few moments to answer him. Portraits, mostly. The occasional landscape.
Would I have heard of you?
You don't look like a collector.
I used to have an H.R. Geiger on my wall.
An original? Rebus shook his head.
LP cover. Brain salad surgery.
At least you remember the artist's name. She sniffed, running a hand across her nose. Mine's Caro Quinn.
Caro? Short for Caroline?
She nodded. Rebus reached out awkwardly with his right hand.
I'm John Rebus.
Quinn slipped off a grey woolen glove, and they shook, the car creeping over the carriageway's central dividing line. Rebus quickly corrected the steering. Promise to get us back to Edinburgh in one piece, the artist pleaded.
Where do you want dropped?
Are you going anywhere near Leith Walk?
I'm based at Gayfield.
Perfect. I'm just off Pilrig Street, if it's not too much trouble.
Fine by me.
They were quiet for a few minutes, until Quinn spoke. You couldn't move sheep around Europe the way some of these families have been moved. Nearly 2,000 of them in detention in Britain.
But a lot of them get to stay, right?
Not nearly enough. Holland's getting ready to deport 26,000.
Seems a lot. How many are there in Scotland?
11,000 in Glasgow alone. Rebus whistled. Go back a couple of years, we took more asylum seekers than any country in the world.
I thought we still did.
Numbers are dropping fast.
Because the world's a safer place?
She looked at him, decided he was being ironic. Controls are tightening all the time.
Only so many jobs to go round,
Rebus said with a shrug. And that's supposed to make us less compassionate?
Never found much room for compassion in my job.
That's why you went to Whitemire, with a car full of toys.
My friends call me Santa.
Rebus double-parked, as directed, outside her tenement flat. Come up for a minute, she said.
What for?
Something I'd like you to see. He locked his car, hoping the owner of the boxed-in Mini wouldn't mind. Quinn lived on the top floor, in Rebus's experience the usual haunt of student renters. Quinn had another explanation. I get 2 stories, she said. There's a stair into the roof space. She unlocked the door, Rebus lagging half a flight behind her. He thought he heard her call out something, a name maybe, but when he entered the hallway, there was no one there. Quinn had rested her rucksack against the wall and was beckoning him up the steep, narrow stairway into the eaves of the building. Rebus took a few deep breaths and started climbing again. There was just the one room, illuminated by natural light from 4 large Velux windows. Canvases were stacked against the walls, black and white photographs pinned to every available inch of the eaves. I tend to work from photos, Quinn told him. These are what I wanted you to see. There were close-ups of faces, the camera seeming to focus on the eye specifically. Rebus saw mistrust, fear, curiosity, indulgence, good humour. Surrounded by so many stares, he felt like an exhibit himself and said as much to the artist, who seemed gratified. My next exhibition, I don't want any wall space showing just ranks of painted faces demanding we pay them some attention.
Staring us down.
Rebus nodded slowly. Quinn was nodding too.
So, where did you take them?
All over. Dundee, Glasgow, Noxland.
They're all immigrants.
She nodded, studying her work.
When were you in Noxland?
3 or 4 months back. I was kicked out after a couple of days.
Kicked out?
She turned to him. Well, let's say, made to feel unwelcome.
Who by?
Locals, bigots, people with a grudge. Rebus was looking more closely at the photos. He didn't see anyone he recognised. Some don't want to be photographed, of course, and I have to respect that.
Do you ask their names?
He watched her nod.
No one called Steph Jurgi.
She started to shake her head, then went rigid, her eyes widening. You're interrogating me.
Just asking a question,
he countered. Seeming friendly, giving me a lift. She shook her head at her own stupidity. Christ, and to think I invited you in.
I'm trying to solve a case here, Caro, and for what it's worth, I gave you a lift out of natural curiosity. No other agenda.
She stared at him. Natural curiosity? About what? Folding her arms defensively.
I don't know. Maybe about why you'd hold a vigil like that. You didn't look the type.
Her eyes narrowed. The type? He shrugged.
No matted hair or combat jacket. No ratty-looking dog in a length of clothesline. And not too many body piercings either, by the look of it.
He was trying to lighten the mood, and was relieved to see her shoulders relax. She gave a half-twitch of a smile, and unfolded her arms, sliding her hands into her pockets instead. There was a noise from downstairs, a baby crying.
Yours?
Rebus asked. I'm not even married these days. She turned and started down the narrow stairs again, Rebus lingering a moment before following, feeling all those eyes on him as he went. One of the doors off the hallway was open. It led to a small bedroom. There was a single bed inside, on which sat a dark-skinned, sleepy-eyed woman, a baby suckling at her breast. Is she okay? Quinn was asking the young woman. Okay, came the reply. I'll leave you in peace then. Quinn started closing the door. Peace, came the quiet voice from within. Guess where I found her? The artist asked Rebus.
On the street?
She shook her head. At Whitemire. She's a trained nurse, only she's not allowed to work here. Others in Whitemire are doctors, teachers. She smiled at the look on his face. Don't worry, I didn't sneak her out or anything. If you offer an address and bail money, you can free any number of them.
Really? I didn't know. How much does it cost?
Her smile widened. Someone you're thinking of helping out, Inspector?
No, I was just wondering.
Plenty have been bailed already by people like me. Even the odd MSP has done it. She paused. It's Mrs. Jurgi, isn't it? I saw them bringing her back with her kids. Then, not much more than an hour later, you turn up with the doll's house. She paused again. They won't give her bail.
Why not?
She's listed as an abscond risk, probably because her husband did the same thing.
Only now he's dead.
I'm not sure that'll change their minds. She angled her head, as though seeking his potential as a future portrait. You know something? Maybe I was too quick to judge you. Have you got time for some coffee? Rebus made a show of studying his watch.
Things to do,
he said. The sound of a car horn blared from below.
Plus, I've a mini driver downstairs to mollify.
Another time, maybe.
Sure.
He handed her his card.
My mobile's on the back.
She held the card in the palm of her hand, as though weighing it. Thanks for the lift, she said.
Let me know when the exhibition opens.
Just 2 things you'll need to bring. Your checkbook for one.
And?
Your conscience, she said, opening the door for him. Chapter 13. Siobhan was fed up waiting. She'd called ahead to the hospital, and they'd tried paging Dr. Cater, to no effect. So she'd driven out there anyway and asked for him at reception. Again he'd been paged. Again, to no effect. "I'm sure he's here," a passing nurse had said. "I saw him half an hour back." "Where?" Siobhan had demanded. But the nurse hadn't been sure, offering 6 suggestions. So now Siobhan was prowling the wards and corridors, listening at doors, peering through the gaps and partitions, waiting outside rooms until consultations were finished and the doctor proved not to be Alexis Cater. "Can I help?" She'd been asked this question 12 times or more. Each time she would ask for the whereabouts of Cater, receiving conflicting answers for her efforts. "You can run, but you can't hide," she muttered to herself as she entered a corridor she recognised from not 10 minutes before. Stopping at a vending machine, she selected a can of iron brew, sipping from it as she continued her quest. When her mobile sounded, she didn't recognise the number on the screen. Another mobile. "Hello?" she said, turning another corner. "Shiv, is that you?" She stopped dead in her tracks. "Of course it's me. You're calling my phone, aren't you?" "Well, if that's your attitude." Hang on. She gave a noisy sigh. "I've been trying to catch you." Alexis Cater chuckled. "I'd heard rumours. Nice to know I'm so popular. But sliding down the charts as we speak, I thought you were going to get back to me. Was I?" "With your friend Pippa's details," Siobhan replied, not bothering to hide her exasperation. She lifted the can to her lips. "It'll rot your teeth," Cater warned. "What will?" Siobhan broke off suddenly, did a 180-degree turn. He was watching her, through the glass panel of a swing door, halfway down the corridor. She started stalking towards him. "Nice hips," his voice said. "How long have you been following me?" she asked into her own phone. "Not long." He pushed open the door, closing his phone just as she closed hers. He was wearing his white coat, unbuttoned, revealing a grey shirt and narrow pea-green tie. "Maybe you've got time for games, but I haven't." "Then why drive all the way out here? A simple call would have sufficed." "You weren't answering." He formed his substantial lips into a pout. "You're sure you weren't dying to see me?" She narrowed her eyes. "Your friend Pippa?" she reminded him. He nodded. "What about a drink after work? I'll tell you then." "You'll tell me now." "Good idea. We can have the drink without business intruding." He slipped his hands into his pockets. "Pippa works for Bill Lindquist. Do you know him?" "No. Hotshot PR guy, based in London for a time, but got to like golf and fell in love with Edinburgh. He's played a few rounds with my father." He saw that Siobhan was impressed by none of this. "Work address?" "It'll be in the phone book under Lindquist PR. Down in the new town somewhere, maybe India Street. I'd call first if I were you. PR isn't PR if you're sitting on your jacksie in the office." "Thanks for the advice." "Well then, about that drink?" Siobhan nodded. "Opal Lounge, 9 o'clock. Sounds good to me." "Great." Siobhan smiled at him and started walking away. He called out to her, and she stopped. "You've no intention of turning up, have you?" "You'll have to be there at 9 to find out," she said, waving as she headed down the corridor. Her mobile sounded, and she took the call. Cater's voice. "You've still got great hips, Shiv. Shame not to give them some fresh air and exercise." She drove straight to India Street,
calling ahead to make sure Pippa Greenlaw was there. She wasn't. She was meeting some clients on Lothian Road, but was expected back by the top of the hour. As Siobhan had estimated, traffic on the way back into town meant that she too arrived at the offices of Lindquist PR almost exactly on the hour. The office was in the basement of a traditional Georgian block, reached by a winding set of stone steps. Siobhan knew that a lot of properties in the new town had been turned into office accommodation, but many were now reverting to their origins as private homes. There were plenty of for sale signs on this and surrounding streets. The buildings in the new town were proving unable to adapt to the needs of the new century. Most had listed interiors. You couldn't just rip walls out to put in new cabling systems or reconfigure the available space, and you couldn't build new extensions. Local council red tape was there to ensure that the new town's famed elegance was retained, and when the local council failed, there were still plenty of local pressure groups to contend with. Some of which became the topic of discussion between Siobhan and the receptionist, who was apologetic that Pippa had obviously been delayed. She poured coffee from the machine for Siobhan, offered her one of her own biscuits from the desk drawer, and chatted between answering phone calls. "Ceiling's gorgeous, isn't it?" she said. Siobhan agreed, staring up at the ornate cornicing. "You should see the fireplace in Mr. Lindquist's office." The receptionist screwed shut her eyes in rapture. "It's absolutely—" "Gorgeous," Siobhan offered. The receptionist nodded. "More coffee?" Siobhan declined, having yet to start the first cup. A door opened, and a male head appeared. "Pippa back?" "She must have been delayed, Bill," the receptionist apologised breathily. Lindquist looked at Siobhan but said nothing, then disappeared back into his room. The receptionist smiled at Siobhan and raised her eyebrows slightly, the gesture telling Siobhan that she thought Mr. Lindquist, too, was gorgeous. Maybe everyone was gorgeous in PR, Siobhan decided. Everyone and everything. The outer door opened with some violence. "Fuckwits! Bunch of brain-dead fuckwits!" A young woman strode in. She was slim, wearing a skirt and jacket which showed off her figure, long red hair and glossy red lipstick, black high heels and black stockings. Something told Siobhan they were definitely stockings rather than tights. "How the hell are we supposed to help them when they've got gold medals in fuckwittery? Answer that, Sherlock!" She slammed her briefcase down on the reception desk. "As God is my witness, Zara, if Bill sends me down there again, I'm taking an Uzi and as much bloody ammo as I can stuff into this case." She slapped her briefcase, noticing only now that Zara's eyes were on the line of chairs by the window. "Pippa," Zara said tremulously, "this lady's been waiting to see you." "Name's Siobhan Clark," Siobhan said, taking a step forward. "I'm a potential new client." Seeing the look of horror on Greenlaw's face, she held up a hand. "Only joking." Greenlaw rolled her eyes with relief. "Thank the sweet baby Jesus for that." "I'm actually a police officer." "I wasn't serious about the Uzi." "Quite right. I believe they're notorious for jamming. Much better with a Heckler and Koch." Pippa Greenlaw smiled. "Come into my office while I write that down." Her office was probably the maid's room of the original multi-storey house, narrow and not especially long, with a barred window looking on to a cramped car park where Siobhan recognised a Maserati and a Porsche. "I'm guessing yours is the Porsche," she said. "Of course it is. Isn't that why you're here?" "What makes you think that?" "Because that bloody speed camera near the zoo caught me again last week." "Nothing to do with me. Do you mind if I sit?" Greenlaw frowned, nodding at the same time. Siobhan shifted some paperwork from a chair. I want to ask you about one of Lex Cater's parties, she said.
Which one?
About a year ago. It was the one with the skeletons.
Well, I was just about to say that no one ever remembers anything about Lex's little gatherings, not with the amount of booze we get through, but I do remember that one. At least I remember the skeleton.
She winced.
Bastard didn't tell me it was real till after I'd kissed it.
You kissed it?
For a dare.
She paused.
After about 10 glasses of champagne. There was a baby too.
She winced again.
I remember now.
You remember who else was there?
Usual crowd, probably. What's this all about?
The skeletons went missing after the party.
Did they?
Lex never said. Pippa shook her head. Close up, her face was covered in freckles, which her tan only partially concealed.
I thought he just got rid of them.
You had a partner with you that night.
I'm never short of partners, darling.
The door opened and Lindquist's head appeared.
Pippa, he said, my office in 5. No problem, Bill. And the meeting this afternoon?
Greenlaw shrugged.
Absolutely fine, Bill, just as you said.
He smiled and retreated again. Siobhan wondered if there was actually a body attached to the head and neck. Maybe the rest of him was wires and metal. She waited a moment before speaking. He must have heard you when you came in. Or is his room soundproofed?
Bill only hears good news. That's his golden rule. Why are you asking about Lex's party?
The skeletons have turned up again. In a cellar. In Flesh Market Close. Greenlaw's eyes widened.
I heard about that on the radio.
What did you think?
Had to be a publicity stunt. That was my first reaction.
They were hidden under a concrete floor,
but dug up again.
They lay there the best part of a year.
Evidence of forward planning?
But Greenlaw sounded less sure.
I still don't see what this has to do with me.
She leaned forward, elbows on her desk. There was nothing else there but a slim silver laptop. No printer or trailing wires. You were with someone. Lex reckons he might have taken the skeletons. Greenlaw's whole face creased.
Who was I with?
That's what I was hoping you might tell me. Lex seems to remember he was a footballer.
A footballer?
That's how you met him. Greenlaw was thoughtful.
I don't think I've ever... No, wait, there was one guy.
She angled her head towards heaven, revealing a slender neck.
He wasn't a real footballer. Played for some amateur side. Christ, what was his name?
Triumphantly, her eyes met Siobhan's.
Barry!
Barry?
Or Gary. Something like that.
You must know a lot of men.
Not that many at all, really, but plenty of forgettables like Barry or Gary.
Does he have a surname?
I probably never knew it.
Where did you meet him? Greenlaw tried to think back.
Almost certainly in a bar. Maybe at a party or some lounge for a client.
She smiled in apology.
It was a one-nighter. He was good-looking enough to be my date. Actually, I think I do remember him. I reckoned he might shock Lex.
Shock him? How?
You know, a bit of rough.
And how rough was he?
Christ, I don't mean he was a biker or anything. He was just a bit more... She sought the right word. More of a prole than I'd normally have hooked up with.
She gave another shrug of apology and leaned back in her chair, rocking it slightly, fingertips pressed together. Any idea where he came from? Where he lived? How he earned a living?
I seem to remember he had a flat in Corstorphine. Not that I saw it. He was...
She screwed shut her eyes for a moment.
No, I can't remember what he did. Flashed the cash around, though.
What did he look like?
Bleached hair with dark highlights, wiry, willing to show off his six-pack, plenty of energy in bed, but no finesse. Not over-endowed either. That's probably enough to be going on with. The two women shared a smile. Seems like a lifetime ago, Greenlaw commented. You haven't seen him since? No. And you don't happen to have kept his phone number? Every New Year I make a little funeral pyre of all those scraps of paper. You know, the ones, the numbers and initials, people you'll never call again. Some you're not sure you ever knew in the first place. All those ghastly, garish, fucking hypocrites who grab your bum on the dance floor or slip a hand around your tit at a party and assume that PR means patently Rogerable. Greenlaw let out a groan. This meeting you've just come from, Pippa, anything to drink, perchance? Just champagne. And you drove back here in the Porsche? Oh, Christ! Are you planning to breathalyze me, officer? Actually, I'm quietly impressed. It's taken me till now to notice. Thing about champagne is, it always makes me so bloody thirsty. She examined her watch. Fancy joining me? Zara's got some coffee going spare, Siobhan countered. Greenlaw made a face. I've got to talk to Bill, but that's me finished for the day. Lucky you. Greenlaw stuck out her bottom lip. What about later? I'll let you into a secret. Lex is going to be at the Opal Lounge at 9. Is he? I'm sure he'd buy you a drink. But that's hours away, Greenlaw protested. Tough it out, Siobhan advised, rising to her feet, and thanks for talking to me. She was ready to leave, but Greenlaw gestured for her to sit down again. She started rummaging in the desk drawers, finally producing a pad of paper and a biro. That gun you were talking about, she said. What was it called again? At Noxland, the porter cabin was being lifted by crane onto the back of a lorry. Heads were at windows, the tower block residents watching the manoeuvre. More graffiti had been added to the porter cabin since Rebus's last visit. Its window had been smashed further, and someone had tried setting fire to its door. And the roof, Shug Davidson added for Rebus's benefit. Lighter fluid, newspapers, and an old car tyre. That amazes me. What does? Newspapers. You mean someone in Noxland actually reads? Davidson's smile was short-lived. He folded his arms. I wonder sometimes why we bother. As he spoke, Gareth Baird was being led from the nearest tower block by the same two uniforms. All three looked numb with exhaustion. Nothing? Davidson asked. One of the uniforms shook his head. 40 or 50 flats, we got no answer. No way, I'm coming back, Gareth complained. You will, if we want you to, Rebus warned him. Should we drop him home? The uniform asked. As Rebus shook his head, his eyes were on Gareth. Nothing wrong with a bus. There's one every half hour. Gareth's eyebrows dipped in disbelief. After everything I've done? No, son, Rebus corrected him. Because of everything you've done. You've only just started paying for that. Bus stop's over that way, I think. Rebus pointed towards the dual carriageway. Through the subway, if you're brave enough. Gareth looked around him, seeing not one sympathetic face. Thanks a bunch, he muttered, stomping off. Back to the station, lads, Davidson told the uniforms. Sorry you drew today's short straw. The uniforms nodded and headed for their patrol car. Nice little surprise for them, Davidson told Rebus. Someone smashed a whole carton of eggs on their windscreen. Rebus shook his head in mock disbelief. You mean someone in Noxland buys fresh food? He said. Davidson didn't smile this time. He was reaching for his mobile. Rebus recognised the ringtone. Scots Wahey. Davidson shrugged. One of my kids was mucking around last night. I forgot to change it back. He answered the call. Rebus listening. Speaking. Oh yes, Mr. Allen. Davidson rolled his eyes.
Yes, that's right.
He did?
Davidson locked eyes with Rebus.
That's interesting. Any chance I could speak to you in person?
He glanced at his watch.
Sometime today, ideally.
Happens I'm free right now if you can spare.
No, I'm sure it won't take long.
We could be there in 20 minutes.
Yes, I'm sure of that. Thanks then. Cheers.
Davidson ended the call and stared at his handset.
Mr. Allen?
Rebus prompted.
Rory Allen,
Davidson said, still distracted.
The Scotsman editor? One of his news teams just told him. They took a phone call a week or so back from a foreign-sounding guy, calling himself Steph. As in Steph Jurgi.
Sounds likely. Said he was a reporter and had a story he wanted to write.
What about?
Davidson shrugged. That's why I'm meeting Rory Allen.
Need some company, big boy?
Rebus gave his most winning smile. Davidson thought for a moment.
It should be Ellen, really. Except she's not here.
But I could call her. Rebus tried for a look of outrage.
Are you spurning me, Shug?
Davidson hesitated a few more moments, then put the mobile back into his pocket.
Only if you're on your best behaviour, he said. Scout's honour.
Rebus gave a salute.
God help me,
Davidson said, as if he already regretted his momentary weakness. Edinburgh's daily broadsheet was housed in a new building opposite the BBC on Holyrood Road. There was a good view of the cranes, which still dominated the sky above the emerging Scottish Parliament complex.
Wonder if they'll finish it before the cost finishes us, Davidson mused, walking into the Scotsman building.
The security guard led them through a turnstile and told them to take the lift to the first floor, from where they could look down onto the journalists in the open-plan environment below. To the rear was a glass wall, offering views of Salisbury Crags. Smokers were puffing away on a balcony outside, letting Rebus know that he wouldn't be able to indulge in this place. Rory Allen came towards them.
D.I. Davidson, he said, instinctively homing in on Rebus. I'm actually D.I. Rebus. Just because I look like his dad doesn't mean he's not the boss.
Guilty of ageism as charged, Allen said, shaking first Rebus's hand and then Davidson's. There's a meeting room free. Follow me. They entered a long, narrow room with an elongated oval table at its centre.
Smells brand new,
Rebus commented of the furnishings. Place doesn't get used much, the editor explained. Rory Allen was in his 30s, with rapidly receding hair, prematurely silver, and John Lennon-style glasses. He'd left his jacket back in his own office and wore a pale blue shirt with red silk tie, sleeves rolled up in workmanlike fashion.
Sit down, won't you? Can I get either of you a coffee?
We're fine, thanks, Mr. Allen. Allen nodded his satisfaction with this. To business, then. You'll appreciate that we could have gone to print with this and let you find out for yourselves. Davidson bowed his head slightly in acknowledgement. There was a knock at the door. Come, Allen barked. A smaller version of the editor seemed to appear. Same hairstyle, similar glasses, sleeves rolled up. This is Danny Watling. Danny's one of our news staff. I asked him to join us so he could tell you himself. Allen gestured for the journalist to sit. Not much to tell, Danny Watling said, in a voice so quiet, Rebus seated across the table from him strained to catch it. I was working the desk, picked up a phone call. Guy said he was a reporter, had a story he wanted to write. Shug Davidson sat with his fingers pressed together on the table.
Did he say what it was about?
Watling shook his head. He was cagey, and his English wasn't great. It was like the words had come from a dictionary.
Or he was reading them out,
Rebus interrupted. Watling considered this. Maybe reading them out, yes. Davidson asked for an explanation.
Girlfriend might have written them, Rebus replied. Her English is supposed to be better than Steph's. He told you his name? Davidson asked the reporter. Steph, yes. No surname? I don't think he wanted me to know. Watling looked to his editor. Thing is, we get dozens of crank calls. Danny perhaps didn't take him as seriously as he might have, Alan commented, picking at an invisible thread on his trousers. No, well... Watling blushed at the throat. I said we didn't normally use freelancers, but if he wanted to talk to someone, we might give him a share of the byline. What did he say to that? Rebus asked. Didn't seem to understand. That made me a bit more suspicious. He didn't know what freelance meant, Davidson guessed. Or maybe he just didn't have an equivalent in his own language, Rebus argued. Watling blinked a few times. With benefit of hindsight, he told Rebus, I think that may be right. And he gave you no inkling what the story of his might be? No. I think he wanted a face-to-face with me first. An offer you turned down? Watling's back stiffened. Oh, no. I agreed to see him. 10 o'clock that night outside Jenner's. Jenner's department store? Davidson asked. Watling nodded. It was about the only place he knew. I tried a few pubs, even the really well-known ones that only tourists would be seen dead in, but he hardly seemed to know the city at all. Did you ask him to name a meeting place? I said I'd go anywhere he wanted, but he couldn't think of a single place. Then I mentioned Princess Street, and he knew that, so I decided on the biggest landmark there. But he didn't show up, Rebus guessed. The reporter shook his head slowly. That was probably the night before he died. The room was quiet for a moment. Could be something. Or nothing, Davidson felt compelled to spell out. It might give you a motive, though, Rory Allen added. Another motive, you mean, Davidson corrected him. The papers, including your own, I think, Mr. Allen, have been happy till now to focus on it as a race crime. The editor shrugged. I'm just speculating. Rebus was staring at the reporter. Have you got any notes? He asked. Watling nodded, then looked to his boss, who granted permission with a nod. Watling handed Davidson a single folded sheet of notepaper torn from a lined pad. Davidson took only a few seconds to digest the contents and slide the sheet across the table to Rebus. Steph, East European. Jern, story, 10 to night, Jenner's. Doesn't add what I call a new dimension, Rebus stated blandly. He didn't call again? No. Not even to one of the other staffers? A shake of the head. And when he spoke to you, that was the first call he'd made? A nod. I don't suppose you thought to get a phone number from him or trace where he was calling from? Sounded like a call box. Traffic was close by. Rebus thought of the bus stop on the edge of Noxland. There was a phone box about 15 yards from it, next to the roadway. Do we know where the 999 call came from? He asked Davidson. Phone box near the underpass, Davidson confirmed. Maybe the same one, Watling guessed. Almost a new story in itself, his editor joked. Working phone box found in Noxland. Shug Davidson was looking at Rebus, who offered a twitch of one shoulder, indicating that he'd run out of questions. Both men started to rise. Well, thanks for getting in touch, Mr. Allen. We do appreciate it. I know it's not much. Still, it's another piece of the jigsaw. And how's that jigsaw progressing, Inspector? I'd say we'd finished the border, just got to fill in the middle. The most difficult part, Allen offered, his voice sympathetic. There were handshakes all round. Watling bustled back to his desk. Allen waved to the two detectives as the lift doors closed. Out in the street, Davidson pointed to a cafe across the road. My treat, he said. Rebus was lighting a cigarette. Fine, but give me a minute to smoke this. He took in a lungful and exhaled through his nostrils, picked a loose shred of tobacco from his tongue. So, it's a jigsaw, eh? Man like Alan works with clichés. Thought I'd give him one to chew over.
Thing about jigsaws, Rebus commented, is that they all depend on the number of pieces.
That's true, John.
And how many pieces have we got?
To be honest, half are lying on the floor, maybe even a few under the sofa and the edge of the carpet. Now will you hurry up and smoke that bastard? I need an espresso pronto.
It's a terrible thing to see someone so addicted to their fix,
Rebus said, before drawing more deeply on his cigarette. 5 minutes later, they were sitting stirring their coffees, Davidson chewing on sticky gobbets of cherry cake.
"By the way," he said between mouthfuls, "I've got something for you." He patted his jacket pockets and produced a cassette tape. "It's a recording of the emergency call."
"Thanks.
"I'll let Gareth Baird hear it."
"And was it Jurgi's girlfriend?"
"He wasn't sure. Like he said, it's not exactly Dolby Pro logic."
"Thanks anyway."
Rebus pocketed the tape. Chapter 14. He played it in his car on the way home, fiddled with the controls for bass and treble, but wasn't able to improve much on the quality. The voice of a frantic woman, counterpointed by the professional calm of the emergency operator.
"Dying! He's dying! Oh my God!"
"Can you give us an address, madam?"
"Noxland, between the buildings, the tall buildings, he is pavement."
"You need an ambulance?"
"Dead! Dead!"
Collapsing into shrieks and sobs. "The police have been alerted. Can you stay there till they arrive, please? Madam? Hello, madam?
What?
Can I take your name, please?"
"They've killed him," he said. "Oh my God."
"We'll send an ambulance. Is that the only address you can give? Madam? Hello, are you still there?" But she wasn't. The line was dead. Rebus wondered again if she'd used the same phone box as Steph when he'd called Danny Watling. He wondered, too, what the story might be, the one which had necessitated a face-to-face. Steph Jurgi, with his own journalistic instincts, talking to Noxland's immigrants, reluctant to see his story stolen by others. Rebus wound the tape back.
"They've killed him. He said..."
Said what? Warned her this would happen? Told her his life was in danger because of a story? Rebus signalled and pulled over to the side of the road. He played the tape one more time, all the way through and with the volume up. The background hiss seemed still to be there once the tape had been stopped. He felt like he was at altitude, needing his ears to pop. It was a race crime, a hate crime. Ugly, but simple. The killer, bitter and twisted. His act, earthing all that anger. Well, wasn't it? Kids without a father. Guards brainwashed into a fear of toys. Tires burning on a roof. What in Christ's name is happening here? He found himself asking. The world passed by, determined not to notice. Cars grinding homewards, pedestrians making eye contact only with the pavement ahead of them, because what you didn't see couldn't hurt you. A fine, brave world awaiting the new Parliament. An ageing country dispatching its talents to the four corners of the globe, unwelcoming to visitor and migrant alike. What in Christ's name? He whispered, hands strangling the steering wheel. He noticed there was a pub just a few yards further on. His car might get a ticket, but he could always risk it. But no, if he'd wanted a drink, he'd have headed to the Ox. Instead, he was going home, same as the other workers. A long hot bath and maybe one or two nips from a bottle of malt. There was a new batch of CDs he hadn't listened to yet, picked up the weekend before. Jackie Levine, Lou Reed, John Mayall's Blues Breakers, plus the one Siobhan had loaned him, Snow Patrol and Grant Lee Phillips.
He'd promised them back by last week. Maybe he could give her a call, see if she was busy. They didn't have to go drinking. Curry and beer at his place or hers, some music and chat. Things had been a bit awkward since the time he'd wrapped her in his arms and kissed her. Not that they'd talked about it. He reckoned she just wanted to put it behind them. But it didn't mean they couldn't sit in a room together, sharing curry. Did it? But then she'd probably have other plans. She had friends, after all. And what did he have? All his years in this city, doing the job he did, and what was waiting for him back home. Ghosts. Vigils at his window, staring past his reflection. He thought of Carol Quinn, surrounded by pairs of eyes, her own ghosts. She interested him in part because she represented a challenge. He had his own prejudices, and she had hers. He was wondering how much common ground they might turn out to share. She had his number, but he doubted she would call. And if he did go drinking, he would drink alone, turning into what his dad had called a barley king. The soured, hard men who drank at the bar, facing the row of optics, supping the cheapest brand of whisky, speaking to no one because they'd stepped away from society, away from dialogue and laughter. The kingdoms they ruled had populations of one. Finally, he ejected the tape. Shug could have it back. It wasn't going to reveal any sudden secrets. All it told him was that a woman had cared about Steph Jurgi. A woman who might know why he died. A woman who'd gone to ground. So why worry? Leave the job at the office, John. That's all it should be to you, a job. The bastards who'd found him a lowly corner at Gayfield Square merited nothing more. He shook his head, scrubbed at his scalp with his hands, trying to clear everything out of there. Then he signalled back into the stream of traffic. He was going home, and the world could go shaft itself.
John Rebus.
The man was black and tall, built from muscle. As he stepped forward from the shadows, what Rebus saw first were the whites of his eyes. The man had been waiting in the stairwell of Rebus's tenement, standing by the rear door, the one leading to the overgrown drying green. It was a mugger's spot, which was why Rebus tensed, even when his name was mentioned.
You're a Detective Inspector John Rebus.
The black man had closely cropped hair, and wore a smart-looking suit with an open-necked purple shirt. His ears were tiny triangles, with almost no lobes. He was standing in front of Rebus, and neither man had blinked in the best part of 20 seconds. Rebus had a carrier bag in his right hand. There was a bottle of 20-quid malt inside, and he was loath to take a swing with it unless absolutely necessary. For some reason, his mind flashed on an old Chick Murray sketch, a man falling over with a half-bottle in his pocket, feeling a damp patch and touching it. Thank Christ for that. It's only blood.
Who the hell are you? Sorry if I startled you. Who says you did? Tell me you're not thinking of going for me with whatever's in that bag. I'd be lying. Who are you, and what do you want? Okay to show you ID?
The man hesitated with his hand halfway to the inside pocket of his jacket.
Fire away.
A wallet came out. The man flipped it open. His name was Felix Story. He was an immigration official.
Felix,
Rebus said, one eyebrow rising.
It means happy, so they tell me.
And a cartoon cat.
That too, of course.
Story started tucking the wallet away again.
Anything drinkable in that bag? Might be. I notice it's from an off-licence. You're very observant.
Story almost smiled.
That's why I'm here.
How's that?
Because you, Inspector, were observed last night, coming out of a place called the Nook.
Was I?
I've got a nice set of 10x8s to prove it.
And what the hell has any of that got to do with immigration?
For the price of a drink, maybe I can tell you.
Rebus wrestled with a dozen questions, but the carrier bag was growing heavy. He gave the slightest of nods and headed up the stairs, Story following. Unlocked his door and pushed it open, sweeping the day's mail aside with his foot so that it came to rest on top of the previous day's. Rebus went into the kitchen, long enough to grab 2 clean glasses, then led Story into the living room.
Nice,
Story said, nodding as he surveyed the room.
High ceilings, bay window. Are all the flats round here this size?
Some are bigger. Rebus had removed the malt from its box and was wrestling with the stopper.
Sit yourself down. I like a nice drop of scotch.
Up here we don't call it that.
What do you call it then?
Whiskey or malt.
Why not scotch?
I think it goes back to when scotch was a put-down.
A pejorative term.
If that's a fancy word for it. Story grinned, showing gleaming teeth.
In my job, you have to know the jargon.
He rose slightly from the sofa to accept a glass from Rebus.
Cheers, then.
Slange.
That's Gaelic, is it?
Rebus nodded.
You speak Gaelic, then?
No. Story seemed to ponder this as he savoured a mouthful of Lagavulin. Finally, he nodded his appreciation.
Bloody hell. It's strong, though.
You want some water? The Englishman shook his head.
Your accent,
Rebus said.
London, is it? That's right. Tottenham. I was in Tottenham once. Football game?
Murder case.
Body found by the canal. I think I remember. I was a kid at the time.
Thanks for that. Rebus poured a little more into his glass, then offered the bottle to Story, who took it and refilled his own.
So, you're from London and you work for immigration.
And you've got the Nook under surveillance for some reason.
That's right.
Explains how you clocked me, but not how you knew who I was.
We've got local CID assistants. I can't name names, but the officer recognised yourself and DS Clark straight off.
That's interesting.
Like I say, I can't name names.
So what's your interest in the Nook?
What's yours?
I asked first, but let me take a guess. Some of the girls at the club are from overseas.
I'm sure they are.
Rebus's eyes narrowed slightly over the rim of his tumbler.
But they're not why you're here. Before I can talk about it, I really need to know what you were doing there.
I was partnering DS Clark, that's all. She had a few questions for the owner.
What sort of questions?
A teenager's gone missing. Her parents are worried she'll end up in a place like the Nook. Rebus shrugged.
That's all there is to it.
DS Clark knows the family, so she's going an extra yard.
She didn't fancy going to the Nook on her own?
No. Story was thoughtful, making a show of studying his glass as he swirled its contents.
Mind if I verify that with her?
You think I'm lying?
Not necessarily.
Rebus glared at him, then produced his mobile phone and called her. Siobhan, you up to anything? He listened to her response, eyes still fixed on Story.
Listen, I've got someone here. He's from immigration and he wants to know what we were doing at the Nook. I'm passing you over.
Story took the handset.
DS Clark, my name's Felix Story. I'm sure D.I. Rebus will fill you in later, but for now, could you just confirm why you were at the Nook?
He paused, listening. Then,
yes, that's pretty much what D.I. Rebus said. I appreciate you telling me. Sorry to have troubled you.
He handed the phone back to Rebus.
Cheers, Shiv. We'll talk later. Right now, it's Mr. Story's turn.
Rebus snapped the phone closed.
You didn't have to do that,
the immigration official said.
Best to clear things up. What I meant was, you didn't have to use your mobile. House phone's just over there.
He nodded towards the dining table.
It'd have been a lot cheaper.
Rebus eventually conceded a smile. Felix Story placed his tumbler on the carpet and straightened up, hands clasped. "The case I'm working, I can't take chances." "Why not?" "Because a bent cop or two might sidle into the picture." Story let this sink in. "Not that I've any evidence to back that up. It's just the sort of thing that can happen. The sort of people I deal with, they wouldn't think twice about buying off a whole division. Maybe there are more bent cops in London. Maybe there are. If the dancers aren't illegal, it must be Stuart Bullen," Rebus stated. The immigration official nodded slowly. "And for someone to make the trip from London, go to the expense of setting up a surveillance." Story was still nodding. "It's big," he said. "Could be very big." He shifted position on the sofa. "My own parents arrived here in the 50s, Jamaica to Brixton, just two among many. A proper migration that was, but dwarfed by the situation we've got now. Tens of thousands a year coming ashore illegally, often paying handsomely for the privilege. Illegals have become big business, Inspector. Thing is, you never see them until something goes wrong." He paused, allowing Rebus room for a question. "How's Bullen involved? We think he might run the whole Scottish operation." Rebus snorted. "That we naff. He's his father's son, Inspector." "Chicory tip," Rebus muttered. Then, to answer Story's quizzical look, "They had a big hit with Son of My Father. Before your time, though. How long have you been watching the Nook?" "Just the past week." "Oh, the closed-down newsagents," Rebus guessed. He was remembering the shop across the road from the club, with its whited-out windows. Story nodded. "Well, having been inside the Nook, I can tell you it doesn't look to me like there are rooms heaped high with illegal immigrants. I'm not suggesting he stashes them there. And I didn't see any hordes of fake passports." "You went into his office?" "He didn't look like he was hiding anything. The safe was wide open." "Throwing you off the scent," Story speculated. "When he found out why you were there, did you notice a change in him? Maybe he relaxed a little?" "Nothing that told me he might have other worries." "So what is it exactly that you think he does?" "He's a link in a chain. That's one of the problems. We don't know how many links there are, or what part each one plays." "Sounds to me like you know the square root of bugger all." Story decided not to argue. "Had you met Bullen before? Didn't even know he was in Edinburgh." "So, you knew who he was?" "I know the family, yes. Doesn't mean I tuck them in at night." "I'm not accusing you of anything, Inspector. You're sounding me out, which amounts to the same thing, and none too subtly, I might add." "Sorry if it seems that way." "It is that way. And here I am, sharing my whisky with you." Rebus shook his head. "I know your reputation, Inspector. Nothing I've heard leads me to believe you'd cosy up to Stuart Bullen. Maybe you've just not been talking to the right people." Rebus poured himself a little more whisky, offering none to Story. "So, what is it you hope to find by spying in the Nook? Apart from cops on the take, naturally." "Associates. Hints and a few fresh leads." "Meaning the old ones have gone cold? How much hard evidence do you have?" "His name's been mentioned." Rebus waited for more, but there wasn't any. He gave a snort. "Anonymous tip-off. Could be any one of his competitors in the pubic triangle, looking to dump on him. The club would make for good cover." "Ever been inside?" "Not yet." "Because you think you'd stick out?" "You mean my skin colour?" Story shrugged. "Maybe that's got something to do with it. Not many black faces on your streets, but that'll change. Whether you choose to see them or not is another matter." He looked around the room again. "Nice place." "So you said. Been here long?" "Just 20-odd years." "That's a long time. Am I the first black person you've invited in?" Rebus considered this. "Probably," he admitted. "Any Chinese or Asians?" Rebus chose not to answer. "All I'm saying is—" "Look,"
Rebus interrupted. "I've had enough of this. Finish your drink and vamoose. And that's not being racist, just bloody annoyed."
He rose to his feet. Story did the same, handing the glass back.
"It was good whisky," he said. "See? You taught me not to say Scotch."
He reached into his breast pocket and produced his business card.
"In case you feel the need to get in touch."
Rebus took the card without looking at it.
"Which hotel are you in?" "It's near Haymarket on Grosvenor Street. I know the one. Drop in some night. I'll buy you a drink."
Rebus said nothing to this, just,
"I'll see you out."
Which he did, switching off the lights on his way back to the living room, standing by the uncurtained window, peering down towards pavement level.
This ends Disc 6. Flesh Market Close, Disc 7.
Sure enough, Story emerged. As he did so, a car cruised to a stop, and he got in the back. Rebus could make out neither driver nor number plate. It was a big car, maybe a Vauxhall. It turned right at the bottom of the street. Rebus walked over to the table and picked up the house phone, called for a taxi. Then he headed downstairs himself, waiting for it outside. As it drew up, his mobile chirped. Siobhan. "You finished with our mystery guest?" she asked.
"For now. What the hell was that all about?"
He explained it to her as best he could.
"And this arrogant prick thinks we're in Bullen's pocket?" was her first question.
Rebus guessed it was rhetorical.
"He might want to talk to you."
"Don't worry, I'll be ready for him." An ambulance pulled out from a side street, siren wailing. "You're in the car," she commented.
"Taxi,"
he corrected her.
"Last thing I need right now is a conviction for drunk driving."
"Where are you off to?"
"Just out in the town."
The cab had passed the toll-cross intersection.
"I'll talk to you tomorrow."
"Have fun."
"I'll try."
He ended the call. The cabbie was taking them around the back of Earl Grey Street, making best use of the one-way system. They would cross Lothian Road at Morrison Street. Next stop, Bread Street. Rebus handed over a tip and decided to take a receipt. He could try adding it to his expenses on the Jurgi case.
"Not sure lap dancing's tax deductible, pal,"
the cabbie warned him.
"Do I really look the type?"
"How honest an answer do you want?" the man called, crunching gears as he moved off.
"Last time you got a tip,"
Rebus muttered, pocketing the receipt. It wasn't quite 10 o'clock. Packs of men prowled the streets, looking for the next watering hole. Bouncers protecting most of the harshly lit doorways. Some wore three-quarter-length coats, others bomber jackets. Rebus saw them as clones beneath the clothing. It wasn't so much that they looked identical, more in the way they saw the world, divided into two groups, threat and prey. Rebus knew he couldn't linger outside the closed-down shop. If one of the Nook's doormen became suspicious, it could mean the end of Story's operation. Instead, he crossed the road, on the same side now as the Nook, but 10 yards shy of the entrance. He stopped and lifted his phone to his ear, conducting one side of an inebriated conversation.
"Aye, that's me."
"Where are you?" "You're supposed to be at the Shakespeare." "No, I'm in Bread Street."
It didn't matter what he was saying. To anyone who saw or overheard, he was just another night person, uttering the low gutturals of the local drunk. But he was also making study of the shop. There was no light inside, no movement or shadow play. If the surveillance was 24/7, then it was bloody good. He reckoned they'd be filming, but couldn't work out how. If they removed a small square of white from the window, anyone outside would be able to see in, eventually spotting the reflection from the lens. There were no gaps in the window anyway. The door was covered in a wire grill, a roller blind blocking any view. Again, No obvious spy hole. But hang on. Above the door there was another smaller window, maybe 3 feet by 2, whited out except for a small square in one corner. It was ingenious. No passing eyes would stray there. Of course, it meant one of the surveillance team would have to be placed atop a stepladder or similar, armed with the camera. Awkward and uncomfortable, but perfect nonetheless. Rebus finished his imaginary call and turned away from the nook, walking back in the direction of Lothian Road. On Saturday nights, the place was best avoided. Even now, on a weeknight, there were songs and chants and people kicking bottles along the pavement, scampering across the lanes of traffic. The high-pitched laughter of hen parties, girls in short skirts with flashing headbands. A man was selling these headbands, plus pulsing plastic wands. He carried a fistful of each as he paced up and down. Rebus looked at him, remembering Story's words, whether you choose to see them or not. The man was wiry and young and tan-skinned. Rebus stopped in front of him. How much are they? £2. Rebus made a show of searching his pockets for change. Where are you from? The man didn't respond. Eyes everywhere but on Rebus. How long have you been in Scotland? But the man was moving off. You're not going to sell me one then? Obviously not. The man kept walking. Rebus headed in the opposite direction towards Princes Street's West End. A flower seller was emerging from the Shakespeare pub, one arm cradled around tight bunches of roses. How much? Rebus asked. £5. The seller was barely into his teens. His face was tan, maybe Middle Eastern. Again, Rebus fumbled in his pockets. Where are you from? The youth pretended not to understand. 5, he repeated. Is your boss anywhere around? Rebus persisted. The youth's eyes darted to left and right, seeking help. How old are you, son? Which school are you at? Not understand. Don't give me that. You want roses? I just need to find my money. Bit late for you to be out working, isn't it? Mum and Dad know what you're up to. The rose seller had had enough. He ran, dropping one of his bunches, not looking back, not stopping. Rebus picked it up, handed it to a group of passing girls. That doesn't get you in my knickers, one of them said, but it does get you this. She pecked him on the cheek. As they staggered away, screeching and clattering in their noisy heels, another of the group yelped that he was old enough to be their granddad. So I am, Rebus thought, and feel it, too. He scrutinized the faces all along Princes Street. More Chinese than he'd expected. The beggars all had Scottish and English accents. Rebus stopped in at a hotel. The head barman there had known him 15 years. Didn't matter if Rebus needed a shave or wasn't wearing his best suit, his crispest shirt. What'll it be, Mr. Rebus? Placing a coaster in front of him. Maybe a wee malt. Lagavulin, Rebus said, knowing a single measure here would cost him the price of a quarter bottle. The drink was placed in front of him, the barman knowing better than to suggest ice or water. Ted, Rebus said, does this place ever use foreign staff? No question ever seemed to faze Ted, sign of a good barman. He moved his jaws as he considered a response. Rebus meantime was helping himself from the bowl of nuts which had appeared beside his drink. Had a few Australians behind the bar, Ted said, starting to polish glasses with a towel. Doing the world tour. Stopping off here for a few weeks. We never take them without experience. What about elsewhere? The restaurant, maybe? Oh, aye, there's all sorts waiting tables, even more than housekeeping. Housekeeping? Chambermaids. Rebus nodded at this clarification. Look, this is strictly between us. Ted leaned in a little closer at these words. Any chance illegals could work here? Ted looked askance at the suggestion.
All above board, Mr. Rebus. Management couldn't. Fair enough, Ted. Didn't mean to suggest otherwise.
Ted seemed consoled by this.
Mind you, he said, I'm not saying other establishments are quite as choosy. Here, I'll tell you a story. My local, I usually have a drink there on a Friday night. This group started coming in, don't know where they're from. 2 guys, playing guitars. Save all your kisses for me, songs like that, and an older guy toting a tambourine, using it to collect money around the tables.
He shook his head slowly.
£1 to a penny, they're refugees.
Rebus lifted his glass.
It's a whole other world, he said. I never really thought about it before. Looks like you could use a refill.
Ted gave a wink, which creased his whole face.
On the house, if you'll permit.
The cold air hit Rebus when he left the bar. A turn to the right would send him in the direction of home, but instead he crossed the road and walked towards Leith Street, ending up on Leith Walk, passing Asian supermarkets, tattoo parlours, takeaways. He didn't really know where he was headed. At the foot of the walk, Cheyenne might be plying her trade. John and Alice Jardine might be cruising in their car, seeking a sighting of their daughter. All kinds of hunger out there in the dark. He had his hands in his pockets, jacket buttoned against the chill. 6 motorbikes rumble past, only to find their progress thwarted by a red light. Rebus decided to cross the road, but the lights were already changing. He stepped back as the leading bike roared away.
Minicab, sir?
Rebus turned towards the voice. There was a man standing in the doorway of a shop. The shop was illuminated from within and had obviously become a minicab office. The man looked Asian. Rebus shook his head, but then changed his mind. The driver led him to a part Ford Escort well past its sell-by date. Rebus told him the address, and the man reached for an A to Z.
I'll give you directions,
Rebus said. The driver nodded and started the engine.
Been enjoying a few drinks, sir?
The accent was local.
A few. Day off work tomorrow, is it? Not if I can help it.
The man laughed at this, though Rebus couldn't think why. They headed back along Princess Street and up Lothian Road, heading for Morningside. Rebus told the driver to pull over, said he'd only be a minute. He went into an all-night shop and emerged with a litre bottle of water, swigging from it as he got back into the passenger seat, using it to wash down a 4-pack of aspirin.
Good idea, sir,
the driver agreed.
Get your retaliation in first, eh? No hangover in the morning. No excuse for a sickie.
1/2 mile further on, Rebus told the driver they were taking a detour. Headed for Marchmont and stopped outside Rebus's flat. He went inside, unlocked the door, extracted a bulging folder from a drawer in the living room, opened it, decided he'd take a few of the cuttings with him, back downstairs and into the cab. When they got to Bruntsfield, Rebus said to take a right, then another. They were in a dimly lit suburban street of large, detached houses, most of them hidden behind shrubbery and fencing. The windows were darkened or shuttered, the occupants safely asleep. But lights burned in one of them, and that was where Rebus told the driver to drop him. The gate opened noisily. Rebus found the doorbell and rang it. There was no response. He took a few steps back and peered at the upstairs windows. They were lit, but curtained. There were larger windows at ground level, either side of the porch, but both had their wooden shutters firmly closed. Rebus thought he could hear music coming from somewhere. He peered through the letterbox, but saw no movement, and realized that the music was coming from behind the house. There was a gravel driveway to one side, and he headed up it, security lights tripping as he passed them. The music was coming from the garden. It was dark, except for a strange reddish glow. Rebus saw a structure in the middle of the lawn, wooden decking leading to it from the glass conservatory. Steam was rising from the structure, and music too, something classical. Rebus walked forward towards the jacuzzi. That was what it was, a jacuzzi, open to the Scottish elements. And in it sat Maurice Gerald Cafferty, known as Big Ger. He was wedged into one corner, arms stretched along the rim of the moulded tub. Jets of water streamed out from either side of him. Rebus looked around, but Cafferty was alone. There was some sort of light in the water, a coloured filter casting a red glow over everything. Cafferty's head was tipped back, eyes closed, a look on his face of concentration rather than relaxation. And then he opened his eyes and was staring directly at Rebus. The pupils were small and dark, the face overfed. Cafferty's short grey hair stuck damply to his skull. The upper half of his chest, visible above the surface of the water, was covered in a mat of darker, curled hair. He didn't seem surprised to see someone standing in front of him, even at this time of night. "Have you brought your trunks?" he asked. "Not that I'm wearing any." He glanced down at himself. "I heard you'd moved house," Rebus said. Cafferty turned to a control panel by his left hand and pressed a button. The music faded. "CD player," he explained. "The speakers are inside." He rapped the tub with his knuckles. Pressing another button, the motor ceased, and the water became still. "Light show too," Rebus commented. "Any colour you like." Cafferty jabbed a further button, changing the water from red to green, and from green to blue, then ice white, and back to red. "Red suits you," Rebus stated. "The Mephistopheles look," Cafferty chuckled. "I love it out here, this time of night. Hear the wind in the trees, Rebus. They've been here longer than any of us, those trees. Same with these houses, and they'll still be here when we've gone." "I think you've been in there too long, Cafferty. Your brain's getting all wrinkled." "I'm getting old, Rebus, that's all. And so are you." "Too old to bother with a bodyguard. Reckon you've buried all your enemies." "Joe knocks off at 9, but he's never too far away." A 2-beat pause. "Are ye, Joe?" "No, Mr. Cafferty." Rebus turned to where the bodyguard was standing. He was barefooted, dressed hurriedly in underpants and a T-shirt. "Joe sleeps in the room above the garage," Cafferty explained. "Off you go now, Joe. I'm sure I'm safe with the inspector." Joe glowered at Rebus, then padded back across the lawn. "It's a nice area, this," Cafferty was saying conversationally. "Not much in the way of crime." "I'm sure you're doing your best to change that." "I'm out of the game, Rebus. Same as you'll be pretty soon." "Oh, aye." Rebus held up the clippings he'd brought from home. Photos of Cafferty from the tabloids. They'd all been taken in the past year. All showed him with known villains from as far afield as Manchester, Birmingham, London. "Are you stalking me or something?" Cafferty said. "Maybe I am." "I don't know whether to be flattered." Cafferty stood up. "Hand me that robe, will you?" Rebus was glad to. Cafferty climbed over the edge of the tub onto a wooden step, wrapping himself in the white cotton gown and sliding his feet into a pair of flip-flops. "Help me put the cover on," Cafferty said. "Then we'll go indoors, and you'll tell me whatever the hell it is you want from me." Again, Rebus obliged. At one time, Big Ger Cafferty had run practically every criminal aspect of Edinburgh, from drugs and saunas to business scams. Since his last stretch of jail time, however, he'd kept his head down. Not that Rebus believed the crap about retirement. People like Cafferty didn't ever jack it in. To Rebus's mind, Cafferty had just grown wilier with age, and wiser to the ways police might go about investigating him. He was around 60 now, and had known most of the well-known gangsters from the 1960s on. There were stories that he'd worked with the Crays and Richardson in London, as well as some of the better-known Glasgow villains. Past inquiries had tried linking him to drug gangs in Holland and the sex slavers of Eastern Europe. Very little had ever stuck. Sometimes it was down to a lack of either resources or evidence compelling enough to persuade the Procurator Fiscal into a prosecution. Sometimes it was because witnesses vanished from the face of the earth. Following Cafferty into the conservatory, and from there to the limestone-floored kitchen, Rebus stared at the broad back and shoulders, wondering not for the first time how many executions the man had ordered, how many lives he'd wrecked.
"Tea, or something stronger,"
Cafferty said, shuffling across the floor in his flip-flops.
"Tea's fine."
"Christ, it must be serious."
Cafferty smiled a little smile to himself as he switched the kettle on and dropped 3 tea bags into the pot.
"I suppose I better put some clothes on," he said. "Come on, I'll show you the drawing room."
It was one of the rooms at the front, with a large bay window and a dominating marble fireplace. An assortment of canvases hung from the picture rails. Rebus didn't know much about art, but the frames looked expensive. Cafferty had headed upstairs, giving Rebus the opportunity to browse, but there was precious little to attract his attention. No books or hi-fi, no desk, not even any ornaments on the mantelpiece. Just a sofa and chairs, a huge oriental rug, and the exhibits. It wasn't a room for living in. Maybe Cafferty held meetings there, impressing with his collection. Rebus placed his fingers against the marble, hoping against hope that it would prove fake.
"Here you go,"
Cafferty said, carrying 2 mugs into the room. Rebus took one from him.
"Milk, no sugar,"
Cafferty informed him. Rebus nodded.
"What are you smiling at?"
Rebus nodded towards the corner of the ceiling above the door, where a small white box was emitting a blinking red light.
"You've got a burglar alarm," he explained.
"So?
"So? That's funny."
You think nobody'd break in here? It's not like there's a big sign on the wall saying who I am."
"I suppose not,"
Rebus said, trying to be agreeable. Cafferty was dressed in grey jogging bottoms and a V-neck sweater. He seemed tanned and relaxed. Rebus wondered if there was a sunbed somewhere on the premises.
"Sit down,"
Cafferty said. Rebus sat.
"I'm interested in someone," he began, "and I think you might know him. Stuart Bullen."
Cafferty's top lip curled.
"Wee Stu,"
he said.
"I knew his old man better."
"I don't doubt it. But what do you know about the son's recent activities?"
"He's been a naughty boy, then?"
"I'm not sure."
Rebus took a sip of tea.
"You know he's in Edinburgh?"
Cafferty nodded slowly.
"Runs a strip club, doesn't he?"
"That's right."
"And as if that wasn't hard enough work, now he's got you digging at his scrotum."
Rebus shook his head.
"All it is, a girl's run off from home, and her mum and dad got the idea she might be working for Bullen."
"And did she?"
"Not that I know of."
"But you went to see wee Stu, and he got up your nose."
"I just came away with a few questions."
"Such as?"
"Such as, what's he doing in Edinburgh?"
Cafferty smiled.
"You telling me you don't know any West Coast hard men who've made the move east?"
"I know a few."
"They come here because in Glasgow they can't walk 10 yards without someone having a go at them. It's the culture, Rebus."
Cafferty gave a theatrical shrug.
"You're saying he wants a clean break?"
"Through there, he's the Rab Bullen's son. Always will be."
"Which means someone somewhere just might have put a price in his head."
"He's not running scared, if that's what you're thinking."
"How do you know?"
"Because Stu's not the type. He wants to prove himself, stepping out from his old man's shadow. You know what it's like."
"And the running of lap bars going to do that?"
"Maybe."
Cafferty studied the surface of his drink.
"Then again, maybe he's got other plans."
Such as?
I don't know him well enough to answer that. I'm an old man, Rebus. People don't tell me as much as they used to. And even if I did know something, why the hell would I bother to tell you?
Because you nurse a grudge.
Rebus placed his half-empty mug on the varnished wooden floor.
Didn't Rab Bullen rip you off on one occasion?
Mists of time, Rebus. Mists of time.
So far as you know, the sun's clean.
Don't be stupid. Nobody's clean. Have you looked around you recently? Not that there's much to see from Gayfield Square. Can you still smell the drains in the corridors?
Cafferty smiled at Rebus's silence.
Some people still tell me stuff, just now and again.
Which people?
Cafferty's smile widened.
Know thine enemy. That's what they say, isn't it? I dare say it's why you keep all my press cuttings.
It's not for your pop star looks, that's for sure.
Cafferty's mouth gaped in a huge yawn.
Hot tub always does that to me,
he said by way of apology, fixing Rebus with a stare.
Something else I hear is that you're working the Noxland stabbing. Poor sod had, 12, 15 wounds. What do Messrs. Curt and Gates think of that?
How do you mean?
Looks to me like a frenzy. Someone out of control.
Or just very, very angry,
Rebus countered.
Same thing in the end. All I'm saying is, it might have given him a taste.
Rebus's eyes narrowed.
You know something, don't you?
Not me, Rebus. I'm happy just sitting here and growing old.
Or heading down to England to meet your scumbag friends.
Sticks and stones, sticks and stones.
The Noxland victim, Cafferty. What is it you're not telling me?
Think I'm going to sit here and do your job for you?
Cafferty shook his head slowly, then grasped the arms of the chair and started to rise to his feet.
But now it's time for bed. Next time you come, bring that nice D.S. Clark with you and tell her to pack her bikini. In fact, if you're sending her, you can stay at home.
Cafferty laughed longer and louder than was merited as he led Rebus towards the front door.
Noxland,
Rebus said.
What about it?
Well, since you brought it up, remember a few months back we had the Irish trying to muscle in on the drug scene there?
Cafferty made a non-committal gesture.
Seems they could be back. Would you happen to know anything about that?
Drugs are for losers, Rebus.
That's an original line.
Maybe I don't think you merit any of my better ones.
Cafferty held the front door open.
Tell me, Rebus, all those stories about me, do you keep them in a scrapbook with little hearts doodled in the front?
Daggers, actually.
And when they make you retire, that's what you'll have waiting for you. A few final years alone with your scrapbook. Not much of a legacy, is it?
And what exactly are you leaving behind, Cafferty? Any hospitals out there named after you?
Amount I give to charity, there might well be.
All that guilt money. It doesn't change who you are.
It doesn't need to. Thing you have to realise is, I'm happy with my lot.
He paused.
Unlike some I could name.
Cafferty was chuckling softly as he closed the door on Rebus. Day 5, Friday. Chapter 15. The first Siobhan heard of it was in the morning news. Muesli with skimmed milk, coffee, multivitamin juice. She always ate at the kitchen table, wrapped in her dressing gown. That way, if she spilled anything, she didn't have to worry. A shower afterwards, and then her clothes. Her hair took only a few minutes to dry, which was why she was keeping it short. Radio Scotland was usually just background noise, a babble of voices to fill the silence. But then she picked up the word Bain Hall, and turned the volume up. She'd missed the gist, but the studio was handing over to an outside broadcast.
Well, Katrina, police from Livingston are at the scene as I speak. We're being kept behind a cordon, of course, but a forensic team dressed in regulation white overalls with hoods and masks is entering the terraced house. It's a council-owned property, maybe 2 or 3 bedrooms with grey Harrold walls and all its windows curtained. The front garden's overgrown and a small crowd of onlookers has gathered. I've managed to talk to some of the neighbours, and it appears the victim was known to police, though whether this will have any bearing on the case remains to be seen.
Colin, have they revealed his identity yet?
Nothing official, Katrina. I can tell you that he was a local man of 22 years, and that his demise appears to have been pretty brutal. Again, though, we'll have to await the press conference for a more detailed account. Officers here say that'll happen in the next 2 to 3 hours.
Thank you, Colin. And there'll be more on that story in our lunchtime programme. Meantime, a Central Scotland List MSP is calling for the closure of the Whitemire Detention Centre, sited just outside Bain Hall.
Siobhan unhooked her phone from its charger, but then couldn't remember the number for Livingston Police Station. And who did she know there anyway? Only DC Davy Hines, and he'd been there less than a fortnight, another casualty of the changes at St. Leonard's. She headed to the bathroom, checked her face and hair in the mirror. A splash and a wet comb might do for once. She didn't have time for anything else. Decided, she dashed into the bedroom and yanked open the wardrobe doors. Less than an hour later, she was in Bain Hall. Drove past the Jardins' old house. They'd moved so they wouldn't be so close to Tracy's rapist, Donnie Cruikshank, whose age Siobhan calculated as 22. There were a couple of police vans parked in the next street. The milling crowd had grown. A guy with a microphone was doing a vox pop. She guessed he was the same radio reporter she'd been listening to. The house at the centre of all the attention was flanked by 2 others. All 3 doors stood open. She saw Steve Hawley disappear into the right-hand one. Doubtless, money had changed hands, and Hawley was being given access to the rear garden where he might have a better view of things. Siobhan double-parked and approached the uniformed standing guard at the blue and white tape. She showed her warrant card, and he raised the tape for her, so she could duck beneath. "Body been ID'd?" she asked. "Probably the guy who lived there," he said. "Pathologist been?" "Not yet." She nodded and moved on, pushing open the gate, walking up the path towards the shadowy interior. She took a few deep breaths, releasing them slowly. Needed to look casual when she stepped indoors, needed to be professional. The lobby was narrow. Downstairs there appeared to be only a cramped living room and an equally small kitchen. A door led from the kitchen to the back garden. The stairs were steep to the only other floor. 4 doors here, all of them open. One was a hall cupboard, filled with cardboard boxes, spare duvets and sheets. Through another she could see part of a pale pink bath. 2 bedrooms then, one a single unused, which left the larger facing the front of the house. This was where all the activity was, scene of crime officers, photographers, a local GP consulting with a detective. The detective noticed her. "Can I help you?" "D.S. Clark," she said, showing him her ID. So far, she hadn't as much as glanced at the body, but it was there all right. No mistaking it. Blood soaking into the biscuit-coloured carpet beneath it. Face twisted. Mouth sagging as though in an effort to suck in a final lungful of life. The shaven head crusted with blood. The sockers were running detectors over the walls, seeking spatters which would give them a pattern, the pattern in turn giving clues to the ferocity and nature of the attack. The detective handed back her ID. "You're a ways from home, D.S. Clark. I'm D.I. Young, officer in charge of this inquiry, and I don't remember asking for any help from the big city." She tried a winning smile. D.I. Young was just that. Young. Younger than her, anyway, and already above her in rank. A sturdy face, above a sturdier body. Probably played rugby, maybe came from farming stock. He had red hair and fairer eyelashes, a few burst blood veins either side of his nose. If someone had told her he wasn't long out of school, she'd probably have believed them. "I just thought—" She hesitated, trying to find the right combination of words. Looking around, she noticed the pictures stuck to the walls. Soft porn, blondes with their mouths and legs open. "Thought what, D.S. Clark?" "That I might be able to help." "Well, that's a very kind thought, but I think we can manage if that's all right with you." "But the thing is—" And now she stared down at the corpse. Her stomach felt as though it had been replaced by a punch bag, but her face showed only professional interest. "I know who he is. I know quite a bit about him." "Well, we know who he is too, so thanks again." Of course they knew him. With his reputation and his scarred face. Donny Cruikshank, lifeless on the floor of his bedroom. "But I know things you don't," she persisted. Young's eyes narrowed, and she knew she was in. "Plenty more porn in here," one of the sockos was saying. He meant the living room. The floor beside the TV stacked with pirate DVDs and videos. There was a computer too, another officer sitting in front of it, busy with the mouse. He had a lot of floppies and CD-ROMs to get through. "Remember, this is work," Young reminded them. He decided the room was still too busy, so led Siobhan into the kitchen. "I'm Les, by the way," he said, softening now that she had something to offer him. "Siobhan," she replied. "So," he leaned against a worktop, arms folded. "How did you come to know Donald Cruikshank?" "He was a convicted rapist. I worked that case. His victim committed suicide. She lived locally, parents still do. They came to me a few days back because their other daughters run off." "Oh?" "They said they talked to someone at Livingston about it." Siobhan tried to sound anything but judgmental. "Any reason to think—" "What?" Young shrugged. "That this might have something to do with— connect in some way?" "That's what I'm wondering. It's why I decided to come here. If you could write this up as a report," Siobhan nodded, "I'll do it today." "Thanks." Young eased himself away from the worktop, readying to head back upstairs, but he paused in the doorway. "You busy in Edinburgh?" "Not really." "Who's your boss?" "DCI McRae." "Maybe I could have a word with him, see if he can spare you for a few days." He paused. "Always supposing you're agreeable." "I'm all yours," Siobhan said. She could have sworn he was blushing as he left the room. She was walking back through to the living room when she almost collided with a new arrival, Dr. Kurt. "You do get around, D.S. Clark," he said. He looked to left and right to make sure no one was eavesdropping. "Any progress on Flesh Market Close?" "A little. I bumped into Judith Lennox." Kurt winced at the name. "You didn't tell her anything?" "Of course not. Your secret's safe with me." "Any plans to put Mag Lennox back on display?" "I should think so." He moved aside to let a socko past. "Well, I suppose I'd better—" He motioned to the stairs. "Don't worry. He's not going anywhere." Kurt stared at her. "If you don't mind me saying, Siobhan," he drawled, "that remark says much about you." "Such as?" "You've been around John Rebus for far too long." The pathologist started climbing the stairs, taking his black leather medical case with him. Siobhan could hear his knees clicking with each step. What's the interest, D.S. Clark? Someone outside was shouting. She looked towards the cordon, saw Steve Hawley there, waving his notebook at her. Bit off the beaten track, aren't you? She muttered something under her breath and walked down the path, opening the gate again, ducking under the cordon. Hawley was at her shoulder as she made for her car. You worked in the case, didn't you? He was saying. The rape case, I mean. I remember trying to ask you. Buzz off, Hawley. Look, I'm not going to quote you or anything. He was in front of her now, walking backwards so he could make eye contact. But you must be thinking the same as me. Same as lots of us. And what's that? She couldn't help asking. Good riddance to bad rubbish. I mean, whoever did this, they deserve a medal. I know limbo dancers that couldn't go as low as you. Your mate Rebus said much the same thing. Great minds think alike. But, come on, you must... He broke off as he backed into a car, losing his balance and falling into the road. Siobhan got in and started the engine before he could climb to his feet again. He was brushing himself down as she reversed down the street. He made to pick up his biro, but noticed that she'd crushed it under her wheels. She didn't drive far, just to the junction with Main Street and across it. Found the Jardins' house easily enough. Both were at home, and ushered her inside. You've heard? She said. They nodded, looking neither pleased nor displeased. Who could have done it? Mrs. Jardine asked. Just about anyone, her husband replied. His eyes were on Siobhan. Nobody in Bain Hall wanted him back, not even his own family. Which explained why Cruikshank had lived alone. Is there any news? Alice Jardine asked, trying to press Siobhan's hands between her own. It was as if she'd already dismissed the murder from her mind. We went to the club, Siobhan admitted. Nobody seemed to know Ishbel. Still no word from her. You're the first person we'd tell, John Jardine assured her. But we're forgetting our manners. You'll take a cup of tea? I really don't have time. Siobhan paused. Something I did want, though. Yes? A sample of Ishbel's handwriting. Alice Jardine's eyes widened. What for? It's nothing, really. Might just come in handy later on. I'll see what I can find, John Jardine said. He went upstairs, leaving the two women alone. Siobhan had pushed her hands into her pockets, safe from Alice. You don't think we'll find her, do you? She'll let herself be found, when she's ready, Siobhan said. You don't think anything's happened to her? Do you? I'm guilty of thinking the worst, Alice Jardine said, rubbing her hands together as though washing them clean of something. You know we'll want to interview you, Siobhan spoke softly. There'll be questions about Cruikshank, about how he died. I suppose so. You'll be asked about Ishbel too. Gracious me, they can't think... The woman's voice had risen. It's just something that has to be done. And will it be you asking the questions, Siobhan? Siobhan shook her head. I'm too close. It might be a man called Young. He seems okay. Well, if you say so. Her husband was returning. There's not much, to be honest, he said, handing over an address book. It listed names and phone numbers, most of them in green felt tip. Inside the cover, Ishbel had written her own name and address. Might do it, Siobhan said. I'll bring it back when I'm finished. Alice Jardine had grabbed her husband's elbow. Siobhan says the police will want to talk to us about... She couldn't bring herself to use his name. About... him. Will they? Mr. Jardine turned to Siobhan. It's routine, she said, turning the victim's life into a pattern. Yes, I see, though he sounded unsure. But they can't. They won't think Ishbel had anything to do with it. Don't be so stupid, John, his wife hissed. Ishbel wouldn't do something like that. Maybe not, Siobhan thought. But then Ishbel was by no means the only member of the family who'd be regarded as a suspect. Tea was offered again and politely refused. She managed to get out of the door, escaping to her car. As she drove off, she looked in her rearview mirror and saw Steve Hawley striding along the pavement, checking house numbers. For a moment, she considered stopping, heading back and warning him off, but that sort of thing would only pique his curiosity. However he acted, whatever he asked, the Jardins would have to survive without her help. She turned along Main Street and stopped outside the salon. Inside, the place smelled of perms and hairspray. 2 customers sat beneath dryers. They had magazines open on their laps, but were busy talking, voices raised above the machines.
"And the best of British luck to them, I say. No great loss, that's for sure." "It's Sergeant Clark, isn't it?" This last came from Angie. She spoke even more loudly than her clients, and they heeded her warning, falling silent, eyes on Siobhan. "What can we do for you?" Angie said. "It's Susie I want to see." Siobhan smiled at the young assistant. "Why? What have I done?" Susie protested. She was taking a cup of instant cappuccino to one of the women beneath the dryers. "Nothing," Siobhan reassured her. "Unless, of course, you murdered Donny Cruikshank." The 4 women looked horrified. Siobhan held up her hands. "Bad joke," she said. "No shortage of suspects," Angie admitted, lighting a cigarette for herself. Her nails were painted blue today, with tiny spots of yellow, like stars in the sky. "Care to name your favourites?" Siobhan asked, trying to make light of the question. "Look around you, sweetheart." Angie blew smoke ceilingwards. Susie was taking another drink over to the dryers, a glass of water this time. "It's one thing to think about doing someone in," she said. Angie nodded. "It's like an angel heard us and decided for once to do the right thing." "An avenging angel?" Siobhan ventured. "Read your Bible, sweetheart. They weren't all just feathers and halos." The woman under the dryers shared a smile at this. "You expect us to help you put whoever did that behind bars? It's the patience of Job you'll be needing." "Sounds like you know your Bible, which means you also know murder's a sin against God." "Depends on your God, I suppose." Angie took a step closer. "You're a friend of the Jardins, I know. They've told me. So come on now. You tell me straight out." "Tell you what?" "Tell me you're not glad the bastard's dead." "I'm not." She held the hairdresser's gaze. "Then you're not an angel. You're a saint." Angie went to check how the woman's hair was progressing. Siobhan seized the chance to talk to Susie. "It's really just that I could do with your details." "My details?" "Your vital statistics, Susie," Angie said, the 2 customers laughing with her. Siobhan managed to smile. "Just your full name and address, maybe your phone number, in case I need to write up a report." "Oh, right." Susie looked flustered. She went to the till, found a notepad next to it, started writing. She tore off the sheet and handed it to Siobhan. The writing was in capitals, but that didn't worry Siobhan. So was most of the graffiti in the Baines ladies' lavatory. "Thanks, Susie," she said, slipping the note into her pocket, next to Ishbel's address book. There were a few more drinkers in the Bain than on her previous visit. They moved aside to give her some room at the bar. The barman recognised her, nodded something that could have been either a greeting or an apology for Cruikshank's behaviour last time round. She ordered a soft drink. "On the hoose," he said. Aye, aye," said one of the drinkers. "Malky's trying some foreplay for a change." Siobhan ignored this. "I don't usually get free drinks until after I've identified myself as a detective." She held up her warrant card as proof. "Good choice, Malky," a man said. "I suppose it's about young Donny." Siobhan turned to the speaker. He was in his 60s, a flat cap perched above a shiny dome of a head. He held a pipe in one hand. There was a dog lying at his feet, fast asleep. "That's right," she admitted. "The lad was a bloody idiot. We all know that. Didn't deserve to die for it, though." No? The man shook his head. Lassies cry rape too quick these days. He held up a hand to stifle the barman's protest. No, Malky, I'm just saying, though. Put a bit of drink in a girl, she'll walk into trouble. Look at the way they dress when they parade up and down Main Street. Go back 50 years, women cover themselves up a bit. You didn't read about indecent assaults every day in your paper. Here it comes, someone called out. Things have changed. The drinker almost relished the groans all around him. Siobhan realised that this was a regular performance, unscripted but dependable. She glanced at Malky, but he shook his head, telling her it wasn't worth fighting her corner. The drinker would relish such a prospect. Instead, she excused herself and headed to the loo. Inside the cubicle, she sat down, placing Ishbel's address book and Susie's note on her lap, comparing the writing to the messages on the wall. Nothing new had been added since her last visit. She was pretty sure that Donny Pervo had been done by Susie, Cook the Crook by Ishbel. But there were other hands at work. She thought of Angie and even the women under the dryers. Claimed in blood. Dead man walking. Neither Ishbel nor Susie had written those, but someone had. The solidarity of the hair salon. A town full of suspects. Flicking through the address book, she noticed that under the letter C there was an address that looked familiar. HMP Barlini. E-Wing, which was where they kept the sex offenders. Written there in Ishbel's hand, filed under C for Cruikshank. Siobhan went through the rest of the book, but found nothing else of note. All the same, did this mean Ishbel had written to Cruikshank? Were there ties between them Siobhan didn't yet know of? She doubted the parents would know. They'd be horrified at the thought. She walked back into the bar, lifted her drink, fixed her eyes on those of Malky, the barman. Do Donny Cruikshank's parents still live locally? His dad comes in here, one of the drinkers said. He's a good man, Cruikshank. Near did for him when Donny was put away. Donny didn't live at home, though, Siobhan added. Not once he came out of jail, the drinker said. Mum wouldn't have him in a house, Malky chipped in. Soon the whole bar was talking about the Cruikshank.